Precisely kind of information do you want from the study? What do you want? What do you want?
Well, a very good afternoon, or still morning actually, here at the Great Lakes Centre in Taupo for the 2021 North Island Golden Gloves champion here on Sky Sport Next. I'm Brent Perry, of course, joined by Isaac Savage for another huge day of boxing, amateur boxing at its very, very best. And after yesterday, Isaac, we had a huge day. And today's what? What have we got? Nearly 50 bouts to go through.
Almost 50, but hey, morning to all those watching. Modiora, Etefano, what a fight it's going to be this afternoon. All fights. We've got 50 in total, 25 this afternoon, and there's certainly some ones to watch out for. We've even got David Tour in the house later on, so watch out for that one, Brent.
We've got plenty of actually celebrity guests coming up. We're also going to be getting a chance to have some of the rules explained to you by one of the judges and referees, so we'll be doing that. So we're now going to get our fight underway. This is non-stop action here at the Great Lakes Centre in Taupo, right in the centre. So you're watching it live on Sky Sport Next. These boxes don't hang around. We've got 3 2-minute rounds. But without further ado, we'll head straight down to Shale Moana Jenkins, our ringside announcer.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. The first bout up for today in session number 3 at the North Island Golden Gloves Championships 2021. Fighting out of the red corner from box office. Sorry, I'm just going to clear something up for a moment.
So as we say, we've got plenty of boxes coming through the day, and there's a couple of walkovers, but not too many.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of fights here this afternoon. Some going straight through to the finals, some are the finals. If you are back at home, don't go away. I mean, if you've got a fighter on today, it's going to be an absolute action-packed afternoon. Stay seated for all these fights. We've got some lightweights here again, but the lightweights didn't disappoint yesterday, did they?
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us up
So the
to
first fight up is these are 3 1.5-minute cadet female novices. We've got Isobella Parks and Brooke Miller. She's from River City in Wanganui. And also we have Brooke, the Unbreakable, she calls herself. Nice. She is trained at the Masterton Youth Citizens out of Masterton. She's the 2020 New Zealand champion. So this should be a good little bout. And believe me, don't blink. These minute-and-a-half rounds go very fast, and these girls will be straight into it, Isaac.
Just remember yesterday, the 40 kilogram was one of the most exciting divisions. It was that and the heavyweights, obviously the middleweights too. But the 40 kilogram fighters, as they say, the pocket rockets throw down, and Brooke Miller likes to call herself the Unbreakable. In the red against Isobella Parks in the blue. Don't let the weight fool you. They're only 40 kilograms, it's 1.5s. They have to throw it all down hard and fast to win the rounds.
Yeah, they don't, as I say, don't be, I don't know, confused, I suppose, with the size of these girls. Their hand speed's really good. They're not scared to take a punch or throw one. And you'll see that Isobella's trying to control the inside of the ring, but Brooke Miller, she's saying, no, this is not going to happen.
Unbreakable there in the red. Yeah, look, we were talking about it just yesterday. Some fights start off slow, some start off heavy. Both girls are just, standing straight in the middle, throwing straight forward punches. Pretty aggressive. Not really, there's no feeling out stage in this first fight this afternoon or this morning.
And as we say, we've got a number of guests who are going to be appearing on Sky Sport Next. Don't forget, you can also follow us on Facebook. And if you're sitting, it's a little inclement weather here in Taupo today, so if you're sort of snug under your blankie or your duvet still.
Guess what though, some would say it's tropical. It's over around, 8 to 10 degrees. For me, I'm still freezing. I don't need the thermals. I wasn't going to bring the sleeping bag in.
How did the swim go in Lake Taupo last night?
We'll see. We might do it tonight. We might do it tonight after the celebration.
Yeah, well,
you guys aren't going to let me live that down, are you?
No. In a word, no. But we've also got a couple of other great boxing names of New Zealand going to be appearing with us over this.
We've got Sam Rapetto, we've got David Tour, we've got Ina Schuster, Lawrence Titter. I mean, the list goes on. We're stacked for guests and commentary today, so it's going to be great to have them in the hot seat and share their knowledge with the commentary and also on the boxing.
If it's the first time you've been watching the amateur boxing here, we've had a massive number of people that have actually decided to enter, and the growth of the sport is fantastic, as Steve Hartley, the president of New Zealand Boxing, was explaining to us yesterday.
Well, they've been inundated from all weight categories, which made it quite difficult, and obviously registering all the fighters, but that's why we've got so many fights today. I've probably got 50 in total.
Yep. And Brooke Miller, of course, is like to be known as the Unbreakable. She's not only the 2020 New Zealand champion, but she's also 2020 Golden Gloves champ, and she was again back in 2019 Golden Gloves. So probably slightly more favourable with Brooke Miller over Isobella Parks. But as we've seen, there's been a few...
There has been a few upsets, and just because you come in as the champ doesn't mean you're going to walk away the champ. Sometimes you've got these hungry fighters, the up-and-comers, like Rockies. They want to take the title from the champion, and Unbreakable is really going to have to push forward now to start edging these rounds.
Both these young women, of course, coming in under 40 kg, so they are the lightweights. And we saw some great boxing yesterday, and I'm sure we're going to see some tremendous bouts today.
Look, no feeling out process once again. You know, we usually see these fights are sticking and moving. These girls are just standing straight in the centre and throwing down. Great way to start off the morning here as we go into the afternoon. It makes it a bit tricky because we are starting off in the morning and we will go into the afternoon during the same session.
Yeah, we'll have about an hour's break between this morning session and the evening session. There's plenty of bouts. As I say, the number of boxers who tried to enter the Golden Gloves this year was phenomenally high, so the organising committee had to sort of cut it back a little bit. But thus, we've been getting some great support from the mums, dads, grandparents, of course, are coming in, and there's people appearing from all over the place. The cafes have been going crazy.
We've got a few more tournaments throughout the year, obviously the Nationals, but they might look at splitting it up like we were talking about yesterday in regard to the novice, cadet and elite. So that means when you go to a tournament, it'll be strictly one category.
Yeah, well, with over 200 bouts, I mean, the organisers will have to stretch it out for about 4 days, possibly 4.5 days. And a bit of a shout out while we're talking about that, the organising committee here in Taupo have done a wonderful job. The venue is great. It's Great Lakes Centre right in the heart of Taupo itself. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage here at Sky Sport Next. And to our production crew, we've got more camera angles than I think for any amateur sport you've ever seen.
Oh, it's incredible. We're spoiled. We're spoiled. You're getting to see it on all angles. And, you know, for those watching at home, you've got the best seat in the house. We're here. We can see ringside. We switch over to TV. But those at home, you're in for a treat.
Have you noticed how these young ladies, they tend to be sort of more aiming for the headshot? They're not sort of working the body very much. They're just straight for it.
I mean, they're not, you know, we've seen a few fights over the tournament where some fighters will throw up and down, go to the body, you know, score those points. I don't know if these females even know what body shots are. They're just going straight for the head. But that's okay. That is going to put the points up. I would like to see some more body shots, but, you know, they're excited. They want to take it home. They're going for the, you know, the win.
We're just looking in the corner, of course, of Brooke Miller, who's coached by her father, Corey, and her uncle, Daniel. So a bit of a pedigree in the boxing fraternity from the Masterton Youth Citizens. We've got boxers from right round the country.
Actually, they're actually weighing in at under 40, just under. So probably the lightest fighters we've seen, apart from Wee Man.
Yeah.
And we're ready now for the third and final of the money round. Hard one to call again. I mean, look, I'm not going to go on about how hard the judges' job was because we did that yesterday, but they're probably in for another hard day in the office, right?
If you were witnessing the boxing yesterday, we had the pleasure of sort of having one of our referees and judges coming up and sitting with us and explaining how they score this bout. And it's interesting, one of the things was the standing 8. You don't really get points for it. It's simply the referee saying, look, I think you've just taken a bit of a pummel, I suppose, and we're just going to just keep a very close eye on you. Well,
that's the difference between the pro and the amateurs, and we'll talk to some of the fighters about that today, but it's a really good point, Brett, to make that. Just because they get a couple of standing 8 counts doesn't mean that the points are in favour of them, even though you would think that watching from the outside.
Now, the standing 8 count rules here at the amateur boxing, of course, is if you get 3 standing 8s in a single round, then the referee will step in and stop the fight. If you get 4 in total over the 3 rounds, then again, if you might get 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and 1 in the third, the referee will stop it and award it to your opponent. So
it's important to note too that each knockout, the ref remains, or you know, is more vigilant, more attentive, because you know each and every knockdown is obviously not good for their health and safety. So they will be looking to stop it if they can.
So the final 10 seconds, we always say this is when they make or break, leave nothing in the ring. Either take it, make it.
Oh, it's right down.
And both girls will now, like in all of it, head to their opponent's corner, be congratulated, and then get themselves sorted out. As I say, this is fast and furious, to coin a phrase in the sense of trying to get through 30 bouts in this session.
Well, they started off fast and furious, and it just goes to show this is the pace that the amateurs roll at. They come out, they're wanting to win, they're fast, especially at this weight too. You know, they don't just sit on their punches, they don't you know, stay in the corner and throw a couple, they're out to win.
Yep. So the referee is just going to get both boxers right beside it, which is what finalising off the replay. And we'll head down to Shale Moana Jenkins, our ringside announcer, doing a wonderful job over the weekend to announce it.
Result of that bout, ladies and gentlemen, with a split decision, 3-2 in favour of the red corner, Brooke Miller.
Unbreakable, there you have it. Brooke Miller takes away another championship strap.
So that's, she's, as I said, she is the champion both for 1920 and now in 2021, the Golden Gloves champion here in Taupo. Brooke Miller, that'll make her dad and uncle very, very happy.
Let's see if she's going to go to the Nationals too and take out the Nationals 2021, considering we had the 2020 this year as well.
Now these girls, of course, will probably be then heading down to Whanganui later in the year, of course, with the Nationals.
Looking forward to that. And you know, it's so good for the boxers that have gone to one tournament and then can go on to win a second. Were they going to take 2 in a row?
Absolutely. So if you look on your screen right now, you'll see some of the bouts that are coming up. We're moving into our next one, which of course is the cadet male. This is 40 kilograms. And the boxers will now be called to the ring, so we'll head back down. And Shale, if you'd like to introduce our next bout.
Let's have boxers to ringside.
Now these guys, we had the pocket rockets yesterday.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's the return of the wee man. We just spoke of him and now he's up.
We were talking about him yesterday. This is a young fella in blue. He likes to be referred to as wee man. And he is small in stature, but he has got some real power and his hand speed is fantastic.
I'm actually, you know, I'm gleaming. I'm looking forward to this. I really like to watch wee man fight.
Yeah, and Paul McSherry is the referee in this one, and you watch the smile on this guy's face because he enjoys watching these young fellas go for it. And he's an exceptionally good boxer. Well, he was an exceptionally good boxer in his day, but a fantastic referee because he lets the boxers work it out themselves. He doesn't sort of get in there and give them too much of a hard time. He says, come on, boys, let's go, touch gloves, and let's see what we're going to do, give them their final instruction.
He's certainly got that experience, you know, he's unbeaten, over 100 fights, and he's usually looking up to the boxers, but he'll be looking down on the action today as he controls this fight. But like you said, he's a great ref. He lets them do their thing, and they're certainly going to do that in this fight here.
Yeah, well, young Dean, of course, wee man, he boxes out of the box office boxing gym in Taranaki, so another Naki man. Lucky
Steve isn't up here to boast about that, but he'll be supporting there in the crowd.
Don't be put off all by the size of this guy. He's quite happy to get in and mix it up. He's quite a strong little fella.
HUNI there in the red. He's going to have to come forward. He's going to have to watch out for the dynamic pace and angles that wee man moves at. Sort of shutting him down early though. You know, it's a good thing to do. Put him in the corner so wee man can't escape. Wee man's great when he's on the outside and he's got space.
And of course, with the height advantage that he's got, Motekia has got that reach. He's using that left-hand jab really, really well. And then just sort of sizing it up. But as you see, wee man is quite happy to get in up close and personal.
HURIWAKA, yeah, wee man, he loves getting in on the inside, but also he loves that space. If you get him into the corner, he gets in a bit of trouble. And I wonder if when he's starting to realise that or capitalise that on that early.
And we always get that last sort of 30 seconds, and then of course that 10 seconds is the flurry of boxers, and the number of punches being thrown. Oh, a nice little uppercut.
Let's remember too, these guys did fight yesterday, so although they're coming out guns blazing, they already have had a fight, so there will be a bit of lactic acid in the muscles. They will be a bit tired.
Oh, wee man is quite happy to dodge it. Oh, nice overhand right, connected beautifully with the chin.
You wouldn't think they'd actually fought yesterday with the pace they're coming out at today, right?
It's an age thing. Come on, Isaac, it's an age thing. I used to bounce like a tennis ball, now I bounce like a hacky sack.
No bounce at all. Hey, speaking of bounce, wee man, he was bouncing in and out. Only was trying to find him as best he could, but a fairly even round. I mean, usually wee man shows his prowess early on in the fight, but this was quite an evenly contested first round.
And he shows very good head movement as well. So you're watching the highlight package, of course, brought to you by Sky Sport Next. So contact your friends if you're sitting under the duvet watching this on a rather unpleasant sort of Sunday.
Hey, I'm not complaining. It's much warmer than yesterday.
Yeah, we'll harden you up.
So ready now for round two.
As you can see, the both boys are well trained because I don't think the referee had to sort of call a break at any stage. They just worked it out themselves and said, right, let's get out and rumble it again.
Starting off strong here from HUNI there in the red. Now they're starting to find their range of distance. I mean, HUNI did land a couple there, but Wee Man just comes back again.
Well, interesting, young HUNI is 2017 Golden Gloves Australian novice, and back both in 2017, 18. Then in 2019, he won the Golden Gloves. He did it again in 2020, and he was crowned the 2020 New Zealand champ. So a good pedigree out of Rotorua.
Starting to see HUNI really sort of take charge now in the fight, starting to control it more, find his range, find his distance. He gets in and out, so he'll pop and jab, move, and then get out of the way of Wee Man, which, you know, in earlier fights, Wee Man was better at doing that. He was quicker, he was dynamic, he was beating the punches to their punch.
Well, if you're looking at the experience, you know, HUNI has had 19 fights, 11 wins, 8 losses. So, and again, being a Golden Gloves champion in both countries, Australia and New Zealand, he has a wealth of experience for a kid this young.
Yeah, he's certainly got, you know, when you explain his record to you, you look at the way he throws, his stance, he looks very experienced for such a young fighter.
That jab's working really well for him as well. So he gets it in, keeps the Wee Man just at bay, and then comes over with that overhand right. Fakes it.
Another good round there from both boys. I see HUNI slightly edging forward again. He's operating at a different pace. He's finding his rhythm, he's finding his movement, and he's getting in and out of those shots, making it hard for Wee Man.
Yeah, well, both boxers admit they can be orthodox and will switch it over and be a southpaw. Remembering that the scoring is done, of course, with true front of the glove, nothing on the side, no slapping.
That's right.
And they cut that down real quick.
Just because they land a few on the gloves and it makes a big noise, it doesn't mean it's scoring. As we get ready now for the third and final. I mean, Wee Man certainly got the support behind him. Is he going to turn it up for round 3 and edge away a champ?
Yeah, well, the boys have been doing, as you say, they fought yesterday, so they need to be a little bit more aware of what they're doing.
HUNI there in the red, Dean HURIWAKA, well, aka Wee Man there in the blue. Beautiful sharp jab there from HUNI, gets in and out again.
I think Wee Man's corner said to him, you might be a little bit behind. I think you need to get in there and mix it up. He's still very, very light on his feet, and he's connecting as well.
Just seems that everything Wee Man has, HUNI has an answer for as he comes forward now, starting to walk Wee Man down.
Yeah, it hasn't been an easy fight for him, and I think...
There's no discredit to Wee Man. He's a beautiful mover, but HUNI just has his number in this fight. He's just moving at a different pace. Starting to work those angles now and just walk him down. He's getting him to the corner, not giving him that space that where Wee Man excels in.
Both these boys, of course, looking for the title of the Golden Gloves champion for 2021. Wee Man connected nicely with an overhead right. Followed up, of course, with HUNI. He just said, no, take this one, have it back.
When he's starting to throw those left rights, following up with every single punch, not taking his foot off the gas, really making it hard in there for Wee Man.
So will the boys get their the clap? They'll know that this is it, 10 seconds, all glory or nothing.
Big shots now from both boys. They're thrown down right until the final bell.
Both drawing a lot of air in. Great. It's great, as we've been talking about it, as we do with the championships, be it Golden Gloves or at the Nationals. The growth in the sport of amateur boxing has sort of seeing a revise, really. Everyone's coming back into it. There's gyms are finding it that getting new members is not as difficult as it was a few years back, probably. Trainers and the likes. You see these slow motion ones when in these replays. You know,
see that movement. That just, Wee Man just proved how much of a dynamic mover he is. He stepped one way or the other, and he made HUNI slip and miss.
Yep. So we'll head down to Shale Moana Jenkins to see who is our 2021 Golden Gloves champ.
Well done to our lads. Decision of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of a split decision, 4-1, in favour of the red corner. And your new North Island Golden Glove
There you
champ,
have it. Winner and Golden Glove champ.
Motekia,
Kai
HUNI.
HUNI.
Adds another title to his name for both 2 years in a row now with Golden Gloves. Takes that out of Roto Vegas. It's action-packed boxing here at the Great Lakes Centre in Taupo. Of course, we've got 50
Look at
fights
the
through the day.
sportsmanship there from Wee Man and HUNI. That wasn't that beautiful. We just let the rope down for him, and you know, like we said, these guys are enemies for a couple and then mates afterwards.
So we jump up to the, well, if you jump up 46 kilogram.
Only a 6 keg jump.
Yeah, Zavier Smith McIntosh up against BITEV. So we'll head down and get the introduction from Shale Moana Jenkins. So we've got the cameras, of course, all around the auditorium, which is absolutely fantastic. So what we're going to do now is we'll head down and call our next 2 boxers in. Shale, would you like to introduce our next 2?
Bout number 4, ladies and gentlemen.
So I'll let you do the
Is a
introductions, my
cadet
friend.
novice, 46
Sean
kilo
Hay joined it
weight
now.
division, fought at 3 1.5-minute rounds. Fighting out of Nookie's gym, let's welcome Zavier Smith McIntosh.
So looking forward to this one.
Yes, and welcome to the centre stage or commentary box with us, Sam Rapera. He's a former captain of the NZ Amateur Boxing team, former New Zealand professional champion, IBO champ, and Pan-Asian boxing champion. Welcome along, Sam.
Hi Isaac, thanks for having me, mate.
Hey, you're also the coach of Wee Man. What a fight that was. I mean, obviously didn't do what you wanted there in the ring, but hey, take your hat off to the HUNI, eh? What a performance.
Oh, great fight from both the boys. I'm very proud of his performance. He followed instructions and just didn't quite get there in the end, but it was a great learning performance for him.
What are your thoughts so far on the calibre of fighters we're seeing at this, Golden Glove tournament? It's very high.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really impressed. This was such a great event that I attended when I was in my amateur days, and it's such a good learning performance for all these guys. They'll, win or lose, they'll take a lot away from these fights. So I'm happy that Rex does such a good job putting the show on, and it's a really good event.
So we've got a change of boxes. I'm not quite sure what's happened here, but this is one of Nookie's boxes has changed. There's fast and furious, we were saying about it, Sam, over the last day and a bit. With, you don't get a chance to breathe between bouts. All right, we're switching over. Let's find out.
We're going to roll on to bout number 5 and come back to bout number 4. So
Okay,
bout number 5, ladies and gentlemen, is a cadet male, 46 kilo weight division at 3 1.5-minute rounds.
So still jumping up again in weight.
In the
but
red
it's a different
corner.
fight now for
From
Karen
Taupo
Seymour in the red.
Let's welcome Kagen Seymour. His opponent in the blue corner from Meehan's gym, let's welcome Keanu MOONEY.
Okay,
The referee for this bout is Dale Jenkins.
just a change in the program a little bit. We've gone to Kagen Seymour. Now these are the 46 cadet males. So again, these are 2 1.5-minute rounds. No time to breathe, Sam. Straight into it.
No, and 1.5 minutes, some people might think that's not very long. Trust me, it is.
Yeah. Goes pretty quick, but it feels probably like a long time for them in there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially with a crowd like this and just the occasion, they go hard and they earn their minute rest.
They come out firing both these junior, all these junior weights. They don't spend much time trying to sort out what their opponent's up to. They just get straight into it, mix it up fast.
Well, for these boys, it's like a world title fight. You know, this is the big show for them, and they put the all into it, which is so good.
1.5. Karen, Seymour, Keanu, Mooney. This is going to be a showdown. I can't wait to see this one go down.
Straight into the body. Not much of a difference in height for both these boys.
If I know Billy Mann's fighters, they're very scientific. He'll try and make Seymour walk onto shots. He'll pop back and try and make him walk onto it.
Kagen Seymour was the Central North Island champion back in 2020, but this means absolutely nothing. He's only been boxing a year and a half. Also loves his rugby.
Kagen certainly starting out aggressive as well. I mean, just as I said that though, Keanu's coming forward now. Both boys, in a lot of fights we're seeing so early on, there's no feeling out process. They just go for it straight from the get-go.
Well, I think as Sam was saying, you've only got a minute and a half, so straight into it.
With these amateur fights, they do need to, in the first round, they need to show their coach as many different things as they can, because they'll go back to the corner after the first round, and hopefully they've given the coach a lot of things to digest and think about what's working, what needs attention.
As a coach too, Sam, you'll be saying that to each and every one of your fighters. How hard is it though to get that message through in the heat of the moment?
As they're not experienced, very experienced, it's a whirlwind for them, obviously. But as they get more experience, they start understanding and following instructions quicker. It's all experience.
Bit of blood there too, there from Kagen, just a little bit. You know, Keanu's starting to pop him off with those shots being a bit more the aggressor of the two.
And the crowd, of course, starting to get a little bit more vocal. So it's going to get to be a big afternoon and evening into, of course, the 2021 Golden Gloves Championships being held here at the Great Lakes Centre in Taupo. And we're proud to be bringing it to you with Sky Sport next. We've said it before and we'll say it again. The coverage that our camera crew are giving us is absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant, absolutely.
More angles than we can ask for as the corners are sort of being asked to talk to their boxers, sort out what they're going to do.
Mate, I'm jealous. Back in my day, there was nothing like this. There was no coverage like this. There wasn't even really many camera phones, so...
We were saying that to some of the commentators yesterday, that, you know, they were saying, where was this back in my day? And it's great to see, man. They can even go back and watch it. It's on YouTube. It's up there for a very long time, if not forever, and it's great footage to look back on. Kagen coming out, just launching those punches.
Chasing him down. I think he sort of felt that when he got a bit of claret down the front, he'll keep going. Both these boxers have been told to do it. It's great to see the referee not getting involved with, you know, pulling them out. These boys know to make a break on their own and reassess.
I don't think he wants to stop the action, and you know, the way they're throwing as well, they're not tangling up too much. They're just throwing punches and bunches and then breaking up.
Yeah, I agree. Dale's a really experienced referee, and he knows where he needs to get involved and not.
That's the key difference though too, isn't it, Sam? I mean, if there's a few knockdowns with the pro and amateur ranks, they can sort of stay in the corner and land a few, but in amateurs, you've really got to put those, you know, scores on doors. Yeah, well,
there's a lot more emphasis on the skill side. It's more like fencing with your fists, and it's about hitting and not getting hit. And where pros can be a little bit more, you know, just walk the guy down and just tough him out. But there's a lot more science in the amateur game, which I love.
Kagen Seymour seems to be a little bit more aggressive in this round number 2. I think he's sort of thinking for himself. I think the referee's taking a very close look at that nose.
Talking about walking people down, he just walked forward there with both arms down.
Yeah. He's seen red on his opponent's face, and he's like a bull.
But no fight has been boring for this whole tournament. And you're right, Sam. Every single amateur fight, they really have to, you know, rack them up and throw down, because they've only got a short amount of time.
Exactly. no rounds off. You know, in the pro game, we can take a round off, and there's no time. You can't lose the first round. You're already way down if you lose the first round. So they got to win every round.
Kagen down from Taumaranui, silverback boxing.
He's absolutely leaving an impression with the judges. He, you know, being so aggressive, they're more likely to watch him instead of watching both of them, which can be a good tactic if you don't blow yourself out.
Well, we were talking about yesterday, the judges really had their work cut out for them. However, this one, I'd say, look, could be a little bit easier to judge.
Yeah, I agree.
But we've still got one more round.
And we say it again and again and again. These kids don't hold back. They know what they're doing. The corners are telling them, okay, you might be down on this round number 2, but you need to bring it forward in 3.
Billy's been around the block. He was New Zealand coach when I was fighting, and he's done everything. He's won countless titles, and he's his top coach.
So it's the 3rd and final round. And we're just at the beginning of the big card that we've got both this afternoon and this evening here at the Golden Gloves Championship for 2020. And Kagen's coming straight back as he finished on round number 2. He's just going straight at it.
Liking the aggression here now from Keanu. He's sort of picked up the pace. It's like he's had a bit of a telling to from the corner.
He knows he's down.
But he'd really have to put a couple of standing 8 counts, if not finish. Kagen here to take this win. The way Kagen walks forward.
He reminds me of myself, to be honest.
Yeah. this nose is causing a problem.
You got to love it, because you know too that he's confident, he's in it. He's not walking away. He's just got that natural instinct to go forward and win the fight.
Absolutely. It's his whole body language is, you know, whatever he comes back in with, he's ready. He's just going to go.
And from a confidence level too, if you're the opposition, it's quite intimidating to be walked down like this.
Absolutely, and very draining. People don't realise how much energy that saps, just nervous energy. It's really draining, and you think, how do I get this guy off me? It's physically very draining.
Just missing there. Kagen as he comes forward. Liking what I see here from Mooney.
The boys are digging deep now.
He hasn't taken a backward step, has he? And Mooney, he's had that blood nose since round number 1, and he's still able to do it. He scored nicely with that right.
What a finish. They certainly rung the bell a little bit harder too, because that was looking like it was going to continue, and they had to jump in and stop the action.
Even the referee enjoyed that. He was applauding both these young boxers at the end of that.
These are the types of performances that this event pulls out of people. You know, these boys may never have gone like that before, and this occasion pulls something out of you that you didn't know was there.
Well, that's the thing, right? If they're on TV, they might want to throw down a little harder, show their friends and family back home.
Yeah, and everyone wants to be a Golden Gloves champion. You know, it's a high pressure moment for them.
So the scorecards have been calculated. They'll be heading around, and we'll get a decision who's going to be the 2021 Golden Gloves champion. So Shale Moana Jenkins, we'll hand it back to you, and you can announce whom is this year's champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, decision of this final comes from a split decision, 3-2 in favour of the blue corner, Keanu Mooney.
Even Dale was surprised.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, he certainly was, and there we have it. Your winner, Keanu Mooney, did enough in the eyes of the judges to take away that Golden Glove strap.
Yeah, which as I say, he didn't hesitate, even though he was hurt, e.g. with the blood nose. Makes the thing a lot harder to breathe, of course, and I think the corner did a great job keeping him going. So they're being presented with their medals as the auditorium is beginning to fill. We've packed in a heck of a lot more seats this morning, and it was full yesterday, so I think later this afternoon, evening session, it's going to be absolutely brimming to the pack.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight's session. Well, all the fights all day are excellent, but the senior matches will be very exciting, I believe.
I'm just wondering whether we've had a change up in plan because, oh no, looks like we're up with Riley KRUSE. I recognise him as a young Taupo lad. And there's Powell, his trainer, putting on the headgear, getting ready. So we'll head down to our ringside announcer to introduce both the boxers to us.
So, ladies and gentlemen, next bout on the cards is a cadet novice 46 kilo weight division, fought at 3 1.5 minute rounds. Your boxer in the red corner from Nookie's Gym. Let's welcome Zavier MCINTOSH. His opponent in the blue corner from Shane Cameron's Fitness. Let's welcome Georiy BITEV.
Zavier Smith there in the red against BITEV there in the blue.
Yeah, well, this was the one that was changed around. I think there might have been a sort of a technical issue with the headgear, so they decided we'll just push them back and move it around, so we're dropping back. So this is the 46 kilogram, 3 1.5 minute rounds. Zavier Smith MCINTOSH from Nookie's Gym. Trains out at Wairaki. He's been boxing for 5 years, though, for a young fella. Quite a good length of time.
BITEV out of Shane Cameron's gym in Auckland, another prominent gym. Then once again, hey, look, no jabbing, no filling out process, straight uppercuts and hooks. What happened to boxing 101 in this start of the round, guys?
It's definitely trying to get the attentions of the judges early.
Yeah, and he's not.
Potentially that weight before got them a little bit impatient. Now they've just come out the gate.
Both weighing in at 46 kg. Georiy BITEV, as you say, has come out very, very aggressively, working the body as well.
I don't even think I've seen a jab from him yet. Maybe a right and a left body shot, but he hasn't even put the jab out.
Little smile on his face, looks like he's enjoying his day.
Like you said earlier, Sam, it can be quite overwhelming when someone comes out like that. There's no filling out process. They just come running at you, straight hooks, body shots.
Absolutely.
What would you be doing in those sort of situations?
Well, you need to obviously make them try and walk onto shots. So you pop back when they're attacking, and you'll double the impact of your punch if they're walking onto it. So that would be the smart move. And I'm seeing a lot of exchanges here. One thing that he is doing is just he's keeping center ring. He's keeping center ring and making him dance around him on the outside, which is good tactic. And it gives the judges the impression that he's in control of the whole thing, which he appears to be.
We're speaking to Rangi yesterday as well about the shots and shots landed, but also when you rock the head back, that's an instantaneous point scorer, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, you might get one on the gloves, but if you rock that head back, that obviously hit them and it hit them hard.
And that's why good old head shot is more effective than a body shot, because body shots sometimes you're not sure if it really sunk in, but you snap the head back, it looks good for the judges to score.
As it was just pointed out on that replay right at that point.
Yes.
So the seconds are giving their instructions to their young boxers. How many boxers have you got down with you, Sam?
We brought down 6, but we had 6 competing, but we had more available. But with the changes, they weren't able to compete. But they were still able to get some competition sparring in this morning and yesterday morning, which was very good.
As we were saying earlier in the piece, that Boxing New Zealand have got a problem. They've got so many people that want to compete.
Yeah, I guess that's a good problem. You know, like a lot more people trying to do the sport, which is excellent. I'm all about that, but we just need to find ways to make it possible.
Zavier came running out the gate, now meeting BITEV with the same aggressive style. It's sort of tapered off again, and BITEV looks like he's gaining control once again.
Yeah, he's not throwing the haymakers. He's actually been quite...
Beautiful.
He's definitely sinking everything into those body shots. He's been watching Shane's footage.
Great to see too from these young guys. I mean, they're only 46 kilograms, but they're throwing like middleweights.
Absolutely. I love seeing, in these events you see some real moments of brilliance, and the kids don't even know that they're doing themselves. It's just kind of coming naturally, but you can see there's a lot to work with for some of these girls.
Well, even one of your guys, Wee Man. How old is Wee Man?
He's only 12.
For him to move the way he does, you know, he's quite
really
cerebral for you know, a smaller fighter, and it's just natural. It's natural instinct, right? He's born with it.
Absolutely, yeah. And he's been in the gym a long time. He did a lot of training with our youth academy program, and he's a lot more experienced than his amount of points shows.
I think BITEV is, to me, controlling this bout really, really well.
Yeah, I agree.
Just as you said there, he throw a couple over the top that did land on the head there of Zavier.
Now, we talk about the safety in the amateur ranks, which is you can see by all the safety gear that these young men are wearing. But, of course, it's all controlled by the referee in the ring. And their #1 priority, #1 focus is on the safety of these young boxers.
Yeah, and they appear to be doing an excellent job at this event, which is so good. In the pros, you keep going till someone hits the ground, but here where they really take care, if someone's overwhelmed, then they'll just give them a count or even stop it.
So the young boys, of course, just taking their final breaths. These are all, of course, championships to be. This is where they get their medal and their certificate to say that they are the Golden Gloves champion for 2021. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Sky Sport next.
Sam, too, would you say that with the cameras on, the guys are going a little bit harder and faster, or is this just BAU? This is BAU, right? Every single year they throw down like this, don't they?
Yeah. Just winning a Golden Gloves title is enough incentive, but I think having the cameras there as well would push the guys a bit more. Yeah, I think, but just being in the stadium with the crowd and knowing you were fighting for a Golden Gloves title always pushed me to things I didn't know I had in me. So,
did you find it different under pressure or under the camera opposed to the amateur ranks when you started fighting pro?
Yeah, it's very different. The crowds are bigger, and but I think it just suited my style. You know, I like to walk guys down and hurt them, especially to the body, and it suited my style. Suited pros more than did amateurs.
But what a way to get started! And there's no one that makes it pro that doesn't start off an amateur. I mean, there's probably no one.
No. You need to do your apprenticeship. You need to do your apprenticeship, or you're really going to struggle.
Speaking of apprenticeships, we've got Chad Milnes making a return to the amateurs, 100+ fights. Looking forward to seeing him in the ring.
Absolutely, I'm excited for him. He was on the New Zealand team when I was back in the day, and now he's back in the mix. I'm excited for him. I knew he'd be back. I knew he'd be back when he took a break. I said, "You'll be back, bro."
He certainly is. And how long we got now? Not too long to go.
10 seconds to go in round #3.
Both boys still throwing down. I mean, usually you see guys getting tired, but they're throwing down right till the final second of round 3 here today. And Taupo, what a fight.
Good effort, boys.
Well, you're going to put a quiet little dollar on it. Which way would you be going?
Quiet little dollar cup of tea. I mean, look, BITEV started off so strong, hard and fast in those first 2 rounds. I think Zavier took the last one, but the boy in blue, I think, done it to take away the strap in this one.
And these young fellas, you know, they are, when you see them actually on television, they look reasonably tall, but they're not. They're actually quite short in stature, and they're only weighing 46 kilograms.
Well, they're 5 foot, so probably about the same height as me.
Yo, you're stretching it a bit, aren't you?
What are you, Peter? Like 6 foot?
I think I'm just under 6.
Okay, we'll head down and get the results. Down to Shale Moana Jenkins.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bout of this decision of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, is a unanimous decision in favour of the blue corner.
He looks pretty happy with himself.
Georiy.
They should both be really
BITEV.
happy. There's great performances by both of them.
As I've said, for most fights, well, all fights, they're all winners, but someone walks away with that, you know, that #1 contention title, and good on BITEV. I mean, did his gym proud. Zavier did a good, you know, did his gym proud as well.
We always talk about it too, Sam, is how the sportsmanship and the camaraderie gets on from a very, very early age.
Absolutely. Like all my years in the sport, I, you know, we're like a big whānau. It's like a big whānau. When I disappeared when I was pro, I disappeared for about 5 years. When I came back, it was just like reconnected with whānau, and it was so good. Like the feel was exactly the same. You welcome back in, and I felt like I hadn't even been anywhere.
Well, of course, we'll get a big day of boxing here at the Great Lakes Centre. It's fantastic, and of course, we're going to be looking at, as we go up the weight divisions, some absolutely amazing bouts. We had some great fighting yesterday, absolutely outstanding. So we'll look forward to it. So we'll find out, as I say, this is fast and furious boxing, my friends, because we're going up to the 48 kg rate. So we'll head down to Shale again. And Shale, if you'd like to introduce our next two boxers, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to bout number 6 on the cards. It is a cadet male novice 48 kilo weight division, fought at 3 1.5-minute rounds. Your opponent in the rear corner from Nookie's Gym, let's welcome Riley KRUSE. His opponent in the blue corner from Shamrock Boxing, let's welcome JT NAOVASA.
So JT
Your
NAOVASA
referee
is in the blue
Rua
corner.
Williams.
And Riley KRUSE in red, local Taupo boy, 48 kg, again 3 1.5-minute rounds. Our referee's going to give them their final instructions and say, right, here we go, boys.
48 kilograms once again, pocket rockets, but stepping up a little. But the action certainly isn't slowing down, because look at the way they're starting off this round once again. Massive shots there from Riley.
Yeah, I think I'd slow it down just a little bit. You're throwing a lot of...
Oh, a bit of a backhand as he came back with that there, right?
Yeah.
Not allowed to do those.
Bit more of a boxing contest at the moment, it seems.
And Seb, for those watching back home, why can't you do a backhand like that? Is it just an illegal punch, isn't it? Could maybe lead to an elbow?
The scoring part is the knuckle part of the glove, and backhanding, it's not a scoring shot, and so it's an illegal punch. And you're not going to hurt anybody with a backhand anyway. You'll hurt them when you hit them with the index and the middle knuckle. Those are the ones that are going to do the damage.
Big shots here from Riley KRUSE. I mean, I'm loving the way he launches into it. A little bit unorthodox, but if one of them connects, it could do the damage.
Look at, he's getting himself caught up on the rope, but managed to get himself out nicely.
The thing too with that wild overhand punch, it leaves him quite open. Like when he throws it, he doesn't get his guard back quick enough for JT to capitalise on.
Yeah, I agree. It's a devastating punch if it lands, but it leaves you wide open if it misses.
It's very telegraphed as well.
I was going to say exactly that same thing. It looks like he, you know...
I mean, you'll almost throw something like that to feint, but if it lands, it could be good night, JT. JT coming forward, though, wants to put Riley to an early night. With a
I
great
think Powell
finish.
will be sitting down with him right now and saying, just slow it down a little bit, get control. Don't throw those haymakers, because he walks straight into that right hand.
He certainly did. I mean, they're only 48 kilograms, but those shots would have a bit of sting.
Great to see a great crowd building up here at the Great Lakes Centre as well. I mean, there's
Definitely.
probably only about 20 or 30 vacant seats at the moment. So if you are in town,
Come on in and
enjoy it. Otherwise, you're having the best view in the house with Sky Sport next.
I must admit too, it's a beautiful warm day. It's feeling like Hawaii in here today compared to yesterday.
Oh, come on.
Maybe because I've got thermals and long johns on.
Yeah, we had to open up one of the shops in town just so he could go and buy long johns this morning because he was complaining so much.
Oh, it must be cold.
It is cold here. I'm used to it back home under the mountain, but it is cold here.
Yeah.
I don't know about long johns cold. I don't know if it's long johns cold, bro. But
Oh, come on. We've been to telling you I'm wearing long johns. All right. Well, I'm moving to the action now. I'm still loving the style here from Riley.
Absolutely. They're both trying to hit and not get hit, which makes for a good contest.
You know,
both trying to use the signs.
JT's got a slight higher skill level, but it doesn't mean that these shots that Riley KRUSE is throwing ain't going to rack up the points and ain't going to hurt. But just quite telegraphed and very sort of wild. Lots of space that JT just moves forward on as soon as he sees that space.
The referee
I
doing
think the difference is with the straight shots is they're just coming straight off the chin, straight down the pipe, straight back to the chin, where his shots seem to loop from a little bit lower, but those split seconds count in boxing. They count. You can see it coming just enough time to move your head, just enough to get out of the way.
Yeah, JT is definitely stalking Riley down, but Riley holding his own. Of course, trained out with Powell's Nookie's gym, with Powell, his coach.
It gives it too to see the movement here from JT. You know, smart boxing. Started going for the body. Then when he got into the clinch, he put his hands out. You know, he's quite a smart, young, intelligent fighter.
Definitely feeling it. You can see how fatigued he's feeling.
Massive shots there from JT. Big body shot to the breadbasket.
So again, the standing count means really nothing in the scoring. It's just the referee saying, look, I think you might have taken one that hurts a little bit. You're all right.
If anything, it's for the ref. It gives the ref a chance to see, hey, does this kid need to be taken out of this, or it gives them a chance to assess the situation.
Yeah, for those, because we've got such great camera angles, it's really interesting. If you watch the referee's eyes too, when he's given a standing 8 to one of these young boxers, he will position himself where he's actually getting a good visual on him to see how he's looking.
Yes, how glassy his eyes may be, responding to his calls. These boys look alright, but he just looks very tired.
And then one straight into the breadbasket.
You can actually hear some of the shots echoing too.
So these boys, as I say, they're only the lightweights, but they're doing exceptionally well, both in the 48 kilogram rate. And as I say, you'd imagine we're going to move up the weights until we get into the evening session, but there's a lot of boxes yet to come. We've got a total of 26 fights in this morning session. We're heading almost into the afternoon. And then, of course, we've got about an hour's break on Sky Sport next, and we'll be back for the evening session as well.
JT comes sprinting out to the bell, and it seems like a bit of a trend for each and every fighter. Look at that, he just took a couple of punches.
He's doing two things really well. I love obviously his footwork and he's popping back at the right times, but even when he's in the pocket, he's moving his head and he's making himself hard to hit. When someone's got good feet and good head movement, they're a very hard person to fight.
Just stalking.
Trying to pin it up into the corner.
Nice, just slips back, can't do it with the right hand. I like this kid. I like both these kids, but I see a few things in blue that I like.
He
just seems more in control, more composed, doesn't he?
Didn't see why the standing 8 count was given, unless one of you boys picked it up, but missed it. Referee's happy. As I say, it doesn't affect the scoring of this bout, but if he gets 3 in the one round, whoop.
Rua's noticed that he's just very fatigued, I think.
Is he going, okay? Yeah, I'm all right. Ref, let's keep going. I'm not giving up. I haven't worked all hard this year, for this session.
Oh, and JT goes down, just a slip. Not a punch, just a slip there.
When you see over the last day and a half, we actually all the boxers have pretty much stayed on their feet. We haven't had anyone.
No one's been
go
clear
down.
cut.
So there's been some great technical boxing going on, and I think the referees enjoying themselves, the smiles on their faces when they see these young fellas go for it.
Oh, look at Riley comes through, throws it, he's clapping. The ref claps himself.
As you see the referee going, I enjoyed that as much as those viewers at home and those in the auditorium.
I'm sure that's why Rua does it. He actually risked my very first fight 15 or 20 years ago, and he's still doing it now. He just loves it. He loves this game.
So we have Sam Rapero with us, of course, and joined by Isaac Savage, all the way from the Big Smoke of Auckland. And of course, I'm Brent Perry. Hope you're enjoying the coverage we're producing for you at Sky Sport Next. And of course, these boys will all shortly be presented with their medals and certificates. So we'll head down. The referees, judges have made their decision, and who took this one out. So we'll cross down to Shale Moana Jenkins.
Decision of that bout, ladies and gentlemen, comes from a unanimous decision. And today, your North Island Golden Gloves champion goes to the blue corner.
Well, you caught it right, Sam.
NAOVASA.
You thought that that's where it went?
I thought it was a good fight. Good effort for both the boys. It's a common misconception with people see pro fighters on TV, and you know, if they lose a fight, it's a huge deal. You know, it really damages their career, but it's not like that in amateur boxing. It's like a game of rugby. If you lose a game of rugby, it's not a huge deal. You obviously want to win, but it's not the end of the world, and you just go away and learn from it, which these boys will definitely both do there.
There's a game on next weekend with the rugby. These guys, of course, just go back into the gym and try and perfect their craft, their skills.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not the end of the world. Like, they want to win, but it's not the end of the world that when they just take away what they learn from it and work on whatever they need to.
Whatever needs to be done. So, of course, as I say, non-stop boxing for the 2021 North Island Golden Gloves Championship. So, again, we've got another 2 boxers. We're moving up just a fraction to 52 kg. Again, 3 1.5-minute rounds. So we'll head down to Shale. Shale.
About number 7 on the cards for today's session, ladies and gentlemen, is our first female cadet fight up for tonight. It's 52 kilo weight division, 3 1.5-minute rounds.
Now, I watched...
In the red corner from Nuki's gym, let's welcome Te Taurahere Peters Brown. Her opponent in the blue corner from the Wairarapa Boxing, Daisee OMUNDSEN.
Now, Daisee OMUNDSEN, she, I think, if my memory serves me right, she boxed in Probhjot.
That's correct.
At the Nationals.
Solid performer too out the Wairarapa. It's going to be a good fight though against Taurahere.
Burning holes in each other's faces with their eyes.
Yes, you know, looks could kill, and look, they're coming out once again. All hematon, guns blazing. It's going to be a good fight.
Don't be confused by what you're watching on TV. We can hear some of these punches from where we are. We're probably about 20 metres away from these girls.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, some of these shots are connecting so hard, they're echoing throughout the stadium.
You know, adrenaline is an amazing drug, because these girls, all these guys today, will be fighting harder than they've ever sparred, but this occasion pulls something out of them. But you can deal with some amazing pain and push through things with adrenaline.
Well, young Daisee from the Wairarapa, we've been talking with some of the smaller gyms struggle to get sparring partners. How would you deal if you've got a couple of young ladies in your gym? How do you work with them?
Well, your whole gym's a team, and I was in the same boat back home in Taranaki. I didn't have people my experience or my weight, and I always just had to make stipulations for myself as sparring. Maybe with this opponent I can only throw the jab, or this opponent I can only counter with the right hand, or I make it hard for myself with little stipulations. So there's always ways to work around it. But I did try and travel a lot for sparring as well.
What we're finding too, though, there's more females in the sport, and Mayhem's a really good example of female fighters in a gym. There's actually at times more females in there, and Giovanna Perez, the WBO champ, actually had to spar some of the guys. You would have heard of Giovanna Perez, wouldn't you, Sam Rapetta?
Yeah. Terry's done a great job with boosting female boxing, and he's doing a great job with his female fighters, so good on him.
And of course, you don't necessarily happen to get into the ring. The actual training that boxers go through, a lot of women do it just for that, as opposed to getting into the ring.
Absolutely. Boost confidence, obviously helps get healthier. It's a great thing to be involved in.
There's a lot of people too that start off in boxing for fitness and say, hey, why don't I just give this a crack, see how good I am against someone else? Then it turns into that. Holly McMath is a really good example of that.
So seconds have been called, and we get into round number 2. These are 1 and 1.5 minutes, so we are fast and furious as we get through it. We're jumping up to 2-minute round shortly.
Sprinting out the gate there, Daisee. I mean, coming in hard and fast. You talk about fast and furious. I mean, they're starting off every single round very strong.
Well, we have said it, Isaac, before. Of course, you know, they don't have a lot of time, and they do want to have that championship medal around their neck to say that I am a Golden Gloves champion. Once you've got it, no one can take it back off you.
It's actually, it gets you used to a higher caliber of boxing. I mean, obviously, we love all fight sports, pro boxing, amateur, but you get used to such a fast pace. It's going to be hard to watch any other style of fighting after this.
Yeah, no rounds off, mate. Every moment in the ring is an opportunity to score points, and they take it.
As you can see, the referees have done a wonderful job watching closely, but letting the boxers deal with it themselves.
Yeah, I agree, and that's a big thing. Some refs make the fight more about them than the fighters, where these guys are letting it go, which is so it should be.
Crowd's getting vocal, of course, and that's only going to get better and bigger as the day goes on. We're here at the Great Lakes Centre in Lake Taupo. And a very good number of people coming through the door. It's growing as the bouts continue, as we step up.
Really hard one to judge too. I mean, I haven't been scoring down the points, but what would you call this one, Sam? What, are you sliding any way to red or blue?
From my views, I've been looking at the camera. I'm probably leaning towards blue corner, but you know, one thing that we can't show is where the refs are seated around the ring. They've got one view, and they may miss the two big shots that we thought were really good scoring shots. They might have been on a bad angle, so that's why it's really hard one to call when we've all got different viewpoints.
Yeah, well, that's one thing what Rangi was saying to us yesterday, who of course came up and spoke with us for a little while. And he was saying that, you know, you just absolutely focus. You're not listening to what the crowd's doing. He's not being influenced by the crowd noises. It's basically what you're seeing.
That is a big factor. That is a big factor. I mean, everybody's cheering. So when there's some locals fighting, they're all cheering for them, obviously, and it does influence you a little bit.
Well, I remember at the Nationals in Taurahere, when we got into that final evening, all the Canterbury guys were supporting there. It didn't matter what gym you were out of. If you were a Canterbury, and it was Canterbury against... Right. And it was fantastic as we get into round number 3.
Third and final. Daisee starting on
the
strong.
girls know they both know it's close. They want to put a stamp on this round.
Peters Brown really has to step it up now if she wants to start taking the points. Or even like maybe potentially steal a round, because Daisee is up on the scorecards.
We've had quite a number of split decisions and a couple of decisions that we read completely wrong yesterday, so we've decided we're not going to make predictions.
Yeah, again, it's their viewpoint. It just being at a different angle on the ring, they might have a completely different view of all the effective shots that we saw. So
we were talking about that earlier, though. Sometimes, too, when you watch a fight back on camera angles, you see gaps, you see holes, you see where you should have taken an opportunity and not done that. But that's the great thing about watching it back from all these angles. You're right, the judges are seeing it for what it is right then and there.
Yeah, definitely. And they've been trained on blocking out the crowd and just going off what they're seeing. Who's controlling it, who's dictating it, who's ring general, who's landing more effective scoring shots. I think they're doing a pretty good job.
10 seconds.
So here comes the final flurry of punches that need to be thrown. This is going to determine who is going to be the 2021 Golden Gloves champion. And they'll give themselves a cut. How are you? Thanks, Ray. Let's go and have a milkshake.
They probably will. Or a cup of tea.
Well, at least we haven't got that bet going on with Steve as we did last time.
What's the bet? What was the bet?
Too many cups of tea on who was winning what and picking the bouts. So we're getting the highlights brought to you by Sky Sport next. If you're wondering, we're both all trying to keep our voices with us. Some 50 bouts that we're going to be calling over the next few hours. So
locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded. So these girls just showing you the highlights. Judges have made their decision, so we'll head down to Shale Moana Jenkins and get the result.
Congratulations to our two cadets. Decision of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, comes by a unanimous decision. And your new Golden Gloves champion 2021 comes from the blue corner, Daisee OMUNDSEN.
Good effort, girls.
There you have it, new champ, Daisee OMUNDSEN walks away the Golden Glove North Island champ.
Both girls are going to go and get their certificates and medals. probably hurts a little bit right now, but of course, and again, this is where we sort of love the sportsmanship, holding the ring open.
I've never played any other sport, so I can't. But from everyone I've spoken to, like the camaraderie in this game is it's right up there. And like I say, we're all a big whānau, and it's not what people think when they see Floyd Mayweather and that on TV. They think it is a certain way. It's not like that. It's definitely community focused and whānau orientated.
Can you remember who you fought first, Sam?
My very first fight, yeah. Henry Bolt. I don't know if he's watching now. Hi, bro.
Still friends?
He lives in Tauranga, and I haven't seen him since. It was a long time ago.
He's probably watching, so we'll jump back down, and as I say, we keep it going. We don't have time to hang around with some 50 bouts to get through today, so we'll jump down now and get the introduction of our next two fights. This is the male cadet 52 kg.
Bout number 8 on the card, ladies and gentlemen, is a cadet male 52 kilo weight division, fought at 3 1.5-minute rounds. From the red corner and fighting out in the Napier boxing, let's welcome Harvey MADDEN. His opponent in the blue corner from Shane Cameron Fitness, let's welcome Lucifero SPRAGGS. Your referee is To Lamu.
I just see, I've actually fought her coach a couple of times, John Layton in the corner.
Yeah, I've
Shane
seen him
Cameron
fight a few times.
Yeah.
And how did that go between the two of yous?
Yeah, they were good fights, yep. And he was a good counterpuncher from memory.
All right, we go 3 by 2-minute rounds, 52 kilograms. Harvey MADDEN there in the red, Lucifero SPRAGGS there in the blue. 1.5-minute rounds. I stand corrected as they move up to the 52 kilogram weight division.
Both these boxers standing around about 5'3", give or take, so there's no height advantage to either one of them.
Big looping shots there from Lucifero.
He expels a little bit of energy that you want to try and probably hang on to.
Nice long jab.
So, of course, Harvey out of Napier boxing. He's done quite a lot, actually, for a young fella. Had 11 bouts, I think.
Lucifero starting to take control a little bit early on. Big shots.
I like his long game. Yeah, and he doesn't need to take many risks to come in short. So if I was him, I would stay long the whole fight, because this kid doesn't seem to be aggressive at all. I'd just keep him at the end of his jab. They call the jab the can opener, you know, it sets everything else up. If he just keeps popping him with the jab, then...
See, he feints a bit as well, doesn't he, Sam?
Yeah, which is very effective, very effective. Like I said before, split seconds counterboxing, so that little reaction they do to your feint sets something else up.
Then moves in quickly.
Big body shots there from Lucifero.
Yeah, he took 3 very good shots to the body, and he's getting the standing 8 count. Young Harvey MADDEN in the red. Here you go, all right to go. Referee says, yep, all right, box away.
Sometimes some people see an 8 count, they go, why do they give an 8 count? But they don't know these kids. They don't know how much that these kids can take, and you know, if it might be too much for some of them. So it's fair enough, you know, he can make a call when he wants to, have a better look at at how they take receiving the shots, and he can decide if it's too much or not.
So, of course, here on Sky Sport Next, I hope you're enjoying the coverage. We've got viewers from all parts of the world, actually, getting in and linking in, because a number of countries still don't have any live sport with crowd participation. So we're very fortuitous here in Taupo that, and New Zealand, that we can still be doing all of this sort of thing.
Best country in the world, mate. Sometimes we forget how lucky we are here in New Zealand.
Yeah, we were one of the first to open up relatively early, you know, have over 100+ crowd. We're certainly going to get over that here tonight, win today, as we get ready now for this final against Harvey MADDEN. They're in the red, Lucifero, they're in the blue. Lucifero, like you said too earlier, Sam, he's got a great game. He doesn't actually move back that much as well.
No, just enough, which is what you need to do. You just enough to make the miss and then make them pay for missing.
Young Harvey seems to be standing sort of nicely sort of off square, so he's limiting the amount of target to young SPRAGGS. But he managed to get him into the ropes earlier in round number 1 and put a couple of big body shots in, and he's still going back down to that mid-rift and saying, I can take the wind out of your sails here.
Just watching the way Lucifero moves in and out too, he certainly looks like he's got a little bit of a reach advantage. A little bit taller, but the reach looks quite different between both these boxers.
But you're absolutely right about the feints. The feint is making it so much more effective. Just even there, so the defensive feint, he feinted to make him because he looked like he was going to have a go, but when he feinted, he stood back and thought, nah, I won't try it.
You've got to admit, Sam, how frustrating it is when you throw maybe 1, 2, 3 jabs at somebody and they move out the way, you can't even hit them.
Absolutely, yeah. When I was training with Mooney's boys, they were all so good at feinting and making me miss, and it makes you have to be better.
So it's the end of round number 2. Pretty evenly split, although I think you might be right that young SPRAGGS is probably just slightly ahead. But again, our predictions haven't always been accurate over this last day and a half with the Golden Gloves for 2021.
They're both having their moments. They're both doing some things really well. And again, it depends what angle the judge is on to what they're seeing. They may not be seeing exactly the shots we're seeing.
Don't forget, even if you're watching, to like us on Facebook as well.
Share it around, Instagram, TikTok. This is probably one of the only live boxing events that is going global. Sunday here in Taupo.
Still tucked under your duvet watching it.
Third and final, the money round. Both boys have done great so far. I mean, Lucifero showing those feints. A beautiful jab, but MADDEN coming through too. Coming through, starting to show a bit more prowess those later rounds. Just as I said that, Harvey MADDEN starting off very aggressive.
Of course, we've still got a good number of bouts as we're moving up through the weight classes. This is the 52-kilogram cadet male.
Is turning into a bit of a matador and a bull situation, which is always great viewing, but he's trying to keep him at the end of his long shots, make him walk on the shots, which he did very well just then, and he's trying to muscle his way in, and it makes for great fighting.
You're right, it seems like Harvey MADDEN just keeps trying to chase Lucifero down. Lucifero doing so well at making Harvey walk into those shots.
Yeah, it's and like I say, it's doubling the impact of the shots. So the punch has got so much power, but it's doubled because he's walking onto it. It's that much more effective.
So they've got 30 seconds to decide who is going to be our champion. Lucifero SPRAGGS up against Harvey MADDEN. And it'll be that last 10-second flurry when they'll be deciding make or break. Love every bit of this. This is fantastic.
Both boys coming forward. 10-second clapper.
These guys' styles match each other for a great fight.
Love the way that Lucifero really loads up that body. And he threw it about 4 or 5 times there effectively.
Yeah, and as you say, with each one of these young ones, their styles, they develop it, hone it, get the skills right. I mean, he managed to land a couple against young Harvey into the mid-rift, and you know, that really would have taken a bit of wind out of him.
Definitely. And they both seem to be fighting to what their physical shape is. You know, he should be fighting long, and he should be fighting short. So they're doing the right thing. They just need to be, you know, as good at it as they can.
Great camera angles we're getting from our production team. We've got about 7 cameras operating at the moment. I'm not quite sure, 6 or 7.
It's outstanding, the coverage.
So the boxes are now being called into the centre. We're going to find out who it is. So while we do, we'll head down to Shale Moana Jenkins to give us the update.
Results of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of unanimous decision, a new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 comes from the blue corner, Lucifero SPRAGGS.
Well done, Mr. Spraggs. But I think Harvey Madden from over the Hawke's Bay, which was really nice, presenting the medal to his opponent and the certificate. And these boys doing it. This is one of the nice things about this amateur, isn't it? Both presented the opposite positions medal to each other. Fantastic.
Great sportsmanship from both fighters.
So we've got a number of people that are going to be coming and joining us. Of course, Sam, and one of them we've heard is we might have a visitation from the one and only David Tour, who might be driving down.
Oh, nice. David loves giving back to amateur boxing, and he's an awesome guy. Great guy, great role model. And that's really cool. Yeah, he came down to one of the last few that I was here, and it's a great moment for these guys to see someone who's done it all. He has done it all. He's my all-time favourite, most entertaining fighter, by the way. I love watching the old tour fights.
So we're calling in our next male cadets. This is the 54 kg. These are 3 1.5-minute rounds. Rookie's Jim's having a busy day, and of course he's up against Lance Rebels, young Tristan Nathan. And Nookie's is Connor Campbell. So Shale, would you like to introduce us to our next...
Bout number 9 on the cards today, ladies and gentlemen, is a cadet male 54 kilo weight division, fought at 3 1.5-minute rounds. From the red corner, and again fighting out of Nookie's gym, let's welcome Connor Campbell. His opponent in the blue corner from Rebels Gym, let's welcome Tristan Nathan.
Tristan's an orthodox boxer.
Is Paul McCherry.
He's won 10, lost 3, so he's well trained, of course. Lance Rebels, probably, we were talking about it yesterday with one of the only Kiwis to actually jump in with Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, Lance Ruiway, one of the only few to jump in, and quite rambling in the fact too that he was just watching in the crowd. Muhammad Ali came to New Zealand and he jumped in and did a few rounds.
Now that would be intimidating.
Yeah, well, he said Muhammad Ali went harder than he thought, but so did he. So, hey, what a chance. If you get a shot, take it, right? Take it to the world champ.
Absolutely. So again, Connor Campbell in the red corner, Tristan Nathan in the blue. Round number 1.
Nookies against Rebels gyms, and I'm sure these gyms have had a few showdowns in the past. Hey Sam, from your point of view, is there many competitive rivalries between gyms out there in New Zealand?
Not unhealthy ones. Obviously, people like being the best in their region, and so yeah, people like competing. You know, all the Auckland guys want to be the best club in Auckland and all that, but I don't think there's any unhealthy ones.
Well, there's nothing like a bit of healthy competition. And speaking to healthy competition, once again, these guys have started off, guns are blazing, no jabs, just straightforward shots, body shots.
No,
she's all go.
They're exchanging both landing punches early in the round. As I say, you've only got a minute and a half, so I suppose do it or not.
Connor Campbell there in the red. Out of Nookies, Tristan Nathan.
Good variation as punches coming with the uppercuts, going back down to the body. Trying to unlock the puzzle of his tight defence. Just giving him the 8 count.
Connor Campbell starting to put the heat on early to get that count.
And a referee McCherry, as I say, these guys are just making sure that the boxes are okay. If he took a bit of a beating, he'll be watching it very closely. Oh,
sprinting out.
Connor Campbell says, I feel I've got this. I'm just going to keep it going.
He seemed like Usain Bolt as he came out the gate there and just ran into that punch.
Of course, if you're not defending, you're not throwing counter punches,
I mean,
the referee will step in and run a second one.
What a finish. I mean, how could you not be excited about that? Have you seen many fighters sprint out like that, Rapera?
Not that fast, I don't think, but
he almost sprinted out before he could throw the punch.
I've seen people come out as keen, but not physically run at them like that. But he's doing the job.
It's almost like a league game there.
I think he was very lucky that he didn't get a second 8 on this one, because you can see these is in those slow motion shots. He's feeling it. He's getting those punches through. Young Connor Campbell.
Oh, look at that replay. It just goes to show how many shots were landing.
It was just Paul's experience. Paul knew the end of the round was coming up.
Connor Campbell there in the red. Might have to call him the 100-metre sprinter with the performance like that. Let's see how he runs out to round 2. I haven't seen anything like it. That's the quickest so far. Just a bit of a hop and a skip now. Oh, Tristan wants to meet him early on. Big body shot there from Tristan. Nathan, I heard that all the way from here. Might have put the sprinter at bay.
As you say, it's a 100-metre sprint.
Yeah, well, hey, look, that shot, certainly, I wouldn't say it's slowing down Connor Campbell, but it made him think twice. Because he's not going as fast as what he was.
Well, Tristan just scored a nice one, but Connor's come back and said they're doing. The crowd's getting really vocal now.
Tristan's having a better round here.
I think his corner said very quickly, you need to get into this. Lance probably gave him a word. Nice overhand right.
Beautiful display here from Tristan.
Yeah, they're both toe-to-toe. They're not...
Beautiful movement there from Connor Campbell. You see through the punch and then stepped up to the right. Smart boxing.
Tristan's having a much better round.
Yeah, what would you have been saying to him if you're in Tristan's corner there between rounds, Sam?
Just trying to calm him down. You know, often these first rounds, like I said before, it's just a whirlwind and they just let the nervous energy take over. But he seems a lot calmer now. Doesn't appear to be getting as overwhelmed. And things seem to be coming together better for him this round.
He did look like he was in his groove a bit more in round 2.
Sometimes you got after that first round, it's a bit of a shock, and you kind of, you know, you do your deep breath in the break, slow your heart rate down, and things settle a bit. Where some people, the first round is just such a whirlwind that it's just a bit much for them. So maybe it could be the case with them.
Well, that's the thing, right? Could be quite overwhelming. There's so much going on. The lights, camera, action, plus someone's throwing 100 punches at you. It's quite a lot to calculate, given the circumstances.
And the old adrenaline, you've got to have that as a major factor in round number 1 as you're even coming out after you warm up.
Some people, we call them front runners, where they just go hard in the first round and then they're dying late. So we'll see how they go now.
What do you call the ones too, Sam, in the gym that are very good in sparring but not as good at fighting and not so good at fighting?
Gym fighters are ring fighters. So and there's plenty of them, and you never know until they're in the ring. They could be good gym fighters, and they go to war and do everything right in the gym, but during the fight it doesn't happen, and vice versa.
But what's Wee Man?
He's all round. Like, I haven't seen him choke in real fights, and I've seen him being pretty consistent in the gym, so I'm really happy where he's at.
Well, Tristan Nathan's come out and that's just a slip.
Just a slip, third and final. It's only a minute and a half, so we're just down to the 1 minute clapper now. 100 mark, as they say, 100-metre sprint.
So I'm not sure what the referee's telling him to do, and he's going to talk to both boxers and say, right,
and here he goes. Nice hook off.
Add a bit of a talking to him. Tristan coming forward now. I mean, this is an absolute war. What a display.
Connor was able to move nicely away from that little barrage.
And you can see his confidence. His confidence is right up there at the moment.
You know, I've loved what I've seen from both fighters. Tristan's showing the heart, the soul of a warrior. Connor Campbell, very dynamic, very vicious and technical as he comes forward and moves those angles.
Sort of.
How can you not love this fight? For those watching back home, you're in for a treat. All the angles on Sky Sport next.
Connor's conditioning's up there because I wasn't sure how he'd be going in the later rounds, but the work rate is as high as ever, so he's been doing his road work, he's been doing his sprints.
Beautiful body shot there. He threw it twice.
Try not to.
Tristan coming back in that last clapper.
A few little haymakers right at the last minute.
Don't count him out. Made it hard for him in those last few seconds.
Both boxers going to their opposing corners as you look at the replay here on Sky Sport next. Connor Campbell from Taupo up against Tristan Nathan from Lance Rebels Gym in Otara, Auckland. It's got a reasonably big contingent of boxers down here as well. Hope you're enjoying the highlights package. It's great being able to sort of get a few of these. You actually sort of see it, as you were saying earlier, Sam, with the judges sitting around, you know, where they're at.
Just the volume of punches thrown in this fight. I mean, I'm struggling to keep count, but they would have thrown over a couple of hundred.
Really busy
per
fighters,
piece.
which is great.
Yep. All right, we'll head down to Shale Moana Jenkins, our ring announcer, to announce the winner.
There you have it.
Well done.
Connor Campbell.
Well, I'll take one for the Taupo contingent from Manuki's gym here in Taupo. Powell will be wrapped with that. Absolutely his trainer.
Well deserved. I mean, what a champ. Loved how Tristan kept coming forward, kept fighting. But the winner, Connor Campbell, here on the night.
So as we've been saying, we've got a full card of boxing. I don't even think you can call it a card when you've got something like 50 bouts in a day. It's more than a card. It's
a marathon.
A book. It's like a book.
Oh, everyone's back home spoilt for choice. We've got the camera angles, we've got the footage, and we've got 50-odd fights in one day.
And who else have we got joining us later in the evening? We've got one of our referees joining us.
We've got Ina Schuster. She's had a few fights, been doing this 10, 20 years' time. Her dad's a very prominent figure in boxing too, so it'd be great to have her on the commentary team as well. And Sam, I'm sure you've seen her fight.
I definitely would have, but I'm very, very bad with names.
I'm sure you'll recognise her when she comes up.
Yeah, when she comes up.
She might even be judging one of the fights as we're commentating today,
right.
So we'll point her out.
Right.
So we're now just stepping into the cadet male. This is the 57 kilogram, 3 1.5 minute rounds. So we'll head down to Shale. Take it away.
Bout number 10, ladies and gentlemen, is a cadet male 57 kilo weight division, fought at 3 1.5 minute rounds. In the red corner from Hastings Giant, let's welcome Alex Cole. His opponent in the blue corner from Patutahi, let's welcome Kagen Kahukiwa.
We've had a bit to do with this Patutahi gym with training camps, and I like their fighters. I like their hearty, and they definitely come to fight.
Patutahi, yeah, they're the fighter there in blue against Alex there in the red from Hastings Giants. Hastings Giants too got a big contingent of supporters and fighters here on this
they do.
Golden Gloves.
Yeah, well, Kagen was the 2020 Golden Gloves champ. And Alex, this is a good matchup. He was Golden Gloves 2019 and also the national title in 2019. So both these boxers have had a reasonable amount of experience. And I'm sure they've probably come across each other as well. One being from the East Coast up Gizzy way and the other from Hawke's Bay. So maybe some visitations to one of each other's gyms. They might have crossed paths or touched gloves once before.
You can see it too in the experience level, the way they throw and deflect and get out the way. They use that distance a little bit better than some of the guys who've only had a couple of fights.
Definitely, you can see the signs that both. It's a chess match. They're trying to vibe the position to land the good shots. Beautiful hook off just now.
Big shot there too from Kagen. You heard that. And you, like we've said, we're only 20 metres away, so we're actually feeling these big shots too, whether it be on the headgear or the body. We can actually feel it from the commentary box here.
Yeah, Kagen's trying to dominate. Centre of the ring, pushing Alex back a little bit. But Alex has got good foot movement. He's managing to stay away from him.
Nice. Little step left hook there as he's moving those angles.
It's really good ring generalship from Kagen. And I like his hook off. There's that stepping hook as he steps across out of the way. It's a beautiful punch.
Alex is shutting him down too, though, as he walks forward with that aggressive style. You know, I do like that hook off. It's beautiful. But Alex is, you know, trying to shut that down with those lower body shots. Good matchup from both boys. Well, they are both champs.
Yeah, only a year apart when both on Golden Gloves. Alex, of course, in red was the 2019 champ. And Kagen was the 2020 Golden Gloves champ. These boys have travelled, particularly the East Coast. They were a little north of Gisborne, so you know, made a big effort to get themselves over to Taupo for the weekend. I know all the cafes in town are very happy.
Yeah, they've been busy everywhere we've gone. It's been a bit of a waiting line to even get a coffee, so I'll be loving it. Big ups to Taupo this weekend. Round 2, 1.5. These rounds are just flying by as these boys fight for the title.
You can actually, as we go up through the weight division, you can sort of see the amount of extra time they've had in the ring. So their craft is sort of being honed in as these guys get slightly older.
Just the patience.
You know, you start looking at it and the fact that they are, of course, it's just not all speed and gusto. They're now saying, okay, I want to be a good boxer. I want to, you know, get the things.
Absolutely. You can see the boys attempting the ring generalship. They're trying to set things up with distance and angles.
Yeah. Neither boy's intimidated by the other.
Nice movement there from Kagen. Just
He threw that one from Vietnam.
Yeah.
Out of the way of that punch. So it's amazing to see the speed of these young athletes, you know, the way they can deflect and see these shots.
But he just rocked himself back that little bit, just that at that last
beautiful
second.
to watch. Nice shot there from Kagen too.
Connected nicely with that overhand right.
Got clipped though there by Alex as he stepped back on the punch. Big shot again from Alex. Some of these shots from the boys are landing hard.
Hope you guys are enjoying Sky Sport Next. Of course, our coverage brought to you. We'd like you to like us on Facebook as well. And we can get that situation.
What a great round that was. I mean, both boys had beauty. They were showing, you know, they definitely had a few gems in each part of the round. Hard one to call. Would you be leaning toward one or the other in this one, Sam?
I think I like blue. I think, in general, you know, straight shots down the pipe, usually your best bet. And I like his long game. So I'd probably be going blue for him.
Got to love the aggression and heart though there from Alex. He's still fighting back. He's not going down without a fight, is he?
No. And they're always made for good fights. You know, when you got two people, it's a battle of wills, and it's a great fight. But yeah, I'm probably leaning towards Kagen. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, it's a very close one.
Well, young Alex is a busy young man. He enjoys his football, fishing, and is from St John's College over in the Hawke's Bay. So he's some of his mates, I'm sure, have locked themselves into Sky Sport Next to look at this bout.
I think he's been revved up a little bit in his corner. He's having a go.
Stepped nicely away from that one, didn't he, Sam?
Excellent timing, just pulled back.
How hard is it to control the centre of the ring when you've got a boxer who's got the Kagen type skills?
You can do it. You can do it with lots of tricks and fainting, like even just stomping your foot, just make them pop back, and then all of a sudden you've got control again. So there's lots of little tricks you can do without actually having to march forward and punch.
He's finishing very strongly. Both boxers, of course, waiting for the last 30 seconds of this round number 3.
Alex walking him down, or trying his best to walk him down, but Kagen's done such a great job.
This is a good round from Alex. He's appearing to be dictating all the action. So this is a very close fight.
Very close, and once again, don't envy the judges. Both boys right down as we go to the final clapper.
That was a very good fight. I enjoyed that.
Both former champs, so what do you expect? I mean, when they've got such high levels of boxing, it's always going to make for a very good matchup.
Agree. You can tell when the guys have been around the block, you know, like when you got very novice fighters compared to a little bit of experience makes a big difference.
Well, it's pretty evenly matched, and as we keep saying it, this is amateur boxing. It's scored differently. Will be joining us later on. We'll be talking to one of the judges to explain a little bit in detail how it all works, and also our judge is also a referee, so you're getting that situation of what she sees in the ring. Not that the referee has anything to do with the outcome of the match, but it all works together. So both the boxers have been brought to the centre ring. We'll cross down to Shale Moana Jenkins for the announcement.
Decision of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of unanimous decision, goes to the blue corner, Alex Cole.
So both be proud. It's a good fight.
There you have it, the winner, Kaden Kahu-Kiwa from Patutahi Gym. And like you said, they're a good gym, they're a gritty gym, and they're bringing out more and more fighters, Sam.
Yeah, being active and just staying in the gym is a big thing, you know, taking big long breaks and not getting many fights is it hurts a fighter. But being busy, and these guys are busy, you know, I see them around all the time.
So we're getting down to the 63 kilogram. As I say, it's fast and furious. 1.5 minute rounds. So you can see it on your screen at the moment at home. You'll see some of the bouts. As I say, total this afternoon's bouts, we have something like 26. So the boxers are being called in to get themselves prepped up. Bit of noise being made. These guys are a little bit bigger, of course, being taller as well. This is the 63, so we'll head down to Shale, who will announce and introduce our two boxers.
So bout number 11 brings us to our cadet male novice. 63 kilo weight division, fought at 3 1.5 minute rounds. In the red corner from east side, let's welcome Finn Cantwell. His opponent in the blue corner from Taumaranui Silverbacks, let's welcome Tyson TAITOKI-TURU.
So just having a look at some of these boxes
The
have been
referee
exceptionally
is
good.
Tyler Moran.
Giving us some information on the background. So young Tyson has only had a year in boxing, so we'll see how well he goes out of Taumaranui Silverback Boxing Academy. These boys are a little taller, so...
Hard to believe too. We've only jumped up 6 kilograms in weight. They look like giants out there, only 63 kilograms, but how tall are they?
Around about 1.78.
Certainly a bit bigger than some of the boys earlier. Finn Cantwell there from east side in the red. Tyson there in the blue.
We've had a bit to do with the Silverbacks gym as well, and I like their boys' style as well. Very light on his feet. Nice straight punches down the pipe.
Big shots there from Tyson.
Yeah, they're running around the ring, these two.
Look at the way he keeps switching angles. Isn't it good to see? He throws hooks at such a distance. He'll close that distance and then come in.
Yeah, bridging the gap it takes real skill, so he's doing well.
Well controlled by our referee.
And being so light on his feet is a great tactic, especially when you're fighting long.
Yeah, I'm loving the foot movement here from Tyson at the moment. Making it very difficult for Finn.
Making little angles on him. And you can see he's deliberately throwing short jabs to kind of test where he is, and then out of nowhere he'll probably come with a long right hand or a long jab like that one. Nice.
Making Finn really have to work for it. You know, he's moving such angles, making such a hard target to hit.
So he's going short, 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 long. And it's just surprising with a long shot. Nice.
Of course, when you're backing up like that and your opponent's coming at you and throwing punches, it's hard to keep your composure to try and sort of go, okay.
Absolutely, especially with the less experience, but these boys seem quite comfortable in there, which is great to see. That's when you see some real good boxing, some good exchanges, and some good setting up of sort of unlocking the puzzle.
Loving the angles too, like you said earlier, that Tyson moves on, making it just so hard for Finn to capitalise on.
Definitely. People don't realise how much just moving a foot to the left or the right changes everything for your opponent. It changes their attack that they have to throw to land on you. Meanwhile, while they're changing angle to set up, you've already launched your own attack. And he did it a few times in that round.
So getting the instructions finally from their quarter, say exactly what they want to do as the seconds have been asked to leave. As we get into round number 2, Finn Cantwell fighting out of the red corner. Tyson is in from Silverback in blue.
And look at the way
TAITOKI-TURU,
Tyson comes out.
Straight at it.
Straight at it, but he kind of glided. He just glided, and it just goes to show his foot movement. It's pretty smooth, isn't it?
Nice straight left.
Coming straight forward now, not moving those angles. Was that a slip?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a slip. Got rocked a bit there from Finn. That aggressive style is starting to pay a little bit off.
It's Finn's best shot, I think, would be to sort of corner him and put him up towards the ropes, because out in the middle of the ring, that's the Tyson's advantage.
Yeah, Tyson seems to sort of just get himself a little pinned down in the corner.
Yeah, that's if I was Finn, that's where I'd be trying to keep him. Out here, he's got options. He can pop back, he can move laterally. On the ropes, he's got nowhere to go.
Are you finding too with the Silverback gym that they use a lot of footwork? Is that just a particular
So
time?
here we go. You can see now he's got him up against the rope and he's having to backpedal Tyson very, very quickly, and Finn's sort of trying to capitalise on that.
Nice jab there from Tyson. Obviously, the shots are landing on Tyson too, because the headgear looks a bit moved.
Definitely. But I think his angles is making a difference here. He's constantly forming angles on Finn. It's making it very difficult for Finn.
So this is round number 2.
So that's where Finn has success. When he presses him against the ropes, it's his best chance.
10 seconds, and of course we're just about end of round number 2. Pretty evenly matched, I would say.
Yeah, it is. Again, it's Matador and the Bull. They're always the best fights.
I would be leaning a little bit to red, though. I just feel that he's sort of, once he gets Tyson onto the ropes, he just finds it difficult to get away from it, and he's managing to land a few punches as he gets them there.
Yeah.
And he keeps them there, and his hands are dropping, and he's just not able to get himself through it. If you watch this now, see he's trying to get himself away, and he's right on top of him. He's not letting him go.
Yeah.
Correct there, Brendan. I mean, a really hard one to score, that second round. The first round, probably maybe you call in favour of blue, but the second round, I mean, it could have gone either way. And as they say, we've got the money round next. Who wants us more? Who wants to come home the champ? We're soon going to find out.
Seconds are being called. Make or break, guys. This is it. 1.5 minutes to see whether or not you're the Golden Gloves champion for 2021.
Tyson there in the blue. Finn Cantwell there in the red. Probably glad you're not judging this one, eh, Sam?
Yeah, I've never. I don't think that I would be as good a judge. I feel like my pluses are.
Bit of a low blow.
My pluses is in the ring and in the corner.
Going to give him a count just while he gets his breath back.
Yeah, no, I think he was sort of trying to milk that, so I got hit a little bit below the belt. But
even if you've got a couple on, mate, that hurts.
Oh, the mouth guard went flying. Finn almost tried to pick it up himself, but they'll give it a quick spray, throw it back in, and continue the action. Always a good time to take a breather, isn't it, Sam, when the mouth guard falls out?
Definitely. I'll be in the corner now yelling out, distracting them, saying, get those deep roots in.
And I think you'll find that Finn will just take the same approach that he's done, try and pin him up against the ropes, walk him around, land a couple of nice bodies.
When he does that, that's his best work.
What a change of tides in this fight. You know, Finn coming forward now, being the aggressor, taking it to Kane.
Yeah.
Tyson.
And he's landing quite a lot. You just start to see a little bit of claret coming out of Tyson's nose at the moment. So I think that either it's, I don't think it was a head clash, but he's saying If I get him on the ropes and make him move around, he doesn't like it. He can't find a way up. Here we go again.
And he shut that style down. I mean, Tyson was moving angles, 10-second clapper now, but Finn is going in for the kill.
Conditioning is such a big factor in a fight like this. And Finn's conditioning's up there.
Right underneath our camera. Hope you enjoyed it.
What a finish. Finn could have stole the round in that one. What a performance there from Finn Cantwell out of east side.
Yeah, it was a big round for Finn.
I would actually take it and say it's going to be a split decision, but it's going to be it.
Oh, look, what a fight to watch. And for all those watching back home, obviously sport for choice for all the camera angles we have. Love to see how they're picking it at home too after the commentary and having a few judges and professional fighters here today.
But they are working it through.
Scoring those shots. And just remember, 8 counts don't count, but if the head rocks back, that's certainly going to count.
Yeah.
Big round for Finn. I think it was a good performance by both boys, but I think I'd lean towards Finn.
All right, we'll head down to Shale and she'll tell us who is the winner.
Decision of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, comes from a split decision, 3-2. And new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 from the blue corner, Tyson TAITOKI-TURU.
Excellent contest.
So they are being presented with their medals and their certificates.
What a fight that was.
So we got to be jumping up to Simba Mackie up against Austin Butler. This is junior male, 54 kg. Now this they're jumping up to 3 2-minute rounds.
Going down a weight. A little bit of weight, but don't let that fool you.
No.
Junior boys, these are good fights. Keanu Blackbourn, so that's Joseph Blackbourn's son, Smoking Joe Blackbourn.
Yeah, that's been a walkover and been awarded to young Mackenzie.
Oh, right, I
Kyron
see,
Mackenzie.
yep.
So we're jumping down to bout number 13. So we'll again head down to Shale and get our boxes to the ring. It's non-stop action here at the Great Lakes Centre for the 2021 North Island Golden Gloves Championships. Just waiting for the a little bit of a repair to the ropes. Just as that being said, the crowd is definitely filled in. It's great to see. Great to see people actually coming out and supporting these junior boxers. And as I say, we're only probably about a third or half the way through this afternoon session.
It's certainly starting to fill up here, and the crowd are getting a bit more lively. They're a bit louder than yesterday, to be honest. Potentially because there's more on the line today as well as we go through to the finals.
Finals is a step up.
So as I say, let's head down to Shale Moana Jenkins to introduce our next two boxers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at bout number 13 on your cards, and introducing junior male, 54 kilo weight division, fought at 3 2-minute rounds. From the blue corner, let's welcome from Men's Gym, Simba Mackie. His opponent in the red corner, from Masterton Boxing, Austin Butler.
So both these boxers
Your
weighing in
referee
at around
is
54 kg.
Lalu.
Again, don't be deceived. These guys are not that tall.
Yeah, they always look a little bit bigger on canvas. Simba Mackie there in the red, Austin Butler in the blue. Actually, Simba Mackie's pretty tall. He looks pretty tall.
He is tall, yeah.
But like we said, they're only 54 kilograms. And this is a 2-minute round, so stepping a little bit up in class.
He's got nice long arms, and Billy likes to train his fighters to fight long. And I think we're going to see some scientific boxing from Simba.
Simba out of, the red there, out of Billy's gym. Austin Butler out of Masterton. Both great gyms. we're in for one heck of a fight.
Led nicely with that left hand jab with Simba. Gave Austin a bit of a little wake up.
Interesting too, we've seen a lot of fights where they've had almost completely different styles. It feel like these two are quite well matched up and do have similar styles, so it's going to make for an interesting fight. Bit of a shove there from Austin.
Simba only, it seems like he only basically leans back with his hands down because he can just get his upper body out of range quite easily, being quite tall. Nice one too.
He keeps that left hand down quite low to his body, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that can be good because it draws the attack out of the opponent, so it's almost baiting him to have a go, and then he has a counter ready.
Nice little tap there on the head there from Austin. I'm liking the aggression, but sometimes that doesn't always win you the fight, does it, Sam? Especially in amateur ranks.
Absolutely.
That low guard there from Simba.
I see a little break coming up shortly, and with 15 seconds to go, I think his headgear needs to be just readjusted. You can see the flap at the back.
Looks a bit loose. Body shots there from Austin.
I could hear that from here.
What are your thoughts on that low guard, Sam? Is that how you train the guys at your gym, or it depends on the fighter if they've got the confidence to move?
Absolutely, it depends on the fighter. He's working it to his advantage. It would just be if somebody had the skill that they could slip inside and throw short shots, would he be ready? Would he be able to make the adjustments to deal with that? He is at the moment. This first round, he was able to get away with it, but could Blue go out and receive instructions and be able to capitalise on it? And if he did, could Simba make the adjustments needed? So I'm not saying that it's bad or that it's good, but it worked that round.
It did early on in the fight, and you're right. As the fight wears on, he gets a little bit tired, fatigued. He's not as elusive, as active. He might take a few shots.
So yeah, it depends.
We saw that in earlier
there's
fights.
so many times there where there's no one set rule for anybody. You know, some people get away with it every time. So there's no one set rule for anything. If he can make that work for him, then great. But if Austin can make the adjustments and capitalise on it, then he's done his job.
Beautiful foot movement there from Simba.
Likes to be referred to as the Heartbreaker Kid. I like Wee Man. That's probably the best in the lot.
Yeah, but what happens when he grows up? What are you going to call him?
He's always going to be Wee Man.
Man.
He will always be Wee Man.
Even when he's 6
Even
foot?
if he's a super heavyweight, I'm going to call him Wee Man.
I would.
Heartbreak Kid. Well, you know, he certainly was the Heartbreak Kid yesterday, so let's see if he lives up to that name here with Simba.
In round number 2, of course, these are 2-minute rounds.
You know, you can see why his style would break down some, but Simba's so slick. You know, he's getting out of the way of those shots. Just even the way he moved then, he's almost...
Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, but I feel like that his style would play into my style well, which would be I'd be marching him up against the ropes and into the corners, not let him out.
Yeah, but you can see the way Simba moves. I don't think he's even going to allow himself to get trapped in the corner.
He's got great lateral movement, steps out to the side. He keeps the guy tuning.
Would you be throwing those overhand rights to shut down that movement? Is that what you'd be saying to Austin?
Timing would be impeccable though.
Yeah, because if you miss, you're going to get caught.
Absolutely, you can hang yourself out there to get a touch. So,
As he just got caught then a couple of times, he got tagged quite nicely. And his corner's getting very vocal as well.
Yeah, you can certainly hear the crowd waking up. You know, we're halfway through this first afternoon of fights, and the crowd are on their feet. It's good to hear too. You know, they're in it. They're supporting these boys. This is an important fight.
absolutely, it's awesome sport.
Good number of boxers, of course, entered this year's Golden Gloves, and there's going to be a massive October, of course, with another Nationals. We had one earlier in the year, which was a carryover from the horrible COVID problem, so we had to host that event down in Porirua, and the Nationals are being held in October in Whanganui. So I'd suggest if you're interested in watching some of the best boxing you're ever going to see from all over New Zealand, I'd be trying to find accommodation down in Whanganui at the moment, because the town is going to fill up. If you can see the number of entries that are already being talked about, it's going to be amazing.
On the Nationals too, it's the cream of the crop. You know, you've got ring entrances, you've got huge support. I mean, you could barely hear anything at times when fighters were coming out for the Nationals.
Oh, it was a great atmosphere with all the different...
Canterbury were, you know, up on their feet each and every time.
Oh, and then it sort of came a bit of a competition between Wellington and Auckland.
Sure did. And the interesting thing is, it is almost quite fairly even between the territories. You know, there wasn't one side or the other. You would have seen that too, Sam, over the history.
Definitely, it's like you represent your area, and there's a lot of pride at stake, and there's always a good buzz.
Well, Austin Butler's come out absolutely firing, and you see getting in real close, sort of cutting down Simba-Mackey's style very quick.
He knows he's down.
Wants to live up to that name, the Heartbreak Kid. He's going to break a few hearts if he takes this one away from Simba. Big shots here.
This is where he needs to press him. Simba moves laterally really well and gets out to the side where he basically needs to keep backing him up towards the rope and herd him towards the corners to keep him there.
Simba's corner's going really hard at this one.
1 minute down, 1 minute to go. What a fight it's been so far. Massive shots from both boys, just lunging into each shot. Very good technical display of boxing.
Oh, that was the aggressor here.
Yeah, Simba scored a nice overhand right on that one. But it seems to be tap for tap. You know, they're both landing, scoring punches.
Very hard round to score this last one, because you're right, it is tit for tat, and when one lands, the other does too. Bit of a shove there from Austin.
Simba's actually going pretty good on the inside too. He's obviously got a good long game, but his inside game's not too bad as well.
Crowd are enjoying this as much as we are. We hope you are with Sky Sport next.
What a round, what a finish this is. It's final 10 seconds now as they throw down. Big shots from both boys connecting.
So that was the final round for Austin Butler up against Simba-Mackey. This is the junior male 54 kilogram.
That's the sort of effort you want in a Golden Gloves final.
Absolutely. So we'll see whether he's heartbroken or he's going to be happy at the end of this. You get to see the highlights, of course, brought to you by our production team. Great camera angles. We comment on it occasionally, of course, because we just love it in the commentary to be able to sort of see a little bit more than just witnessing what the judges are doing down on the ringside. So they're just going to collate who's doing what. Being called in. So we'll head down to Shale. Shale.
Results of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of unanimous decision, and new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 comes from the red corner, Simba-Mackey.
There you have it, Simba-Mackey. Out of Billy Meehan's gym, takes away the win from the Heartbreak Kid, Austin Butler.
Yeah, and Austin, if you noticed his light head movement, he sort of acknowledged the fact that, yeah, he was beaten in that. So, again, this is where I love the sportsmanship of the amateur boxing. It's fantastic to see.
Excellent, and he'll go away, he'll take the footage away and look at little areas that he can improve on, and he'll get gains from this loss.
So, of course, we're at the Great Lakes Centre in Taupo on a rather overcast Sunday, but we're tucked up snug as a bug in the Great Lakes Centre watching the 2021 Golden Gloves Amateur Boxing Championships. It's fantastic to see. And we've got another couple of other boxers ready to go. Total of around 50 bouts today. So our next session will start, we're going to have an hour's break, so depending on what time we finish during this, but there's no mucking around. As I say, we'll get into it and head for the junior male 57 kilogram, 3 2-minute rounds. So we'll head down to Shale Moana Jenkins to introduce our boxers.
Bout number 14 on the cards, ladies and gentlemen, is a junior male 57 kilo weight division. Fought
So
at
another
3 2.5
bit of height
minute,
difference
2-minute
here.
rounds. Both boys fighting out of Meehan's boxing gym. From the red corner, Kagen MOONEY.
The beauty about this
And
fight,
his opponent in the blue, Josiah MUCHUCA-SCIASCIA.
the beautiful thing about this fight, Kagen and Josiah are both
Your
from the
referee
same
is
gym.
Dale Jenkins.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Josiah Searsia is a very, very prominent name in the Livin area. And he has made a little note to me, and he says, I'm so fast last night I turned off the lights in my hotel room and was in bed before the room was dark. Yeah.
Loving that quote there from Muhammad Ali. Now, how often does this happen, Sam? Gym again, well, same gym, in-house. I mean, if you both through to the final, you got to do it, right?
Yeah.
Regardless if they're from the
Exactly.
same team.
They won't be taking it easy. They both want to win. And they'll both be good friends after the fight. It happens more often than you think. Some of our guys have fought each other, and it's just, we're playing a sport, that's what happens.
Well, if you look at take something like rugby, you've got, you know, a couple of brothers in one team and a brother in another, and they don't take no prisoners.
Yeah,
You just got to throw it out the window for that 6 minutes.
exactly.
Because if you want that strat, you're not going to take it easy, right?
Exactly. And you wouldn't be doing any favors for your friend if you took it easy because they're their friend. Yeah, they want to they want to win it, earn it just like everybody else.
Oh, it happens a lot. You know, you just got to decompartmentalise and push it to the side, right? And I bet you've fought a couple of mates, Sam.
Definitely, yeah. And like I say, it's such a tight unit, boxing in New Zealand. You're friends with everybody, and you fight each other, and you know, we're still all friends.
Kagen there in the red. Josiah there in the blue. Josiah slightly the shorter of the two. Gonna have to work those angles or get in the inside to make it work for him, as Kagen is going to do his best to keep away from those danger shots of Josiah.
The hard thing about fighting a gym mate, you know all their tricks.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
You know what they're going to do before they know what to do. And sometimes you have to be a little bit unorthodox and catch them with some things that you wouldn't do in sparring.
Well, that's the beauty of sparring in-house and why we spar, because you get to use tips and tricks, see what works and doesn't. And these guys would have done that with each other.
Yeah, definitely.
Our coverage brought to you by Sky Sport Next, in the Great Lakes Centre in Taupo. Some great amateur boxing has been seen and more to come. We've got a big evening session as well. This afternoon session we've got something like 26 bouts. We're up to just number 14, so there's still plenty of live action to go.
Good round from both boys, very busy. Not going to call it any other way. Very evenly contested matchup here for the final.
So when you're in the corner, Sam, how do you convey to your boxers whether you feel that they're up and down? Do you ever tell them that they're down just to motivate them a little bit more, or you just try and stay as positive?
Not so much, but I just try and, when they come into the corner, I'll let them do a few deep breaths, gather themselves, then I'll give them really simple instructions. And whether they're up or down, I'll put urgency on it. I'll say, I need this. I need a big round. I need this. And sometimes they're there for it, and sometimes they're not. But I just try and keep it simple. You can overload them with all this information. They're not going to retain much of it. Keeping it simple. They're not going to do amazing things that they don't really do in the gym.
And as you pointed out right at the beginning of this, these boys both know each other really well, boxing out of the same gym. So as you say, they know their little idiosyncrasies of how they box or what they might be doing. I gather they would split their trainers up, so you know the information that they're getting is not the same.
Yeah.
Interesting to see too if they are going to use a few tricks they haven't used in sparring. Not likely, but we'll see. They might pull a few out the bag.
Yeah.
Big shots there from Josiah. Just waiting patiently now to see who's going to throw a shot first. They do know each other well. That's why it could be a little more tense than usual.
Josiah's stalking him a little as well. Kagen MOONEY is, as I say, they won't be intimidated by each other. So it'll become, this is just the technical aspects of it. doing it a little bit differently?
Sometimes the best rounds you see are in-house sparring. I have often said I would have paid to watch those two fight in-house, and you would have seen the same to Sam, and sometimes, you know, training back home.
Definitely, yeah. Some gym wars epic, and sometimes real fights can be duds. It's just how it is. You know, it takes two to make a fight, and styles make fights. Sometimes they mesh for great fights, and great sparring.
Of course, with our heavyweight champion, who's not here today, of course, David, how would he be getting on now with his sparring partners going pro and going to the Olympics?
Well, I'm not sure what his is, if he's allowed to be doing amateurs and or if he's doing more pro fights. But he is the most disciplined guy with training. I did a lot of sparring with him leading up to the Commonwealth Games, and he is just the most disciplined guy. Ticks every box. He's naturally talented. He's got everything to make it a really long way in pro boxing. He's pretty boy, and you know, I think he's very marketable, so he's going to go a long way.
And he's a genuinely nice guy.
He really is.
We've had him up in commentary
really
as well.
Yeah.
Makes himself available to us, and we will appreciate it, as we do with you giving us your time this morning to be able to sit up here and put your expert eye over these young boxers.
It's so true about David. Like, he's not too cool for anybody, you know. Like, he's got time for everybody.
So young Josiah-Sia holding his own ups against Kane and Mooney. Our coverage is fantastic. I love watching the getting the chance of the replays, because our camera crew and production team are just doing a wonderful job.
Billy's not cornering either of the boys.
Probably watching on the screen.
Billy Liam
somewhere.
Yeah. His son Josiah's in one corner, and Billy's not in the other.
Makes sense though too, because he could be getting quite animated, and there's a lot riding on this. They're both from the same gym, so one is going to walk away the winner, one isn't. Josiah looking really good so far, being the shorter of the two, but he's having to work for it. He's having to be more aggressive, land those shots on the inside.
So these are 2-minute rounds as we start heading up the weight class. Of course, both these young fellas are at 57 kg.
Kind son to use that range now, and like he should, you know, he's a tall, longer fighter. He needs to be creating space and getting away from those shots.
Young Josiah landed a lovely overhand right against Kane Mooney.
What I like about Josiah is his commitment to his attacks. And he knows every time he attacks, he's going to hang himself out there a little bit because of Queen's reach, but he's committing to his attacks and having a bit of success.
Just a small bit of claret appearing from the nose. Referee getting that cleaned up real quick, seeing if he's all right. Asking the boxer, does he wish to continue? Sure do.
You're not wrong about that commitment there, Sam. You know, he throws it. When he comes in for all of those shots, he's committed. He's trying to get those points, and that could be what edges him forward for the win in this fight. Too early to say.
It makes a difference. Yeah, it definitely makes a difference in just the whole appearance of the punch and who's dictating what. So even though they were blocked, it still looks good for him to be throwing that with force and his opponent trying to get away from him.
Yes, he is just coming through at the last minute, steps back and says, okay, I'll realign my attack and just come from that. Again, referee stops the fight just to clean up the blood nose, checking if he wants to continue.
It's often not as bad as what it looks, right, Sam? I mean, there's a lot of blood vessels in the face, and the nose can bleed pretty easily.
Yeah, definitely. Some people have just bleeders. Some people grow on their nose and they bleed. It's just how it is. It's how it is.
What, were you a bleeder or?
No, I wasn't a bleeder. I don't know why. But my nose has been flattened quite wide, but it wasn't really bleeding. But this is not just because I'm Māori wide. It's
broken a few times, has it?
Yeah.
10-second clapper now. Final seconds. Who wants this more? What a performance from both fighters here today.
Yeah, I'm leaning a little, I have to say. I'm just on this one. I'm Josiah.
I'd say so too. it's a hard thing fighting a friend. Hopefully they're able to just turn that off for the rounds and then get the work done. But they both perform well.
Well, they've got to ride probably back in the same van, so I'd imagine they'll make up pretty quick.
It'd be quite tough, right? You couldn't Skype too much.
No.
When you won the strap and you got the second runner-up beside you.
Yeah, holding a flag out the window. I'm the New Zealand boxing champion for Golden Gloves, and your mate's sitting beside you.
Uploading to TikTok, Facebook. I'm not sure he would be liking it if he's sitting beside him.
So we're just getting the young fellas sorted out for the announcement to be made, because, of course, you want to look best for your mum and your grandma and people actually watching you on Sky Sport Next. So we'll head down to Shao Moana Jenkins, our ring announcer, to advise us who is the winner of this bout.
Congratulations to both boys from the men's gym. Results of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of a unanimous decision. And your new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 comes from the blue corner.
Zavier, the winner. Both at the same gym.
Yeah, and I just felt that he sort of was a little bit more hungry for it. He seemed to be, going at it. And he went right through the first 3 rounds, or the 3 rounds non-stop.
Yeah,
great to see.
He's putting the heat on when he was applying pressure. He was, putting sting on the punches and just created that feel that he was in control.
So do you think they'll go back in the same van, sit beside each other, or different vans?
Come on, the men were 2 boys.
Yeah, they'll go have a good feed now and they'll be best mates.
So these it's just stepping in up 3 kg. These are the junior males, 60 kg. Ahmed Azizi up against Cooper White. So we'll head down again to Shale to give us the introduction to the next 2 fighters.
Bout number 15 on the cards, ladies and gentlemen, is a junior male 60 kilo weight division, fought at 3 2.5-minute rounds. Your opponent in the blue corner from Peaches Boxing, let's welcome Ahmed Azizi. His opponent in the red corner
Peaches
from Nabby's gym, let's welcome Cooper White.
Really looking forward to this fight. 60 kilograms. Ahmed Next Gen
The referee is
Azizi
Ina Schuster.
has certainly shown he can perform in Auckland. Cooper White, though, no stranger to danger out of Nabby's gym. This is going to be a very, very good matchup to see who is one of the best 60-kilogram fighters here in the North Island.
Well, we've got, with the day in which it's been going, we've still got 14 bouts to go in this afternoon session. So it's all go.
Let's all go indeed. Ahmed Azizi. I'm looking forward to this. You watch every time he gets better and better. But Cooper White, like Nabby's gym. Sam, how busy are Nabby's gym? I mean, do they just go somewhere every single weekend?
Yeah, he's pretty active.
For a fight night?
He's pretty active. He's got a lot of fighters, and they work hard. Peach is really active as well. It's like, here's another gym that I'd love to just be there to watch the sparring. I think you get really good value to watch their sparring sessions. They've got a lot of good fighters.
Yeah, look, both prominent gyms, Peach Boxing as well. Look at them in there in the corner. Always very vocal and supportive. And Ahmed Azizi.
Yeah, well, he's had about 30 wins, 6 losses, so he's had a lot of time and experience in the ring. He's definitely the shorter of the 2 boxers, but he came out with all 12 cylinders running.
Yeah. Foot flat. Just straight shots, no jabbing, just looking to take the headgear off Cooper White.
Pin him down.
Doesn't want to, go through to round 2 by the start of things here today.
I mean, Sam being the shorter of the 2 boxers, he's got to get in there, mitigate.
He's trying to slip inside shots, especially his straight shots, Cooper's straight shots, and he's slipping inside them and letting the short ones go, which is doing effectively. There's times like there that he just needs to let his hand go.
And of course, you can see our referee in the ring,
Ina Schuster, who will be joining us later on today. Did you see that head movement there, though, from Next Gen Ahmed Azizi? He kind of came up almost like a Tyson Tua looking for that headshot. I mean, it could work. It only worked for so long. Fast and furious as he landed a few.
And you can see that our referee's looking closely. She sees that he's trying to work that head.
Well, Peach's boys are always in shape, and you know, this sort of thing could wear him down, could wear Cooper down.
This thing too, and you got to think about too who's in the gym. You know, the sparring and training partners, and I know both boxing stables have got very good sparring partners, but you got to think too the caliber of what young Omid Azizi's getting there at Peach Boxing. You know, a mix of corporate and mix of professional and amateur fighters.
Absolutely.
Big shots there from Omid Azizi to finish the round.
A few goodies there.
Talk about the headgear as well. What are your thoughts on it? Do you think it does at times restrict vision? Yes, it's great for the health and safety, but sometimes I just see the headgear hanging a bit low with some of the fighters, and it looks like it's restricting their vision.
Yeah, it's hard. Like if you put the headgear on really tightly and sound, it should be okay. I prefer not having it because yeah, it does restrict your peripheral vision a little bit, but everyone's different. If it's going to make mothers feel safer about having their kids fighting, then I'm all for it.
We noticed yesterday, particularly with the couple of the female bouts, because of the hair, the length of it, whatever, they were dropping down and they were spending more time adjusting that headgear.
Right.
Both these boys seem to be able to have had it well fitted. So this is a 2-minute round, of course. Cooper White in red up against Omid Azizi in the blue.
Yeah, the headgear doesn't actually save your brain any trauma. It's more about preventing cuts. So it's a hard one, but it does do its job of stopping fights being stopped from cuts as much.
Yeah, well, we've said it 150 times during a weekend tournament like this. The safety is paramount for these young boxers. As you say, the parents say, yeah, I want you to get fit. I don't want you sitting on a PlayStation. I want you to go out and do something physical. These boys get into the gym. They have to go and train 3-4 times a week, whatever. You know, it's no different to a game of rugby or a league game.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at the action here. I mean, he threw about 8 punches in a row.
Omid's here to work.
I mean, how often do you see someone come out with a barrage of punches, 8, 10 plus in one go?
He knows he's a lot shorter, and he looks pretty fit, and I'm sure he's done this many times in the gym to his taller sparring partners. He looks comfortable doing this.
Barrage of punches, of course, from Omid Azizi. He competed, of course, in the Nationals in Wellington. Actually watched him fight there as well. And he said he's not a guy that sort of takes a step backwards. He likes to come forward.
Big shot there again from Omid Azizi. And Sam, you'll throw a shot until the other fighter realises what you're doing, right? If you land, if you're starting to land a certain combo or shot that's working, you're going to keep doing it, right?
Absolutely. I'll just keep doing it until he starts figuring out how to counter it or how to protect himself. But if it's working, why change it?
And if he doesn't figure or she doesn't figure out their loss, right?
Absolutely.
Watching the referee then, she was very closely monitoring how it was all going, because Omid Azizi, he was throwing good combinations and Cooper wasn't able to sort of come back with any answers. Everything was flurried around, and of course he's locked him up pretty tight in that, so he's got no power coming from his punches. Yes, he seems to be connecting, but there's just nothing in it.
This sort of aggression that he's putting on, the heat that he's putting him under, it is physically draining. You know, you're sitting there, you're back home, you're thinking, here he comes again, how do I get him off me? It's physically draining, it wears down. You know, you can break a fighter like that.
Third and final, who's it going to be? Is Omid Azizi going to take this home, or are we going to see a bit of a comeback from Cooper White?
We're about to find out as round number 3 gets underway. And Azizi, of course, in the blue corner up against Cooper White in the red at the moment, leaning more towards blue at the moment. but anything can happen in that final 2 minutes with these boys. They
Look at the way Amit comes forward though, searching for that hit, that early finish. Cooper White quite tall, so he can get out of the way of those shots, and that's why he's even holding the guard down to say, look, I'm a lot taller than you, I'm going to get out of the way of these shots.
Just keeping his head on a swivel, and it is effective.
These boys, nothing to lose with just over a minute and 15 seconds in round number 3. At the moment, Azizi, I would say, is in. It'll be split at this point, but he's definitely, once he gets him up against those ropes, he's got nothing.
That's his zone. I do like Cooper's lateral movement. He moves to the side and keeps him turning. That's where he gets himself out of trouble, but when he pins up on the ropes, that's where he's in trouble.
Yeah, but he's not able to get those arms extended. He's getting locked down because, of course, Ahmed gets him really, really close and says, you're not going to be able to generate much power from 2 inches.
Back to lateral movement, this is where he does his best work.
Fatigue starting to set in for both boys. And you can see, you know, the aggression, power and volume is there from Azizi, but some of the shots are becoming quite loopy, quite lazy in the sense that he's not bringing them back as quick as he should. Good movement there still, though, from Azizi getting out of the way of those shots. Sort of a peekaboo style he's got as he comes forward.
Peekaboo?
Peekaboo, like that Tyson style, that duck move, trying to go for that headshot. You must have heard
I know what to talk about, bro.
But have you ever heard it referred to as peekaboo?
Absolutely.
Oh,
it's,
okay.
Yeah, it's a very common boxing term.
It's more aggressive than what it sounds, right? It sounds quite funny on the mic.
No. We're having a bit of a laugh here at the Sky Sport Next. Of course, at the 2021 Golden Gloves Amateur Boxing Championships being held in the Great Lakes Centre in the wonderful town of Taupo. We've got a great number of people in the auditorium, and it's only going to grow with another 14 bouts yet to go in this afternoon session. Then we'll have a break, and then we'll get into the evening session where we have another 24-25 bouts. So if you are locked into your comfort of your lounge chair, or you still might be doing the Sunday Lion, you've had your brunch, well, don't take a break, because we aren't. We are going to be carrying on all the way through. So the judges have made their decision. Let's head down to Shale, and Shale, who's our winner.
Results of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of unanimous decision. New Golden Gloves champion for 2021 comes from the blue corner, Omid Azizi.
There you have it, next gen. Omid Azizi takes away the win. Well deserved too. You know, he came out the aggressor from the get-go and goes home with the W.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought that he started off strong and he didn't let up for the whole, 3 rounds. He just carried on, made sure everything was going in the way he wanted. He knew that if he locked him down into the ropes, he was going to keep him there. And nothing too disparaging with Cooper White. I mean, he fought very, very well, but he just got locked in a little bit into that rope area, and he couldn't get himself away to make the scoring count.
Yeah, I agree. Great fight. And when you got one aggressive and one defensive fighter, those are very entertaining fights to watch. Yeah.
Well, we've got
great chance to unfold.
Yeah, we've got another peach fighter coming into the ring shortly. Of course, that's looking really, really good. And these guys are jumped up. We're at 60 kilograms. So we'll head down to Shale. And Shale, would you like to introduce us to our next 2 fighters, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to bout number 16 on your cards. It is a junior male novice, 60 kilo weight division. 3 2-minute rounds. Again, from Peaches and Nabby's gym. In the red corner, we have Tony Shady. His opponent in the blue corner, Ben Aiken.
Tony there in the red and Ben Aiken there in the blue.
Again, the evening fights that we starting off with, we're having it's going to be a reasonably long evening, but with 20, what have we got, 25 bouts. but there's still plenty of action to go this afternoon. There's a few names again we saw down in Wellington at the Nationals. Looking forward to some of those fights.
What an afternoon of fights and evening it's been. I mean, 50 to go. Well, 50 fights in total. Getting just over the halfway mark now. Tony there in the red. Bennett there in the blue. Nebbies versus Peach.
I like me Nebbies jab straight away. Really nice crisp jab. And a straight right too.
Seems like there's a few Nebbies and Peach matchups today.
Gyms, very active gyms.
Yeah, Tony described his style as a sniper, so we'll have to see how that works. Nice little combination there.
A couple of sniper shots there too, there from Tony, showing that speed, you know, living up to that nickname.
Or the fact is he's actually been quite accurate as well.
Yeah, nice tight guard there though from Ben.
As he steps back, Tony gives him a bit of a wake-up call. Hello, Ben, I'm still here.
Quite different styles. I like both these styles.
The crisps, yeah, I'm hearing you on that one. Look at the way the sniper throws. Very quick and precise. But you're right, Ben from Navy's got a beautiful jab.
Really nice tight guard, solid straight punches down the pipe.
That's that combination, right, left, and then he goes up and then down to the bottom. If you watch it, he'll throw that combination.
Beautiful shots here too from Tony. I mean, look at when he guards up high, he'll go low, but when it seems like Ben was listening because he's went low himself.
These boys aren't mucking around. These punches are definitely having an impact, as I say.
Definitely got some heat on them.
Yeah, we're 20 metres away from these two young fellas, and we can hear them almost sense the wind going past their ears as they throw. Both accurate too. They're not throwing the haymakers, they're actually working it out where they think their opponent is going to be, and they're making it work.
Well, it's almost hard to believe that these guys are the same weight as the previous fighters, because we are really feeling these punches. The shots from the sniper, I mean, they're echoing.
We're enjoying your coverage with Sky Sport next. And there's a good, as I said, a great turnout of family and supporters coming to watch them, and I am absolutely confident that there's a great number of people who couldn't make it to Taupo over the Queen's birthday weekend are sitting at home watching this. We enjoy bringing you the coverage.
Like I say, mate, I'm so jealous of this footage that these guys have got at their fights. It's so awesome.
We found out after the last Nationals that a lot of the boys were going home after their bout, that worked out who their opponent was, went back to Sky Sport next, looked at it, and tried to work out how they were going to combat that next fight the following day. So
I try to tell our guys not to I try not to even tell their names, because then they start Facebook stalking them and trying to find out what they can, but then they spook themselves.
Yeah, it's a catch-22. Do you want to do your research and find out about your opponent, or you just want to go in there and adjust on the day?
Sometimes you go overseas, you can't do that. You can't find nothing out about the guy, so like, they need to just start getting good at just fighting whatever's in front of them, being ready for all comers.
well, both these boxers are trading great combinations between them. It sort of appears Tony 1 minute, they'll do this one, and then Ben comes back and says, is that the best you've got? Here you go.
Yeah, it's a tick for tick war at the moment, and just when you think, like you said, Tony's up, Ben comes back with a few of his own.
That was a lovely overhand right from Ben.
I like Ben's 3-2, so he throws a left hook to open up the guard and he drills the 2 straight down the pipe.
Tight guard too. I mean, it's a good and it's a pro and a con, because when he does have that tight guard, the sniper will go low.
These boxers, of course, will be looking for the title, but also the fact of giving them the opportunity to be in Whanganui for the Nationals back in later in October. It's been a big year for boxing. We had the Nationals in Wellington, which was a carryover from the 2020, of course, with COVID knocking that over. Then we've had the Golden Gloves, and then we're going to have the Nationals back there as well. So if you're into amateur boxing, you're spoiled for choice, that is for sure, and it's all been covered here by Sky Sport next.
Speaking of spoiled for choice, what a fight this is. Ben was having a few barrage and punches of his own, but the sniper coming back once again.
Very different style, but yeah, I like Ben's straight punches down the pipe. But they've both had excellent moments.
Tony Valentino there in the red. Ben Aiken in the blue. Hard one to score. What are you calling this one so far, Sam?
I like Ben's style. I'm not sure who's landed the most scoring punches, but I like Ben straight down the pipe. I think it's good amateur style. And I also like that one he's thrown it a few times. Slap with the 3 to open up the guard, then drills down the pipe, and he's had some success with that. So I think I'm leaning towards Ben, but it's another close one. Depends what angle the judges are seeing these punches.
Yeah, we're getting to see it all up here. You know, what is it, 10 different camera angles now?
I think we've got about 6, I think, but it's the way in which it's all been positioned for us. We're spoiled for choice at home, as well as we are here in the auditorium watching the boxing, because we've got the monitor, but we also have the pleasure of having the atmosphere of the crowd and the boxers themselves and hearing some of these punches. Even though we're wearing headsets, you can hear the punches coming through.
Beautiful shots here there from Ben. You know, you're right, he does have a very traditional walk forward style, but it's starting to pay off.
I didn't actually see the punch scene, but he obviously must have done some damage.
No, just a bit low. So referee was just giving him a bit of a chance to say, "I'll give you 8 seconds, and you can see how you feel."
Excellent shots here too, again from Tony as he walks forward.
Tony's got some bit of power there.
Yeah, these boys aren't big, but boy, you can hear the punches, can't you?
Yeah, definitely.
So as we look and cut down to our last 1 minute of round number 3. This is anyone's to go. I don't think anyone's already stepped forward to say this is mine. And it's obvious these boys are pretty much evenly matched up.
It's another close one. It's another close one.
Tough one to call, but I like how Tony keeps that right hand tight, always guarding that chin. He doesn't want to get clocked. Beautiful left hook there from Tony.
So these boxers, of course, with 30 seconds to go, one of them is going to be crowned Golden Gloves champion for 2021.
Big shots again there from Tony. Just under 30 seconds to go, and they know it. They're going to start throwing a bit of a shoulder charge there from Tony. Watch that shoulder, ref says. Under that, big hooks now. I'm loving the way Tony's finishing here. Ben's got to come through strong. Nice body shot there to finish.
10 seconds to go, round number 3.
Big shot there from Tony.
I like Tony's combination punching too, going up and down. It was a good fight. It was a very good fight.
What a way to finish. I mean, Tony looked very strong in the latter parts of the round, but overall, what a fight.
Yeah, you get to see on these replays too how some of these punches, you don't, and again, we've talked to the referees, Rangi yesterday, and he said, you know, you just have to be 100% focused on the boxers. You can't take your eyes off them for a second. And he did explain how he scores, how he does personally, but he said every judge has a slight way of which they would do it, so they can say, look, you know, from where I saw a head movement going back, I'll score it this way. Ooh, he wore that.
I feel like the last round was one of his better rounds, red corner.
All right, let's head down and get the result from Charles Moana Jenkins.
Decision of that bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of a split decision, 4-1. And new Golden Gloves champion from the red corner, Tony Valentino.
Tony Valentino. What a win. Fully deserved. And look, that last part of the round seemed to seal the deal.
Oh, I think you're right. So the boys have received their medals. One is now the Golden Gloves champion for 2021. We're into bout number 17. This is a junior male, just stepping up 3 kg, junior male. Dayton Kawai and Sonny Morini. as they start making their way down to the gym. So we'll just get our next 2 boxes coming up. So we'll get Shale, if you mind introducing us to our next 2 boxes as we come into the ring. We're going to have a change of commentary at one stage or coming up shortly. But this will be interesting because we've got both orthodox boxers. One's representing Taumarunui Silverback Boxing and one course out of Peach Gym. They've had a great number of boxes over the weekend. So Shale.
Peach again.
So introducing a junior male 63 kilo weight division, fought at 3 2-minute rounds. From the red corner and Peach's Gym, let's welcome Sonny Morini. His opponent in the blue corner from Taumarunui Silverbacks, let's welcome Dayton Kawo. Your referee, Sunita Lalu.
You'd think that Peach brought the whole gym up. I mean, every single fight this afternoon's almost been a Peach box, and there's still a few more to go.
Yeah, well, a number of the gyms have actually had a massive amount of support. But I just, a bit of a call out, you know, Dayton, this is how you don't get away from cleaning up your room. You can't say you've been boxing for 4 years, and yes, I love my mum. It doesn't mean you can't, you know, come on. So both these boys weighing in just on 63 kg. Dayton's had 50 bouts. He was the 2020 Central and National champ in the 57 kg class. So again, 2-minute rounds.
Dayton there in the blue, Sonny there in the red. What a matchup. This is going to be 63 kg. And this is for bragging rights and Golden Glove champ.
Both having their guards. I'm just watching that Sonny with his reach, but he's just... Am I seeing things a little bit too early? I'm just saying, Sam, has he got his guard? He just seems to have one of those really low... A
little bit low, eh?
Low, just leaves it, exposing that chin, and it could just prove
it's
to
okay,
be
but not when you're standing in the pocket or standing at mid-range the whole time. You have the low guard if you're at long range. I think he's letting him get a little bit close to have his hands that low.
Dayton's not a man, though, you want to drop your guard too low with. He's sharp and he'll capitalise if you can see an opening. Sonny doing good so far to keep her out of the range, though, those danger shots.
Of course, Sonny was out of the Peach Academy, West Auckland. And Dayton is from Taumarunui Silverback Boxing Academy.
Same gym as a winner in the previous bout, Omid Azizi, but Sonny's actually 3 kilos heavier than Omid Azizi. So I'm sure they must put in the good rounds.
So these boxes, of course, 3 2-minute rounds. And it doesn't take long for 2 minutes to go flying by, that is for sure, unless you're standing in the ring and having somebody trying to knock your head off.
Longest 6 minutes of your life at times. And even for some of those longer bouts you've had, Sam, would have been the longest 10, 15 minutes, maybe half an hour.
Yeah, I did a 12-rounder, and it was different pace to this, obviously, but yeah, it was...
Would have seemed like eternity.
Yeah.
Then who was that with? Wouldn't have been with the Butcher. Who was that 12-rounder with?
No, I did 8 with him. No, it was with this Canadian guy, Ryan Ford, and he was a very fit, very aggressive fighter.
Gritty fighter,
it
Ford?
was a long night, yeah.
So with the Olympics coming up, if they happen or they don't happen, but with the COVID pandemic around the world, how hard has it been for, say, the professional boxers and even some of the amateurs to get that overseas experience?
Yeah, exactly. And that, you know, when I was in the New Zealand team, we went around the country, the world a lot, which was very beneficial. So only having the same few guys to fight in New Zealand's a hindrance, and I'm not sure how do you get around it.
I don't think there's an answer to that one at the moment. I mean, not many boxers are going to wish to travel to New Zealand and spend 2 weeks in a hotel room and then try and go fighting. Okay, seconds out as we get into round number 2. Sonny Marie in the red corner up against Dayton Kawa in the blue. Pretty evenly matched, I'd say, in the first round.
So far, so good. I mean, look, not sure I love the low guard there from Sonny. Wouldn't mind, but he's making it work, you know?
Yeah, the styles seem to be matching up to make it for a very good fight.
And he's just starting to sort of place the hands out there now. Not the usual traditional boxing stance, but he's got such good timing, he makes it work.
Yeah, but he is exposing his chin a little bit. That's a couple of times that Dayton's been able to get in close and just, maybe because that guard is just that little bit lower, but he's got exceptionally quick hands.
But again, sometimes there draws an attack out of them, and sometimes a deliberate thing makes them feel vulnerable, makes them look vulnerable, so someone has a go and they're ready for it. But yeah, he has been caught a couple of times with the hands down.
Are you seeing the landscape change as well, Sam, since when you started off in the Golden Gloves? Like the style here from Sonny, it's not a traditional boxing stance, but styles are slowly starting to evolve and change, right?
I'll tell you one thing I'm seeing way more of is switching stances. And there's people like Izzy, Adesanya, and David Nika, and
Alex McCuca did it quite a bit yesterday as well.
Who's that, sorry?
Alex McCuca.
Right. Yeah, and a lot of people are having good success with it. And like I say, there's no rule for anything. You know, whatever works for you, works for you.
Do you encourage switch hitting in the gym?
Yeah, some guys in our gym switch. I don't mind that as long as they know what how the dangers change when they do it. So they can't switch stance, you know, when they're at the wrong range or if it's going to put them in a position where they're in danger.
Yeah, well, you saw Sonny just do that, and when he sort of had his hands low, he waited for Dayton to come, and then he came up with that really fast, almost a left uppercut. Didn't connect with it, but you could see what potentially could have happened.
What a way to finish the round.
Yeah, Dayton got in a couple of nice overhand rights on those.
You saw Dayton, he likes feinting that double jab, and sometimes it will lead Sonny in, sometimes it won't. Both these boys are laying traps. This is a real technical matchup.
Coverage brought to you by Sky Sport next for the 2021 North Island Golden Gloves Championship.
Look at that combo. That was almost Matrix. You know, he came forward, moved angles, and then landed a couple of shots, Lomachenko style there, the way he got out. Not that one, but that previous replay, he was just sublime with the movement. I mean, to have that timing too, sometimes you're just born with that, right? You can't teach timing and to be able to have reflexes like that, right, Sam?
I agree, yeah. It's some people just click on so naturally.
So seconds have been called. This is round number 3. Again, 2 minutes as these boys get ready to go. Pretty evenly matched, I'd say, in the first 2 rounds.
Oh, this is a beautiful display of boxing, and such different, unique, evolving styles, and we're seeing it all play out in front of us here on Sky Sport next.
I just got a feeling the way that Dayton is actually attacking, he's managing to get through that lower stance that Sonny is doing, and he's just leaving that chin open. I just really feel he's going to walk into one in a minute.
I don't know if you saw that uppercut, though. It was so sneaky. You know, he's got that such a low guard that he made Dayton walk forward into it.
Yeah, but you see there, he's got his guard down so low, but he's quick enough to be able to sort of protect it. But when Dayton comes in, he hesitates just enough.
I mean, his hands have been lower more often than about than they've been up by his face, but he's actually still landing great shots. I'm not sure you always encourage the style in the gym there, Sam.
Well, it depends, because like they say, let's say he was fighting from a real toy guard. And maybe they might not come off so surprisingly or out of the blue, where because they're down, they come explode out of nowhere and they hardly keep coming.
Yeah, but he's just been clipped 3 times in 3 punches because, and again, I think Dayton's actually worked out his range. He knows what he's doing.
What a display here we're seeing. I mean, they're both landing punches of their own. Dayton's slightly edging forward in this fight, but I'm loving what I see here from young Sonny. Throws one out to the right, trying to distract him.
Yeah, This is where it can go wrong when you start getting fatigued. Having the hands down can get you in trouble.
Now he's putting his head out. You got to love this flavour and flair here from Sonny.
Crowd's really warming up to this last 10 seconds as the bell goes for the final round of 3. What a fight. Tipped against Sonny Arini.
I mean, for those watching back home, that would have been super entertaining. Look at the way Sonny comes in now, deflecting those shots. Hands low, wild, throwing all out in all different directions. He still landed one there too as he was on the back foot.
Yeah, these boxers, of course, don't want to leave anything behind. It is to have the title of 2021 Golden Gloves. You want it. You want it on your resume. You want to be able to say, yeah, I went down to Taupo and I had a great bout. So we'll head down and get the result from Shale Moana Jenkins.
Result of that bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of a split decision, 3-2. A new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 from the blue corner, Dayton Kawo.
Well-deserved win there for Dayton at a silverback gym.
I just felt he did more. I think he scored really, really well, particularly rounds 2 and 3.
It's a great fight to watch.
Hey, but Sonny's got a bright future ahead of him. That style, at such a young age, to move like that, I can't wait to see him back in the ring again.
Definitely. And he'll take some things from this fight. We'll watch the video and see if we can sharpen a few things up and be a better fighter for it.
As we start getting into the sort of the later part of this afternoon's session, of course, we've got a big evening in front of us, and you'll be able to watch it live here on Sky Sport Next. We're going to have a change of ring announcer. We're going to head down to the man with the dulcet tones, Georiy Aitken. If Georiy, would you like to introduce us to our next two boxers, the 62-kilogram class?
Fight number 18 on the card in the red corner from Nabby's Gym, Jack Robertson. Fighting out of the blue corner from River City Boxing, Chili Palmer. This is a junior male, 63-kilogram fight. 3 by 2 minute rounds.
So they'll get their final instructions from the referee. Just check if all the equipment is ready to go. 3 2-minute rounds, as you've been informed. Final instructions. Again, young boys, fit as. And I got a feeling on this one, this is going to be almost a sprint into the middle as well.
Another good matchup. Nabby's in the house against River City. Chil Palmer, Jack Robinson there in the red. 63 kilograms. Going to be another exciting fight. Same weight category as the last one. We've got a 2-minute round.
The punching power of these boys is fantastic. You know, they rip into it. They're not mucking around, straight to it.
Big shots here from both boys. Fairly evenly contested thus far. Bit of different pace too from this fight and the previous one. They're a bit more, how do I say, orthodox, right, Sam? They're a bit more traditional in the sense that they're throwing shots like a traditional boxer would.
Yeah, I agree. Jack looks like the aggressor and has some success with it, but has walked into a couple of them as well.
They've got a mop of hair sitting on top, so hopefully let the start to get in his robe, but he's...
Well, that's where the headgear would be great, because it's keeping it out of the way of his face. All tucked up there, but it could make a bit...
That's where Chili doesn't want to stay. Doesn't stay on those ropes. That's where Jack can look good when he stays there.
It appears to be a slight advantage to Jack Robinson over Chili Palmer, but again, it can be deceiving simply by the stance that he's taking, having those legs just a little bit wider, further apart.
Chil Palmer there with a couple of nice rights.
This is where Chile needs to be more lateral movement when he's backing up there. He can't stay there. He's just getting pressed up against the ropes in the corner.
Those 2 minutes go so quickly for these bouts because there's so much action. It's hard to actually take and comprehend what's actually going on with these boxes because it's just non-stop throwing a punch. Even if they're not necessarily connecting or scoring, the work rate is right up there, and it has been not only for this bout, but of course since we started at 11 o'clock, we're into bout number 18 at the moment. Of course, we've got around 25, so what are we, nearly 3/4 of the way through?
We've got another 25
what
tonight.
we said about, these are the important fights they're fighting like they need to win, like they really want to win, and it means for great action for the crowd.
And we have been told with a little bit of certainty that we might have a very special guest joining us here up on commentary later on, David Tua, who is a great supporter of course, amateur boxing where he first began. So he may be joining us here on Sky Sport Next, and you'll get a chance to see him. And as you say, Sam, he's like a lot of the guys that have gone pro or have been involved in boxing, they carry on because these juniors look up to them big time.
And he's such a legend, and spending time with the guy he's done everything that everybody in this room wants to do, and giving back his time to the sport is amazing.
Jack Robinson just walking forward now, taking a few punches. I'm seeing Chill be a bit busier, opposed to his name, or Chili. But Jack doing a great job of keeping out of the range of those shots there from Chili.
Crowd staying with us here at the Great Lakes Centre. There's nobody leaving. In fact, it just keeps getting fuller as we move up. Even the juniors are staying around. Probably go back to their motels, get themselves cleaned up, and then come back down to the Great Lakes Centre and see some of these bigger boxes that they'd like to replicate. Look at the intensity in Jack's eyes. He's absolutely focused. Enjoying the camera angles that we've been provided with. It's second to none.
Just been informed too that Lawrence Titter will be joining us very soon in the commentary box. He's a former national champ, Golden Gloves, and New Zealand Golden Glove champ, so it'll be good to have his useful eye for the commentary for us as we move into the evening.
How did you score that? How did you convince him to do it?
Oh, I just offered him a cup of tea and said, loser has to jump in the lake. So it's either me or Lawrence jumping in the lake tonight.
No, I've told you can't change that. You can't pass that on. That is your problem.
Well, it's almost warm enough in here to jump in the lake tonight. It's different temperature here in Taupo. It's great.
Do I get a cup of tea, bro? Or is it?
Yes, definitely after this.
I've got some good news and bad news. I'll tell you the good news is I actually got a text message last night from someone who is not a boxing fan. They decided to switch over at the same time I talked about you having to go for a swim in the lake, and they fully support it. And now are addicted because they sort of think that, we might be able to grab one of the cameras and head down to the lake and watch you do it.
If Boss Steve Hartley says so, I'll have to do it, whatever the boss says, right?
I don't see that happening, but he'd probably like to throw you in the lake. So, of course, we are enjoying some fantastic amateur boxing. We have truckloads more to go. Seconds of us been to get out. Third and final round up against Chili Palmer in the blue and Jack Robinson in red. With 2 minutes to go, you are going to be a national winner. One of you boys.
Chili Palmer there with the blue headgear here overflying at the top. Both these boys are, like I said earlier in the fight, they're both tall, both got similar styles. I really want to see one come out and show a bit more dominance in this later round to really take that win home.
Yeah, Chili just got one right behind the earlobe, so I think
Chili doing a good job of being in and out. Nice left hook there. I wouldn't say little, it's quite a big left hook. He's a little bit quicker, a bit more dynamic out of the two. Turning up the heat, Chili, as we get into just under 1 minute to go.
These boxers, of course, leave nothing in the ring. They know what it's all about, of course. To have the golden gloves on your resume, also very, very good. As somebody once said, once you've got it, they can never take it away, no matter what.
Yeah, they don't just give them out, do they, Sam? I mean, to get a golden glove strap, a national strap, you've got to fight for it.
Absolutely, mate. And it's an amazing feeling to have earned it. And even the guys who put on a good performance, they'll be happy as well. Even if they didn't win, they put on a good performance, they'll be happy with what they've done.
Just on 30 seconds to go. Who wants to strap more? Chili Palmer or Jack Robinson in the red out of Nabbies?
So they're screaming 30 seconds from the corner, so they know that they've got very little time. That 30 seconds, of course, just disappears. They'll hear the clapper very, very soon for the 10 seconds to go. And it's the last final hurrah and the flurry of punches that need to come in. Chili Palmer
there from Chili.
Yeah, Chili.
He decided to go early.
Turning up the heat as we get into the last few seconds. Shot on the bell from Chili as well. Good finish there from Chili.
Nice to see the crowd are appreciating good amateur boxing, of course.
What a fight that was. All right, we're going to bring in our other guest commentator, Lawrence Titter, who is a former national Golden Gloves champ, New Zealand champion, also coaching schools around Marsden and Wairarapa. 120 boxing members and 350 schools per week. That's incredible. Jump on in, Lawrence Titter.
Yeah, well, he'll be joining us. We just do have a small stage area to move around. He's a big lad. Big lad. So we've got, again, another fight coming through. We'll just go down to our ring announcer, Kerry Aitken, to tell us the result.
Ladies and gentlemen, the result of this bout by way of unanimous decision and new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 goes to the red corner.
So it goes to Jack Robinson. We thought, you know, he did well, and it proved to be correct. So they're both receiving their medals. So, of course, we're being joined. We've got a new guest up with us.
We certainly do, Lawrence. So welcome along. Before I let you speak, I just want to say we've got a former national champ, Golden Gloves, and New Zealand Golden Glove champ in the house. Welcome along tonight, Lawrence.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for the kind words, and yeah.
It's all right. You've got to make the cup of tea yet.
Cup of tea. I've heard a little rumour about a cup of tea and a lake.
Lawrence, what are your thoughts on the fights so far? I mean, yesterday and today, how action-packed has this weekend been?
This weekend, mate, I think it's been a fantastic week.
Well, of course, we're going to, of course, get our next boxers in because, of course, the timetable we're needing to run is really, really fast. So let's head down to Kerry. Kerry, we've got a 66 kg junior males.
Bout 19 is a 3 by 2 minute round, junior male 66 kilogram event. Introducing from the red corner, all the way from Tomanui Silverback Boxing, TK Tifafaro. In the blue corner from BAMS Boxing, Connor Anderson. 3 by 2 minute event.
Both boxers are orthodox, weighing in at exactly the same as 66 kgs. One, of course, from Danny Verk and the other from Taumarunui Silverback.
TK there, yeah, representing Silverback, and Connor out of BAMS Boxing. BAMS Boxing, is that a new gym on the block there, Lawrence?
I think it is. There's a couple of abbreviations on the gym list that a couple of us are a little unfamiliar with. We were running around trying to find people for sparring the other day and not quite knowing who was who. But yeah, I haven't heard of BAMS before. So yeah.
So there should be newcomers to the scene. You know, you got BAMS, you got CKB, and it's good. It's good for the sport, right, to see these new gyms emerging.
It's awesome for the sport, actually. I love it when new gyms pop up and sort of bring a different crowd through the door. It's pretty cool. It's really, really cool to see city kickboxing here.
we're seeing the sport evolve too. You know, you've got the lights, camera action. Tawhito there in the red. Connor Anderson there in the blue. 63 or 66 kilograms, I should say, 3x2s.
Yeah, well, young TK from Tamaranui has said to me, refer to him as TK. He likes it. He hopes it'll stick. Nice and easy.
TK's a really good kid. I've known him for about 2 or 3 years now, and he's really grown. He actually fought one of my boys 2 or 3 times, and they've had some good ding-dong battles, so he's quite a tough chap.
And his mum's lovely.
She is.
And if you are new to the boxing fraternity, I'll tell you what, they're a family, a very large family whānau of welcoming people into the realm of amateur boxing. It's fantastic to see. A lot of these boys will sort of grow up and be mates forever.
Oh, you're not wrong there, mate. Some of my closest friends are friends I've shared that I square office with.
Well, what you said about TK, certainly reigning true. I mean, but take nothing away from Connor. He's given it back to him as well.
Well, he won the 63 kg national champs back in 2020, so, you know, he's got that experience. And, of course, he add another year to his life. He's sort of, again, getting that maturity.
Connor's a very stylish boxer. I quite like his style, and I was really impressed with him at Nationals, and I'm quite impressed with him here. But TK's not backing down.
Landed a couple of nice left-hand jabs and then followed it up with a nice left into the bread basket.
Great matchup of boxing. And this is what it's like, though. This is what it's... Everything's on the line when they're going for the strap, and this is a very high caliber of boxers we've got here at the 63 or 66 kilogram division.
So we get the 10-second clap for round number 1 with TK up against Connor Anderson. TK just landed a lovely overhand right, but Connor's not taking a backward step. He's quite happy to stand there and go toe-to-toe.
Brilliant first round from both boys.
Hard one to call. I mean, yesterday we were struggling to call a lot of the fights, and we felt sorry for the judges. Another tough round to call in that first round, Lawrence.
Yeah, it was. I'm going to lean more towards red. I'm going to take a call on that. I'm going to lean more towards red on that round. And speaking of yesterday, I heard one of you might have voted against one of my young men.
Who was that? I was waiting for a few dark stares walking down the street today. Who was that? Which fight was that?
There was young ramen noodle. Young ramen Miles Garrett.
Love that name. I saw him walking around before. He doesn't have his hair braided anymore, does he?
No, he's just sitting down there in front of us with his, as you can see, with his little fluffy nut just over there to the left.
Why did he take the braids out?
Oh, they were annoying him apparently. They were a bit tight.
And for all those watching back home, what was the actual outcome of that fight, and what did we call it?
Oh, it was that magical 50-cent piece. Flipped the coin, and unfortunately it went against Miles.
Well, this second round has started fast and furious. I think Connor's corner turned around and said, hey, come on, you might be a little bit behind here, so get in and mix it up. Don't stand back and try and...
They might have heard Lawrence on the mic saying, I'm supporting TK Anderson. Yeah. Connor's stepping it up.
Yeah, well, both are. They're trading punches.
I've got a bit of a soft spot for TK. I've got a lot of time for that kid, and yeah, but Connor they are coming out and they are flying.
Let's look at the way Connor's coming in now. He's looking like he's loving being there, making it really hard for TK.
It is. And potentially TK may be gassing.
You can kind of see it too at times, and some does start gassing. Just their body movement, the eyes, the way they breathe. And Connor looks like he's in it to win. He still looks very alert, very sharp.
Yeah, you can see TK sort of sat down on his heels a little bit, and old Connor, he's up on his toes and he's moving.
Yeah, it's a beautiful way to put it, Ray. You can just see that body movement, and Connor's still so active.
Well, over the last hour and a half, we've had a number of decisions that we've sort of thought would go one way, and they've gone the complete opposite. Especially some of those ones later yesterday. But again, we don't have to judge it.
No, I'm glad I'm not one of those people down there sitting on the ringside having to make a call, because that has to be the hardest job in the room.
What a war we've got on our hands so far, just under 30 seconds. We've seen a bit of a second wind here from Connor. TK may have taken the first round, but Connor's certainly coming back.
Definitely is. Connor just landed a good over and right there.
A 10-second clapper of these two. I don't know, I wouldn't say it's gone one way or t'other at the moment, but I have to say that I enjoyed watching TK in the previous bouts.
Interesting to look at each corner. Well, look at the replay now. Look at these boys throwing down. Big shots there from Connor and connecting.
He keeps seeming to wanting to come forward, doesn't he, Lawrence? He just keeps coming forward.
That's it. He's in, he's out. He's stealing his points. He's backing off. Look at that. Backed off, straight back out. Set, back in.
And it's quite apparent when you actually look at these replays. You can see that, as you say, TK is very flat-footed.
You can take the, you know, fatigue takes a man out of anyone, and yes, we are up to the latter parts of the round, and you've got to dig deep. You really got to dig deep in these rounds. This is where fitness comes into play.
Fitness and a bit of heart, you know. What's he got? 2 minutes left, and that's all he has to give, and then he gets a rest.
And I bet, Lawrence, you've been in some situations where you don't want to come out. You've got to dig deep. You think, what the heck am I doing here?
I think that before I get in there, they're fighting like, why have I come? Oh, look at that beautiful overhand right TK just landed.
And like you talk about digging deep, heart, TK's coming back.
He wants this because, in my opinion, I think it's pretty even. 1 round each. There it is again. He does love that overhand right.
I am seeing a second wind here from TK, and it's making it hard for Connor Anderson as he walks forward now and some big shots.
Yeah, if Connor doesn't keep that left hand high, TK will let that right hand fly.
Yeah. He's making sure that he's trying to control that centre, but then, as you say that, Connor turns him round and he says, no, I want to control here, you move over.
Big looping overhand there, just missing from TK.
I've noticed none of the boys have actually tried the uppercut. They're working very much body shots or just concentrating.
It's a good point, and we've seen the uppercut almost, I wouldn't say overused from some fighters, but if they're going to find the mark and it's going to land, why not throw it? Big shot there from Connor.
Return by TK.
He's got to be careful he doesn't walk into one.
Look at TK now, he's starting to walk forward, show that mana, show that heart.
Crowd getting exceptionally vocal now. TK stalking him down. He's
Look at the way he throws.
Look at the eyes on the man. He's got eyes for Connor. He wants it.
Yeah, he wants it. And he might be maybe tired, but he's got the heart. You called it. Right, he's bringing out that gusto as we get closer to the 10-second clapper.
Oh, another nice overhand right. Isn't it great to see a referee just letting these boys box it out, watching it closely?
It's good when you've got a great referee, very experienced man, and Paul McCherry in there at the moment.
What?
Well, I mean, I'll even, I think that would have to be one of the bouts of the day, I have to say. That was absolutely fantastic.
You know, Sherry, very good ref. He was so close to the action too, and he lets it flow. He lets it go on. What a finish, man. The crowd were on the feet. This is the loudest I've been all day.
You know, one of the things I enjoyed, Lawrence, is when you actually see the referee actually, and it's happened on more than one occasion this afternoon or this morning, is when the referee starts applauding the boxers themselves. It's not, you know, you can sort of see that the professionalism just goes to one side for a split second to acknowledge that these boys and girls have actually given it their all.
That's it. It's the admiration more than anything.
All right, so the judges have handed in their scorecards. So we'll head down and get our announcement from Kerry Aiken.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for a fantastic bout. But there has to be a winner. And the result of this bout by way of split decision, 4-1. And the new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 is in the blue corner.
Connor Anderson. He's even clapping for himself at the end of the bout. Well deserved. What a win. Definitely did what he could to take away that W.
Great win, well deserved.
Pretty hard to call it though. Very hard to call it.
I think my brain was sitting with blue, but my head was trying to point towards red.
Hey, Lawrence, at least you're admission. It's fine.
BAM's Boxing too. You know, if you haven't heard of them, now you would have. If you don't know, now you know. BAM's Boxing. Certainly bringing out some fighters.
And of course, we're now jumping up just a little bit in weight. Well, not just a little. These guys are jumping up. How do they go from 66 to 91? Read your notes here, Brent. So yeah, 3 2-minute rounds. And we'll head back down to Kerry, and Kerry Aiken will announce who our new boxers are.
Ladies and gentlemen, bout number 20 is a 3 by 2 minute round for junior men, 91 kilos. Fighting out of the red corner from Papatui Boxing is Zephaniah Fasalele. Out of the blue corner from Box 1 Club Waitara, Phoenix Shaw. This is a 3 by 2 minute round event.
So Phoenix Shaw, we'd better be careful here because he's actually trained by Steve Hartley, who's the president of New Zealand Boxing. So I think that could be a bit tricky if we say anything untoward.
Who wrote the great Steve Hartley? Did Steve write that?
Probably Steve. Yeah. Steve Hartley, of course, if you don't know, is president of New Zealand Boxing. And
he's a great man.
A great man. He really is a great guy. So if he's not listening, oh, heck. Can we take that? No, he's a great guy, and he's put a huge amount of effort into these tournaments along with all the other volunteers. So these two boxers just getting their last instructions.
Zephaniah there in the red, out of Papatui Boxing. Very prominent gym, trained, you know, the famous Joseph Parker. Also they've got Moz there for, Amatangi, sorry.
Reasonably good names.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty well known. Joseph Parker, if you don't know who he is, well, obviously don't live under a rock or don't follow boxing. Phoenix Shaw, though, out of the blue.
Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of a weight difference when you actually look at this, but both are showing that they're both 90 and 91 kg, so an extra kg in it. We've got one southpaw up against the orthodox.
Like you said, he's trained, the boy in blue is trained by Steve, so there will be a bit of pressure on that to perform. But if he's trained by Steve, he's got the goods as well. But facing a very formidable fighter, you know, Zephaniah. That gym, Papatui Boxing, has a long heritage of great fighters, amateur pedigree and professional. Grand Uncle sitting there, watching intently, calling out commands. Lawrence, how effective do you find your fighters when you bark out the orders and commands and they follow in the ring?
Oh, it's hard. Like me as a boxer, I very rarely hit anything when I'm inside that ring. So sometimes I feel like I'm yelling in vain. But when they do hear and they do listen, it's a pretty cool thing, because especially when it works. You know, you yell out things and it doesn't really pay off, but when you yell out commands and they follow those commands and they pay off, it's quite rewarding.
And you try to keep it as simple as possible. Between rounds, don't tell them to throw a 10-punch combo, just little slips or little things you can see that will help edge up.
I probably spend the first 30 seconds just trying to get them their breath back. I try not to give them too much information early, try and get their breath back, try and bring them back down, and then give them a quick command just before they go. And if you try and give them 10 things at once, they're not going to remember none.
Well, that makes sense. As you say, the adrenaline's actually overpowering, and we were talking again with Rangi yesterday. Is the focus of the referee or the judge or whatever, and I would imagine the boxers themselves, they're trying to stay focused. They've been given the instruction prior to going into the ring, but then if things aren't working out, you don't want to be given a blast.
No, it's just trying to keep it calm, because if you panic as a coach, they start to panic. So you got to try and keep it relaxed and just bring them back down. Just bring them to an even keel and give them just a little bit of a confidence boost, and just one or two slight things to work on, and then we go from there.
You're right, like how much adrenaline's going through your body. You are in a moment of war, and a good point, bring them back down, help them breathe, then lay the commands at the end of the, or close to the bell. And hopefully some of the commands in each corner from between rounds was, let's step it up a bit, boys. Going to go through to the final, we'll take that title. Let's see what you got, because they started off a little bit of a slower pace in some of the other fights this afternoon. But heavyweight fighters, one punch can change it all, right? One punch.
That's it. You could be winning the for 2 3/4 rounds, and then all it takes is one shot.
Looks like they heard us because the foot's been put on the gas, but we have been spoilt too. Every single fight we've seen this afternoon, there's been no halfway. It's 0 to 100.
But that's it. I wouldn't say just this afternoon. Yesterday was exactly the same. Yesterday was a great day of boxing.
There was. It was actually really great to commentate as well, and to actually have the viewers on Sky Sport Next getting the privilege of watching it, because I think right the way through the whole day, some great bouts. And young Phoenix Shaw, if you think you might recognise the name, his father played for the All Blacks back in the 90s. So a pedigree of representative sport.
Yeah, I think there'll be a few boxing fans back home in trouble this weekend, because all they would have been doing is watching Sky Sport Next.
Yeah.
The whole weekend, you know, especially today too, 50-odd fights.
It's great for the sport to have it televised. Like, I know from personal experience that it's grown the sport in our little town, with our community, just being able to watch it and see who we are and what the sport's actually about. Oh, good left hand there.
Beautiful shots there from Zephaniah.
Yeah, a little bit
working their body.
bit of claret coming out of Ngai, and I think you might see a standing 8. I've just got a funny feeling that she's going to step in and go.
Nina's having a good look here.
She's having a good stoppage. I would say that saved it a little by the bell. If that had gone on for another 30 seconds, I think she would have stepped in and said, hang on a sec, I'm going to give you a standing 8. So I'd imagine his corner's now going to be saying, I think you've got this. Don't go stupid, but I would be getting in there nice and early.
Definitely see Steve Hartley there too, screaming commands in between. Well, during the round, he's getting quite animated, being very vocal, and he'll be certainly saying a few words of wisdom now to his man in the corner.
As you see, it's sort of right at the end of this first round. He's exposed, he's up against the ropes, he's taking a bit of punishment. Flurry of punches coming through. And as I say, I think he was probably very fortuitous that that bell was going to ring in a matter of seconds. So I would see that he's going to come in all guns blazing and not be mucking around.
No, I'd say he'd come for it. You know, he had his back up against the ropes before. I think he'll...
What would you be saying to Phoenix if you were Hartley in that corner for, you know, trying to counteract an aggressive walk-forward fighter like Zephaniah?
Try not to stay in front of him. Try and... He's quite light on his feet though, Zephaniah, but I would try not to stay in front of him. Every time he came forward, just step off to the side, throw a combination, keep that jab out, to keep him at length. He's got nice long arms there, has Phoenix, so I'd try and keep him at length. Try not to let him come in the pocket.
Good point there, because you can see that Phoenix isn't always stepping up to the side, and Zephaniah just walks forward and throws those punches.
The other thing, he's not allowing himself to get put against the ropes. I'm talking about Phoenix Shaw. He's just trying to sort of stand his ground. He's a big man. I mean, granted, they're both, but structurally he looks slightly the heavier of the two, but not. But well, there we go. We're talking about that uppercut, and he's starting to score very well on that.
Shots too with dangerous intentions. You know he's got the power there, and you can hear them land. And they don't sound nice. They sound like they're landing hard and fast. Beautiful movement there too from Zephaniah getting out the way of Phoenix.
Yeah, I can't remember which bout we had yesterday, Lawrence, but in round 1, I think there was something like 26 uppercuts thrown by one puncher, a boxer, and we thought we'd sort of try and catch. It was about 12 to 18 in rounds 2 and 3 as well, so it was working exceptionally well for him.
Well, that's it. If it's working, why fix it? If it's not broken, don't fix it. Keep throwing it.
Yep. And he was getting through on, you know, a good number of them to rock the head back.
I think I do remember that bout because I was watching yesterday quite intently. It was a good day's boxing.
Just under 30 to go. Let's see them turn up the heat a little. Zephaniah has been very dominant so far in this fight. Phoenix Shaw doing his best against the shorter fighter, but just hasn't been able to stay out of the way of those punches.
Zephaniah, I think, in my opinion, is probably going to take this at this bout. I think in its last 10 seconds as they go for it. Phoenix's head's just dropping down a little bit. He's just not probably in the same position, and we able to witness what was going on. Anyone making a prediction, young Isaac?
My prediction that Steve Hartley is going to be upset as a result of this fight.
Right.
Yeah, I think that could be. Yeah, I'll just sit behind Isaac on
And I'll
this.
be jumping in the lake after the comment too.
So the scorecards have been tabulated. While we've got just a quick bit of breathing time, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to all the volunteers that have been working tirelessly to put this event on. We do run an exceptionally good show, as we experienced both here last year and of course in Wellington and Porirua for the Nationals. And the Golden Gloves for 2021. There's someone in a matter of 30 seconds from now is going to end up being Golden Gloves champion. Scorecards are in, so let's head down to Georiy Aitken.
Ladies and gentlemen, the result of this bout by way of unanimous decision, and the new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 in the red corner.
There you have it. Zavier takes away the win. What a well-deserved win that was. You know, took it to the big man, made him walk forward into those punches and walks away champ.
On that, the smaller man can sometimes come in a little bit intimidated by someone's size, but he showed real guts and showed what it means to be a boxer and wasn't afraid. Oh, look at that mum. Is that mum jumping up, wants a photo?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Look at that.
Uncle saying, come on, I'm trying to be in the
can you
rope
get
down for
right
you, Mum.
now, smile, hurry up, Mum, smile.
Get on the right angle.
Get on the right. Is that my good side or my wrong side?
Oh, Uncle gives him a slap on the head. Hey, come on.
Hey, I've just had 3 minutes of this one. 6
Where's
minutes.
the love?
Yeah, why am I getting my head beaten? And I've had 6
love.
minutes. Well, we've got more than 6 minutes to go. We've got plenty of boxing here on Sky Sport next. This is only the preliminary rounds, really, in our sense of the commentary team, because we've had 20, something like 30 bouts now. We've got another 20 odd for this evening's session. So don't get bored. Well, you're not going to give you a chance, actually, because we're going to jump up in weight too to the 99 plus kilogram. These are 3 2-minute rounds. So I'll head back down to Georiy Aitken to give us the announcements.
Bout 21 is a 3x2 minute event. It is for junior men 99 kilos plus. Fighting out of the red corner from Pacific Boxing is Zavier. From the blue corner, Tauranga Boxing, Tekihu Kerr.
And some of the boxes we get information on, some of the others fail to fill in the information, so we've sort of got to make it up half the time. But the background of where they're from or how many bouts they've had, if they don't fill it in, we're a little bit blind to say to some degrees.
One thing I would say, though, is don't go away, don't look at your phone, don't go to the loo.
Well, you got to look at your phone if you're watching it on Sky Sport
Well,
Next.
if you, just don't look at it for other things apart from watching the fight, because these boys are well over 100 kilos.
These are some big boys.
And when, you know, once they start tipping the scales of that weight, it's not pretty. It's going to be a great fight, but it might not go 3 rounds.
There's a prediction for you early.
You can even hear the ring.
You can even hear the ring
struggling
working harder.
under this, you know, the pressure of these big boys. I'd say they're about 120 apiece, so we're just under 1/4 of a ton.
And they're not even quite 16 yet.
That's what's even scarier. You're very glad you're not fighting anymore, Lawrence.
Oh.
Hey, jumping in, you're still getting there to do sparring with some of the up-and-comers?
I take more punishment as a coach than I ever did as a fighter.
Was that sparring, holding the pads and just, you know, the
Holding
mental game?
pads and just teaching them how to slip and then putting my body in the way, and it's like, oh, heck.
Probably a therapist half the time too, right? And a motivational coach.
That's it. Oh, I come home some days, my wife would take my top off to go jump in the shower, and she's looking at me like, what the hell are all these bruises all over me? Letting kids beat me up.
They would love every second of it, Lauren.
They do.
Love it.
They do.
I got a chance to spar or box with. As you say, how old do you reckon these boys are?
What are we? They're juniors. Junior male. No,
yeah, junior male.
Yeah, junior male 99. So they're between 14, 15 and 16, I'd say.
Goodness me.
Ku there in the blue, and Vicky there in the red. I certainly wasn't that size at under 18. I'm still not. So these boys are big lads, and they're only going to keep getting bigger and stronger.
And the thing being is, when you look at the size of them anaerobically, I mean, they've still got to be fit. I mean, just because you're big, it doesn't mean your lungs are going to be burning no matter what weight you are.
Exactly, mate.
You haven't put the effort in, the energy in, and the training in. It's still going to hurt.
So at this age too, though, you get to see natural talent, natural movement, and some guys, like we're talking about the girls, they've got it naturally, the way they move, throw punches, timing, and this is where you get to see if they've got that natural talent.
Exactly, mate. Like, boxing's not that hard. It's pretty simple. You work on the very basics of boxing, teach kids the basic guard, stance, foot and body movement, and then they adapt their own style and work around that.
When you've got a boxer of 99, you know, in your 90s weight division, the fact that their metabolism holds that weight, you know, because it's just inbuilt, they don't want to lose the weight, but they need the conditioning. Is it just time in the ring, just training?
Time in the ring, time on the road, and just that's it. I try not to encourage too many of my kids to lose too much weight, especially at this age, because they're growing.
Right.
You know, it's going to be a constant battle trying to lose weight if they're growing at the same time. So yeah, it's just conditioning, getting their body used to moving with the weight they have.
So we're heading into round number 2. Again, these are 2-minute rounds. Pretty much evenly matched, I'd say, in the first.
100%. The good thing about heavyweight guys is they don't need to lose anything opposed to the lighter weight divisions. You can be over 90, and then in saying that, you don't want to be eating like burgers, fast food, and pizza. You've got to be eating well, but they don't need to cut dramatic amounts of weight. No,
you just eat the right food. You just like a car, mate. You're not going to put diesel on a petrol, so.
I've done that.
So have I, actually.
That's not good. So
I did it the other way around. I put petrol into a diesel.
You raised a good point, Lawrence. Do you, when you were fighting and with your guys now, when you fought, did you follow a strict diet? And what do you say to your fighters?
Yeah, try and follow a strict diet. The older we get, the easier it gets. As a young teenager, it's bloody hard. You know, like I'm looking at my team at the moment. It's hard when you've got guys who are eating lollies and kids are easily led. But yeah, you can just encourage them to eat the right foods, put the right fuel in the body. But yeah, when I was competing, it was very strict. Literally, with 3 kids in the house, you try and talk your wife into
careful what you say.
Yeah, I'm trying to choose my words wisely because I know she's sitting at home watching.
Yeah, these young fellas are. Yeah, I always sort of say when you're talking about your wife, just, you know, as they say, like a builder, you measure twice, cut once. Just careful. Take that from an old guy.
Yeah, I got to be very careful. I've been married, I think it's. See, I've even got to think about this.
Yeah.
6-7 years.
I say, quit while you're ahead.
I could be taking a big hole this afternoon.
Yeah.
I thought it would be a little bit easier for the young guys because their metabolism works well, and as you get older, it slows down. So it's a bit of a catch-22, right?
Oh, it is, mate. Like, I remember as a young fella, I couldn't get anywhere near what I am now in these days. So, you know, as I said, I couldn't get anywhere near 100 kilos. And as soon as I hit 30, I can't get anywhere near it, but I'm trying to get down.
You're trying to get under 100.
You're trying to get under
I've been trying for ages. I was like, man, I want to get over this thing. Now I'm struggling to get under it.
Yeah.
The result of the green raffle.
So, of course, the boys are taking some pretty deep breaths at the moment.
That was a pretty high-tempoed second round, so for a couple of big boys. So I'm hoping they can keep that going.
And we've still got 7 more to go, 7 more bouts to go in this session before we get a bit of a break. Give ourselves a chance to put a bit of water down our vocal cords so we can handle that.
Mate, I'm looking forward to tonight's card. It's going to be a bit of a blockbuster. There's some good guys on there tonight.
Yeah.
Big boys too. Right now in front of us, just over 200 kilograms apiece. Young boys, so it's going to be interesting to see how they develop and what the future holds for both these guys.
The nice thing about what we're seeing too is that the referee's not getting involved in too many of them. You know, he's letting the boxers actually box it out, work out what they've got to do. They're only putting themselves in the middle and pulling it apart when they really feel there needs to be.
Now, Tyler knows what he's doing. He's had a few bouts himself. Tall guy, but he's looking rather small in there with these big lads today.
It's great seeing young former boxers jump in the ring and take on their R&J sort of role. It's good to see.
Remember too, David Tour started off probably in this weight, maybe a little bit lighter. And he'll be watching later on tonight some of the big heavyweight boys jump in.
Yeah, it's good to hear that he is coming down to have a look at the evening session. It'll be great to see him. We'll speak really nicely and see if he'll come up and join us for a little while.
Big shots here from both boys. And Lawrence, you know what it's like to be in this division. You fought it sort of round this weight, a bit lower, light heavy.
Yeah, I fought it in this weight in the Hastings Nationals. I was the lightest in the weight by about 30 kilos. So I think I weighed in about 92 kilos in my semi-final, and the chap I was fighting, he's actually on his final fight tonight in TAITOKI-TURU. I think he was weighing about 130.
These boys throw down now the final clapper. Both throwing bombs.
That was a brilliant fight. High tempoed for big boys. Not very often do you see the big boys like that keep a tempo like that for an entire 3 rounds. So that proves the conditioning that they've been doing over the past few months.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, they're big boys, but they didn't gas out. They never slowed down. Sometimes the bigger guys do.
No, they worked that out. So they're just getting themselves sorted as one and will be crowned the Golden Gloves champion for 2021. So the judges have made their decision and taken that round.
Even with the headgear off, that chap does not look...
No.
Does not look like a junior.
It's scary, isn't it? It really is scary. All right, we'll just wait for both boxers to be brought into the centre of the ring for the announcement to be made. Let's get down with the guy with the dulcet tones. This is Georiy Aitken.
Result of bout 21 by way of split decision. 4-1. And new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 in the blue corner.
Well, there you have it. Tekehu Kerr taking away the win. A big boy, and he has a promising future. Look forward to seeing this boy fight again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the great thing about the amateur side of what we're seeing at the moment is that we've seen some of these boxers last year, the year before, you've seen them working up in their weight. They've got, you know, maybe another 10 fights under their belt, even if it's 5, but they're getting that sort of constant improvement. And as Lawrence was saying, you know, now they know they can possibly be on tally. So it's great, and they can do it. And I mean, it's the beginning of many careers for great people. I mean, as you say, we'll just getting a little note handed to me, so sorry for the change. So let's head down and we'll find out who is fighting. This is the 22nd bout, 3 times 3, so we're 3-minute rounds. This is youth male for 64. Let's head down to Georiy Aitken.
Bout 22, 3 by 3-minute rounds, is a youth male 64 kilogram division bout. In the red corner, from Revels Boxing, Haranch Singh. In the blue corner, fighting out of Box Office, Kalani Mara. 3 by 3-minute rounds.
Young Harish Singh was runner-up in the 2020 Golden Gloves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
It's a few years away.
I was going to say, where have you been?
Time travelling.
I'm going to say, don't blink. This year's going quick enough. I don't. And of course, Kalani Mara is out of the Box Office boxing gym in the Naki in New Plymouth and was the 2020 Golden Glove. So this is the runner-up from last year up against the champion. So these guys do know each other.
Yeah, I think they know each other quite well. Kalani yesterday, mate, did he put on a performance?
Did he? Why? And I was just about to say, you know, you just fought yesterday, now fighting again. What are your thoughts on fighting on the day or the next day, mate? Do you think his body's going to be sore or is he just going to be pumped?
adrenaline kicks in, mate. Like before it, you're sore, you're hurt sometimes, but once you're in that office, adrenaline kicks in and you just go into it.
He did put on performance yesterday, 64 kilograms now, and the strap is on the line. This is for the title. Who's going to take away?
And of course, you've got one southpaw up against an orthodox who's going to sort of be able to adapt to it. Of course, Harish is the orthodox boxer if you're still trying to work it out. And he's stalking Kalani down real quick.
Oh, beautiful body shot there from Kalani. As he,
just a straight slip.
As he came back and slipped on the canvas.
Your coverage brought to you by Sky Sport Next. And we'd love you to follow us on Twitter as well. Facebook.
Anything, plug it, send it through to all your mates, put it on TikTok, share it around, it's free, it's live. We've got some great fights ahead. Beautiful shot there from Kalani as he moved to the right.
You know, we haven't seen a fight to this point that I've been sort of thinking, oh, this is a little boring, or I'm pretty confident this is the way it's going to go. Every single bout seems to me that you're going to go, I actually don't know who's going to take this out.
Well, look, that's the Golden Gloves of the Nationals. It's always so action-packed, and they can't take their foot off the gas. They've only got a few minutes to take away the win. And you're the same, Lawrence. When you're fighting in these tournaments, you've got to put the foot to the floor.
And that's it, mate. Doesn't matter who's standing in front of you. You gotta take your chance. You know, you may only get one shot at it, so you've got to take the shot while you can. And as you can see, Singh's not backing down from Kalani. He wants revenge, I think.
He certainly does, and he's just when you think Kalani's up, Singh comes forward. Liking what I see here so far. Threw him down and launched a punch.
A little bit of foul play, but
remember, Kalani's a southpaw. We talked about switch hitting as well. Is that something you're a fan of there, Lawrence?
I'm of the opinion there's no wrong punch, there's no wrong movement, there's a wrong time.
Getting a lot of philosophy from you and Sam today. You know, there's no wrong way. It's great.
That's it. Well, you could throw the ugliest punch in the world. If it lands and knocks him out, is it wrong?
This is true. So
I like the analogy.
What Sam said earlier is, like you said, there's no right or wrong way if it works. But if you do switch hit, you've got to actually adapt fully to that style and throw the punches, not just switch hit with the feet.
And that's it. You've got to practice that stuff's created in the gym.
Beautiful round and beautiful finish.
Good finish.
He was getting a lot of vocal support from the grandstand area. These boxers, of course, are going to be named a champion at the end of each of these bouts. And, of course, we've got another 20 plus starting this evening. And I will advise you of what time we'll be kicking off. I think we'll probably get about an hour of a break, maybe. And then
quick cup of tea, back to it.
Yep.
Quick cup of tea, a dip in the lake.
Yeah.
I need some support. I think we've got to get some other people jumping in the lake with me. I can't do it by myself.
No.
No, I'm spectator sport.
Yep. Yeah, I don't, no.
As long as it's on Sky Sport next, be okay.
We could make a series out of it. Of course, the seconds are going to be called to remove themselves from the ring as we get ready for the second round.
And I'm so impressed by Kalani, you know, fighting the way he did yesterday, now coming out. Doesn't even look like he's had a fight. He's just so agile, full of energy. And Singh, you know, making it hard for him though. Beautiful shots there. Southpaw switching around. Great on the back foot. He's so good on the back foot. He throws punches and they do land.
Yeah, well, Singh he seems to be, to me, the more aggressive. He's trying to get everything to work. He's trying to get Kalani up against the ropes, and he just keeps coming forward. He's not.
I mean, it's always hard fighting a southpaw, but if they move the way like Kalani does, it just makes it 10 times harder. What are your thoughts on fighting a southpaw there, Lawrence?
I enjoy fighting southpaws. I throw it out there. I haven't lost to one yet.
Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Why do you love the southpaw? Give us some tips and tricks.
It's not tips and tricks. It's just I've found a bit of a I try to aim for the body more than the head. The body's easier to hit. The head's on a bit of a swivel, you know. It can swing side to side, shoulders movement. So, with me as southpaw, I'm trying to aim for that solar plexus, and then everything else will open up from there.
Giving away a few secrets, but it is a big target. Way easier to hit than the head. And just as we talk about hitting the head, Singh coming forward, landing a few on Kalani's.
There's a couple other tricks that we won't mention, but
I can sort of see the smile on your face. You're like, oh, I want to talk about it, but I'm not going to, because then it's going to give away a few of my secrets.
yeah.
Grandmaster never teaches all his students 100% of the tricks, right?
Yes, Grasshopper.
Yes, exactly, mate. Can't let them know everything. I've got to have one up every now and then.
Harish Singh, of course, in the red up against Kalani Mara in the blue. Pretty much evenly matched. I think the work rate of Harish is a lot higher, and the intensity seems to be there. But is he going to have the stamina to keep this going for another round and a bit? But he's more than happy to get in there and mix it up, that's for sure. And Kalani's not taking a backward step, but
well, even when he does, though, he throws a shot with it, and it's making it that much harder for Singh.
Yeah. He's backing off and creating an angle, and at the same time he's creating that angle, he's letting shots go.
And if you're not careful, you can actually get knocked out or stopped. And we've seen it happen before. Potentially not as much in the amateurs, but once you start going to the pro levels of smaller gloves, people do get knocked out with those backward shots.
He walked onto a left uppercut there.
it seems to be a punch that was rather prolific yesterday, but not so much today. We've only seen a few in this whole morning afternoon session.
Yeah, well, it's health and safety first, and if it does start getting a little bit carried away, then it is stopped. And it's good to see, because we want to see our fighters keep intact and live to fight another day.
Oh, exactly. It's that care and protection, you know. There's a good group of people in the ring and around it to make sure that our boxers get out, and they get out safely.
And we want to see evenly contested matches. It's never great to see a one-sided matchup, and that it really if it happens here. If it does, it's stopped.
Exactly.
So I noticed you were talking to with Lance Rebel just a minute ago. What secrets have they been thrown at you?
Well, it's not so much of a secret. We've got some pretty sad news that we've just heard today that the NZ boxing coach, Les Rackley, has passed away.
Oh.
And yeah, from 1973 to 1974, there was an Oceania game representative. So Les Rackley, very well known in the boxing world. Very sad news. So our condolences to the family.
Absolutely, as you say, that is a name that's been around for a long, long time. So I'm sure the boxing fraternity is aware of that, so we might try and get our ring announcer to make that announcement. We're getting crossed down to him again and just let him know.
Yeah, condolences to the family. True legend in the boxing world. Speaking of legends too, we've got a few that are on this card and a few coming in tonight. And you know, watching this whole tournament, we are probably going to see some future world champs. Do you agree on this one, Lawrence? We do see world champs emerge from the Golden Gloves and national tournaments.
Oh, we do, mate. Like, there's a few on this card tonight that really stand out to me. You know, we've got Michael Reynolds versus Watani Robinson. That's going to be a blockbuster.
And how's it? That's free. That's free. That's a pay-per-view event.
Well, I tell you what, guys, if as we're watching this at the moment, that was a beautiful. Kalani scored a lovely overhead left, but Harish Singh has just been coming constantly. But has he done enough?
Does not have a stop button, does he? He doesn't know how to go backwards.
Left hook.
Just over a minute and a half to go. Both these boxers are sort of drawing in some serious air.
When you think about it, watching this whole fight, Singh's only had one gear and it's forward. He's never taken a backward step.
No.
And we were questioning in the second round whether he would have the ability to keep pushing, and he just hasn't let off for the last 2 minutes.
Well, this is last year's 2 finalists. Those boys do know each other. Of course, Kalani took it out last year, so I think Haranish is sitting saying, no, this is my turn. You can have last year, I'll have this one. And we'll meet again at some stage. But again, we only see it in one sense. We're not judges, so to see how they go, nice overhead left.
Good to see Singh too, looking composed. He's not actually breathing that heavy. His face looks still so relaxed, even though he did get popped just by Kalani. And Kalani's, he's so good at stepping back and landing those shots.
Headgear, I think, slipping
Just
around.
slip down.
Let's give it a quick tighten.
With just 18 seconds to go.
Yep, Sam in there readjusting. Guaranteed there'll be a word of wisdom going in there too.
You never got to meet Sam in the ring, did you not? You guys would have been slightly different weight categories, and light, heavy.
I'll be honest, I didn't get to share it with him in a competitive sense, but I did in sparring. And at the time I didn't think much until I got in and he lit me up like a Christmas tree.
Speaking of Christmas trees, these boys are lighting it up as the final 5 seconds now to throw it down.
How it going? That was brilliant.
Epic. Good to see with the highlights packages, you'll see it's both of them are nice body
shot
scoring
there.
punches.
Good right hand.
These boys, as I say, met last year. Young Kalani in blue, of course, he won. Singh was the runner-up, so I've got a funny feeling. It's, depending on whether they use the aggression. We've talked about that before, haven't we, Isaac, where the judges don't always look at that, but...
Yeah, well, also, too, what we've seen is sometimes the aggression wins.
Yeah. So let's head down and we'll get the result and take us out of our misery. Let's head down to Keoriy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very close split decision, 3-2.
You're going to call?
And the results of this bout, by way of that decision, and new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 goes to the blue corner.
Oh, he got it through.
He got it. Can see the disappointment in Mr. Singh's face. He really, really wanted that.
I think he thought he'd done enough too. Because he didn't. He was constantly coming forward and he was aggressive. But as you say, you might see 150 punches thrown, but only 10 of them are actually point scorers. So you know exactly. So and again, here we see some nice sportsmanship as the winner lets out our competitor. So we now jump up to the youth male. This is the 69 kg class. This is again 3x3. So let's head back down to Keoriy to make the announcement and welcome our boxers to the ring.
Boxers to the ring for bout 23, a 3x3 minute youth male 69 kilogram events. Fighting out of the red corner from Ngai Boxing, Pierce Collins. And in the blue corner, from Gisborne City Hit Pit, Al Haji Sheriff. 3x3 minute round.
Thanks, Georiy. So looking at, again, we don't get all the information from the boxers. So the young Al Haji Sheriff, he's the 2018 national champ, the 2019 national champ, and the 2019 Golden Gloves. He's out of Gisborne City Hit Pit, which I think is what a great name for a gym.
Yeah, it is. Good coach too. He's a really good coach. He's the coach at Gisborne City.
So representing Central North Island. These boys, as I say, are sitting at the 69 kilogram. Pierce Collins from Ngai Boxing.
Yeah, Pierce, I'm pretty sure won the 2020 National Championships down in Wellington in January. Very strong boy. I know him quite well. Spent a bit of time training with him in the past. So he's really grown.
As they come sprinting into the middle.
Sprinting once again.
It's like, oh, I've been waiting for this. I'm hyped up, let's go.
It's good to see Sharif fight yesterday, now again today. Pierce Collins, though, not going to be a walkover whatsoever. Like you said, Lawrence, he's a very busy, active fighter, isn't he? Strong fighter.
I think Sharif has got to be a little bit careful, because I think if I remember correctly, Pierce might have stopped his guys in the finals at Nationals last year. So he has got a pretty big right hand on him.
We haven't seen many fights actually today at all stopped by a technical knockout or standing 8.
It just goes to show too the quality, the caliber, and the evenly contested bouts, and that's why they do have, you know, cadet, novice, elite, for that reason. Soon you see these boys, you know, a bit more of a filling out process, and we saw some of the lighter fighters, they just get in there and they throw straight away. These guys are a bit more technical, a bit more measured with their shots.
Measured, trying to set things up. You can see Pierce is trying to set, same so Sharif.
Yep.
Colin too, both boys orthodox fighters, so.
Yeah, we've said that having the refs actually letting the boxers control their own destiny in many respects. It's only when they absolutely have to step in to break them away. You'd rather see them box it out.
Big take a hat off to them. They do a great job, and we certainly need them. And we're going to have one in the hot seat later on today, Ina Schuster.
She's got a pretty good background in competitive boxing. She's fairly good in her time in the ring.
Yeah, it's good to see too, you know, a ref or judge jump in, or you know, after fighting. You know, herself, Paul McSherry, even Isaac Peach has jumped in and been a ref, which I always like to see.
Yeah.
Well, Archie just got a lovely overhead left to catch Pierce right on the chin. Didn't knock his head back, but he definitely knew that was.
He definitely got his attention.
Yeah.
Would you want to do jump in and be a ref yourself, Lawrence, or you prefer to be the coach, fan on the outskirts?
I'd ref. I don't know about if I'd judge. I wouldn't mind reffing. The judging, I think, would be the hardest part. But it's great to see these guys, because without the guys in the white, we actually can't run this sport. We need those R&Js. They're highly valued members of the boxing community.
It's a tough job, and especially, you know, in these more technical displays of boxing, they really have to be watching intently and obviously doing what they're there to do, which is judge.
Which is judge, and the best thing about it for me is they're all voluntary. They're all here working voluntary. They're here because they love the sport and they want to see it grow. They want to see it get better.
Well, like a lot of sports, but boxing is the same. An event such as this requires a huge amount of time, free time, to be given away, and then you've got yourselves or the guys involved in the gym. Then there's getting the van to load them up, and parents to support and get them down here, and then when it's all over, everyone walks out the door, and then you've still got your volunteers that have got to pack it all up and go, time for a cup of tea.
Yeah. Well, that's what you do get at the end of it. If that's a reward, a cup of tea and a jump in the lake.
You realise, Isaac, it's going to
stick.
Is that a reward?
You
know it's going to stick.
That's not a reward. All right. Speaking of rewards, who's going to walk away with the strap?
It's hard to call this one.
It's very tense. And you know, they set a few traps. They're still finding their rhythm. I would like to see them step it up a bit, but such high level. They are going to take their time until they start unleashing. Just said that, nice right there from Collins.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to be just aware that if you're going left to right, you walk straight into that overhead right coming. As you say, giving that little fake, making that maybe that little bit of noise with your left foot just to sort of think, oh, hang on, he's going to come over this way, and then you go the opposite.
It depends too. I mean, some fighters do use feint set traps, and for some it just doesn't work on the other fighter. I mean, Do you set your guys up in the gym, Lawrence, to throw a lot of traps and feints? Or you sort of adapt to their style? What do you do in the gym?
Yeah, try and do all sorts of things, and try and work on the very basics, and then work on from there. And yeah, once you get a bit more into it after a few years, you try and work on setting traps and moving them into position for yourself. But on the defensive side, I try and make sure that we don't react to anything. Don't try and fall for that balking and movement. Just try and hold your plan. Because if I can get you to move and move your hands out the way of your chin, I'm going to try and hit it.
Speaking of that, they just Collins threw a couple to the body, up to the head again. Big shots.
Yeah, I like the way that he sort of just comes down on that right, drops that knee just a little bit, and then uses that power coming off his thighs as well. He's not just relying upon the hand speed.
Collins is short of the two, though. Beautiful movement. Gets out of the way of all the shots that Sharif does throw forward. Beautiful counter striking here from Collins.
You watch this there, so he connected really nicely, and he used that power coming forward off that right foot. And of course, standing a little bit more to his left side, closing up the amount of target space that he's actually leaving himself open to.
Nice little jab there from Collins.
Just trying to bring that guard down.
I'd like to see Sharif throw a bit more. He's a taller fighter. He should be using that range. Got the speed there of P.S. Collins, you know.
Good control. So that's the end of round 2. Then after this bout, of course, I think we've got about, I'll just do a quick count. I think we've got 5 more to go in this session. And then, of course, the evening session. Oh, we've only got another 25 to go.
Oh, the evening session. I can't wait to be a spectator here tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be great, man. All those watching back home, stay tuned. We're going to probably kick off around.
Good question.
Yeah, I'll leave that TBC for now. We've got 5 bouts to go. Piers Collins, I mean, he's got the speed, he's got the power, he moves back beautifully, he keeps catching Sharif as he walks forward. Sharif he really needs to start using that range and keep Collins at bay, but it's, you know, easier said than done, and Collins is just so quick, he's making it hard for him.
Well, just to give you some ideas, we're probably looking at our second session starting at 5 o'clock. So, but I will confirm that with you, 1700 hours or 5 o'clock for those of you like me who need to count it out on my fingers. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here with Sky Sport next, of course, with the Golden Gloves for 2021. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are enjoying presenting to you. And again, a huge shout out to our production team who are providing some of the best coverage of a boxing match I think you'll see anywhere, not just here in New Zealand, but anywhere in the world. And of course, those people in the auditorium are able to be up real close and personal. Brilliant effort by all.
Collins still showing that speed as well. I mean, we're into the 3rd round now, 2 to go, 2 minutes out of 3. And he's still fast and sharp. Sharif's still walking forward, getting hit by those shots. Just seems like anything Sharif has, just a second though, he gets one in. Beautiful movement again there from Collins.
Pierce is extremely fit. He works hard.
Yeah, and it's showing. I mean, he hasn't taken his foot off the gas. He's still got the same tempo as what he did at round 1.
And he'll have that at round 10.
That's scary, you know. Like, if someone's got gas for weeks, you're never going to beat them if you're not as fit as them.
And that's half the battle.
Yeah, I mean, I bet we've all seen people win a fight just on fitness alone, right?
Yeah.
You see it all the time in the gym.
I've seen it so many times, just guys come out that first round. I think there was one fight yesterday where the guy came out very, very classy, but he just ran out of gas.
Yeah, put in the miles, and I remember Arthur Lydiard, wasn't it, with the running when he was training people, and he just said, "You just got to do the miles. You've just got to do the miles."
I won't say which coach, but I remember as a young fellow, I had a coach who used to send us for a run and he'd drive behind us. Like, I mean behind you.
Oh, in other words, speed up.
So in other words, if I stopped, he didn't.
Yeah. How does the statute of limitations work? Can you mention it now and still have it standing up?
It gives a new meaning to hit and run, right? Hit and run.
Yeah. I think it was run or get hit.
Yeah. So we're into the last 30 seconds with Piers Collins in the red corner, Alaji Sheriff in the blue.
You talk about the fitness, and then Collins hasn't slowed down at all.
Does it even look like he's sweating?
No.
Oh, but he eats a right hand there.
And what do you say though, Lawrence? Is it just running, doing the road work, or fairgrounds as well? 10 seconds.
Years ago, that's all we sort of had, but science has come into it now. There's all these new things that we can do, and final bell. And yeah, the science behind the sport now is it's made training, I would say, a little bit easier, but at the same time a lot harder. Like I've just put the assault bikes in the gym, you know, they're little devils.
Yeah. Yeah, they get the heart rate going, and they're tough. You just got to grind away on those things.
And that's all ours, just grind. But that's, as we've seen, the last 30 seconds of the last round, and that's what it is, a grind. And if you can get comfortable in that grind and get comfortable in the uncomfortable, I think boxing becomes a little bit easier.
Is that an oxymoron?
Something
Comfortable
like
with the uncomfortable?
Yep.
As we're watching the highlights, we'll head very shortly once we do. We'll go up now. Well, sorry, head down to Georiy Aitken for the results.
The winner of the youth male 69 kilogram division and the new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 by way of split decision 4-1 to the red corner.
Yep. Well, he's felt that he did enough to be able to go through there.
The fitness freak, Piers Collins, takes it away.
That's his new name, Fitness Freak. I'm going to tell him today.
We heard it from you.
Yeah, we love some of the names that these young ones give themselves. It's really good. So
we've had it all: the heartbreak kid, the fitness freak, Wee Man.
Oh no, Wee Man I still think that's the one for the weekend. Not only because he is a small in stature, but he had a heart bigger than anything, and he didn't take a backward step.
He's a star of the show.
He unfortunately didn't take out his bout, but what a great personality of a kid. And the funny thing being, Lawrence, is when you see these kids walking around without the headgear on, you don't recognise them. Put the headgear on, you go, oh, there's Wee Man.
Yeah.
You know, I know, oh, over there's so-and-so.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting for the next two boxers to sort of head towards the ring, but I'm sure that Kerry's listening to me at the moment, but just to let you know that New Zealand boxing coach Les Rackley, senior, has passed away tragically, so I'm sure when Kerry gets to introduce the next two, he may want to say something to auditorium, but yeah, Les Rackley senior has passed away, unfortunately, one of New Zealand's great boxing names, and we've just been given that information this afternoon. So well, let's go head down to Georiy and get Georiy to introduce and call our next two boxers up.
Ladies and gentlemen, just before we introduce the next bouts, we have some sad news for the boxing fraternity. Les Rackley has passed away, and we wish all of his family the strongest of aroha for the next coming probably few days. Bout number 24 is a 3x2 minute youth male novice event in the 69 kilogram division. Fighting out of the red corner from Palmerston North, Louis Meti Nicholas. In the blue corner from Nabby's Gym in Hamilton, Gareth Maduku. 3x2 minute event.
So again, these boys at 69 kg were coming in at that weight. Getting their final instructions. And referee calling them to the middle to just say, righto boys, let's have a good clean fight. Slight, just looking here, slight, maybe slight advantage in height, just maybe, but
This has to be one of my favourite weight divisions in boxing. Because you got power, you got speed, but just...
Louis will come in. I was just about to say, Louis will come out flying.
Louis there in the red.
Didn't even let me finish.
Didn't disappoint, did he?
No.
You know Louis quite well, do you?
I don't know him quite well. I've just seen a couple of his fights before. He comes out and he comes out ferociously, as we are seeing.
Huge shots there from both boys. Might have a quick count.
No, a bit of a slap, so the referee pulls that up pretty quickly and says, no. Knuckle of the glove, thank you very much.
Big shot there from Gareth saying, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine.
Very low hands, Louis. He's got very low hands, doesn't he? Oh, he nearly went through the ropes and into the belt. He could have rung whom the bell tolls.
I mean, he's got a wild style. He might have to just tone it back a bit, get in control, get that composure, because he just wore a shot there from Gareth, and Gareth's thrown a few power shots that have landed.
Yeah, Louis got a bad habit of giving that guard down by his waist. I think he needs to bring that up in front of him. Oh, did he just ask him to come forward?
It just looks like he wants there to just stand and bang. He's got a bit of a mean look on his face, and he just wants to go at it.
Come on. Who does he remind you of when you get those boxers that have got that sort of attitude of, oh, you think you're good? Come on, hit me if you can.
You can only work so much, and you know, the higher up you go in rank, and especially as you go professional, you never want to just take one on the chin.
No, not at all.
I've seen many a YouTube clip where you've got these guys who walk into the ring going and show pony themselves. You know, they come in.
Just as we say that.
There we go.
He's getting an 8 count for holding that guard too low.
He's going to wear it. But you know, where you'll see them do it, they'll dance or the swagger or whatever, and then all of a sudden, within 10 seconds, they're laying on the floor.
Big shot. That was a beautiful shot, though, landed there from Lou. He's got a bit of a natural, raw, aggressive talent.
Yeah, I think if he could tidy it up just a little bit, I think he could be quite good.
Look at that flurry. Absolute. Like you said, ferocious is a great way to describe him.
You've got to be confident if you've got your hands down around your waist that you've got the speed to be able to get back up and hope your opponent is not as quick as you are, or you think you are. And as you'll see here, he's going to get himself into a slight bit of trouble. He's got his hands start to come down. Where's one? Down again.
He's actually like a firecracker, you know, like,
and then
just goes out
boom.
Any direction. Gareth.
So, you know, once he got him tied up into that rope area, he had nowhere to go.
Yep.
It was about earlier in the day, Isaac, you know, we had one of the boxers got himself into that same similar sort of position. He got caught up in the rope, the guy's coming over the top and absolutely lighting him up.
Well, you've got to get out the corner, right? As soon as you're in that corner, you've got to get out. There's not much room to move, and you're a target. You know, Lawrence talked about earlier, go for the body, but if you're in the corner, there's even more of a target. You ain't going anywhere.
Nah, that's it, mate. I always try and talk. If you get him into the corner, that's where you go to work.
Big shot again there from Louis.
Yeah,
some of these shots are coming out of nowhere.
Yeah. I think he's disciplined in the sense that he's just getting a bit sloppy. He thinks he's better than Gareth. I think maybe a mindset.
Check hook, though, there. Sam Rapera loves those, and Louis got an interesting way of throwing the shots. Very wild, very raw, very powerful.
Again, he's backing him up to the corner. See that? Yeah, you sort of see that swagger look on. Hit me again. Yes,
He's nodding again.
He's nodding.
That's click.
It could be a little bit tricky.
Gareth doesn't mind getting in there, though, and going toe-to-toe.
No, he's not minding it at all. I think Louis is looking for a one-shot finish, but
yeah, I think
Gareth's got quite a tight guard.
Can be quite disillusioning as well if you have knocked people down with those shots, and then one day someone doesn't go down with the shots that you're throwing.
Don't turn your back, young man. Stay facing forward.
I think Louis, look at those feet, they're sitting flat on the floor.
See, he seems to be quite happy and like taunting him to say, come on, come into the corner and see whether you can get me or I'm going to Try and
Big
get
shots again from Georiy.
See, you could see that actually building. That is exactly what was going to happen. He's going to go into the corner and go, bang, you know, all right, come on, mate, let's bring it on again.
So remember, if it's, was it 3 in 1 round?
3 in the
we'll
1
stop
round.
it. Oh, bit of a push and shove there, bit of a dance, though, all right.
I would have said another 10 seconds on that and he would have had another standing
I
eight.
think you were correct.
Hey?
I was looking at that exact same thing.
It was just the way he's taunting him. He's just sitting there going, oh, come on. You know, I'll stand in the corner and I'll punch it out with you. You won't get enough onto me.
This is a wild fight we've got on here at the,
I think here we go. And it'll
Golden
be,
Gloves.
boom, comes back up, looks at him and says, see, his guard's so low.
And he's getting stuck in that corner.
Boom.
And sometimes I think they're getting stuck in the ropes. And
Yeah,
For
they-
the coach, right, you're saying get the heck out of that corner, get centre ring, keep that distance, because he's good when he's on the outside.
The referee's looking very, very close there. And I think you're going to get another one here just as we go into back into the live. And let's see exactly what goes on now. And if he goes into that corner again, he's going to be in pain.
the worst thing about it, he's putting himself in there. He's inviting Gareth into the corner. It's just not working for him.
Gareth, he's not taking the bait, is he? He's just really not taking it.
Look at Gareth,
Yeah.
puts him in the corner again.
Yeah,
Land the
Gareth,
bad punches.
You don't argue with the referee, Gareth. You know, Gareth had you well and truly sorted. And he's called it. You've had enough, young man.
I think the trend is 3 in a fight at the moment. They're not going 3 in 1 round. I think if you get 3 over a fight.
It might be in this weight division, Lawrence. You could well be right. They're saying, you know, if you're doing it. But yeah, great to see the referee stepping in and saying, no, you've had enough. You don't need to be punished anymore.
And that's it.
Some would have thought, though, the way it started, that Louis had this, but Gareth, you know, showed it as a game of 2-3 halves, and he took it to him in the end.
Yeah, but his composure stayed the same. He didn't
Exactly.
change from the beginning of the bout to the end of it. He just stayed composed and said, this is the way it's going to work. And I'm not going to buy into your sort of semantics of you going, come and hit me if you can.
Yeah, exactly. Louis was trying to bait Gareth into a fight.
Well,
And
well, the referee has stopped it, but we still need to make it official. So let's head downstairs and catch up with Kerry Aiken.
Result of bout 24 by way of referee stops the contest, and your winner and new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 in the blue corner.
Got a bit of swag, this boy, and looks forward to seeing him in the future. You know, polish things up a bit, because he's certainly got heart.
Well, if I was in his corner, I'd be telling him to sort of stop the showboat stuff and get in there. But hey, come on, take them to their age and enjoy what they're doing.
Exactly. He's having fun.
Exactly. So we're now heading down to the youth male novice. This is, of course, 91 kg. And as we wait for the boxers to exit the ring, the new boys will be coming forward. If you were looking to see the bout between Isaac King,
This is going to be a good bout.
it's been a walkover to HURIWAKA, Ngatai. So the next one up, of course, is Danny. So we'll ask.
Number 3.
So we'll be asking. Oh yeah, Shale's arrived. Hi, Shale. She's going to Shale Moana Jenkins is going to introduce our next 2 boxers.
This brings us up to bout number 26 on your cards, ladies and gentlemen. It is a youth male novice 91 kilo weight division.
Hey?
I'm looking at that. What do we got going on here?
Yeah, I don't think that's the right one. It's I don't
Jumped
think.
in a little early.
Yeah, I don't think. So here, I'm not sure who that is. Is it Tessa Rutherford or not? No. We don't. Yeah, we've got.
She's definitely not 91 kilograms.
No, she's definitely not 91 kilograms.
She's definitely not a youth male.
No.
Oh dear.
No.
Yeah,
Terence
all right.
Surrey Batchelor having a bit of a laugh there, saying, what's going on?
Paul's like, get out of there.
Yeah, good on you, Paul. Yeah, get out of my space.
It's probably not the only thing he's thrown. Remember that mouthguard throw last night?
I did see that. I was sitting there.
Yeah, it's all over.
Oh, look, you can see that Paul's having fun in there too. He loves it. He loves getting in there and being a former fighter himself. Yeah, I think this more looks like the guy we meant to see.
All right, well, we'll go down and have a quick chat with Shale and say, Shale, it's all yours again if you wish to let our viewers know who's up next.
Awesome. Bout number 26 on the card. So we have our youth male novice, 91 kilo weight division, 3 2-minute rounds. Fighting out of the blue corner from Green Gloves, let's welcome David Leota Johnson. His opponent in the red corner from Nabby's Gym, let's welcome Danny Vahai. Your referee is Paul McSherry.
Both boys got plenty of crowd support. David there out of Green Gloves, Danny out of Nabby's.
I'm excited to watch David. I'm pretty sure he won Golden Gloves novice division last year as well. And yeah, I think he's a talent on the rise.
Yeah, he was the Golden Gloves champion in 2017 and 2020. National champs 2020 went through unopposed, but still had to do the work to get that far. Last year was St Pat's College in Kilburnie.
He also did a very good sparring session with David Ngai at the Nationals as well. So, and he did quite well. He surprised David Ngai quite a bit.
I mean, if you can go in it and hold your own with him at his level, at novice level, that's impressive.
Oh, mate, he didn't just hold his own, mate. He went in there and he gave it to him.
So David there in the blue went the rounds with Naika.
Yes.
Danny Vahai there out of Nabby's. We've got a matchup, both boys weighing well over 90.
David just sent a little note up to us earlier and said, would you mind sort of calling out to Mapa? He's 77 years of age, so he's probably sitting here watching it on Sky Sport.
Big shot from David.
Wow.
He's a powerful lad, a very powerful lad.
And look at him, he's in that corner, ready to go into another sprint race. He's going.
He's pumped, he's ready to rock.
Paul's looking hard.
Yeah, Paul will be watching this intensely now.
I don't think this is going to last much longer.
No, big shots again. Oh, big shots coming back from Danny.
Yeah.
You saw the legs buckle as well. They didn't buckle the second time as much. The first time you really saw them go.
He's looking, McSherry's looking very, very close.
One more and she's all over.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not backing off though.
Loving what we see here for both heavyweights. Danny throwing leather back.
South there, shot Danny.
Paul McSherry just getting out of the way.
I think he may want to take one extra step back.
Yep. No, he's called it.
It's all over.
He said he wasn't going to hang around on that at all. Jeez, I tell you what, that was electrifying. He just came forward and opened up.
Well,
It's like a Gatling gun.
You gave us the inside word and it didn't even go one round.
Hey, I was in David Nike's corner when they were doing the sparring, and I remember him coming back at the end of the first round going, who the hell is this?
Well, everyone's going to be saying that after they saw the green glove performance. David Leota Johnson.
You've got to admire the referee stepping in between a couple of those because
Yeah, I think Paul
you've
McSherry-
only got to wear one and you're good. You'll be late on the ground.
Should have got, like you said, Lawrence, I think he should have got at least one more metre back.
So we just watched the final part of the replay before we go into the announcement here. But man, good to see that it was done that way. So
Paul McSherry loves getting closer. He actually just got out of the way of that shot.
Yeah, well, as I say, for our viewers watching Sky Sport next, that was a pretty impressive round. So let's head down and we'll get the result official.
Results for that bout, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at the traps on him.
Referee stopped the contest in favour of the blue corner, David Leota Johnson.
You actually read my mind. I was thinking that too. I mean, he doesn't skip weight day, and I guess the power comes from that physique. He's a specimen, isn't he?
And he's only 17. I think.
That's scary. That is very scary.
It's pretty
That's a nice touch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good photo. Thanks, Mum.
Yeah.
McSherry too. I think you better stay a little bit away from those punches. He's got lightning fast reflexes though.
As we say, we keep saying it, but I'll say it one more time. The amazing thing was that the referee gets in, stops it. No, not hanging around.
Well, it's going to be a hard one to live up to, but let's see a couple more heavyweights jump in again. Both tipping the scales.
So let's head down and we'll ask Shale Moana Jenkins to introduce us to our next two fighters.
Stepping into the ring for bout number 27 is a youth male novice, 92 kilo weight division. 3 2-minute rounds. Fighting out of the red corner. From Phoenix Boxing, put your hands together for John Pua. His opponent in the blue corner from Green Gloves Boxing, Dominic Leota Johnson. The referee is Ina Schuster.
So again, these are 3 2-minute rounds. And just to advise, we've got 2 more bouts after this one, and then we'll be having a small break and getting organised for another rather large session. Around 25 fights will be undertaken, but we've got a couple of extra special guests. We've been very fortuitous, of course, having whom we've had some expert commentary from people who know what they're talking about. And with a bit of luck, we'll get a chance to be talking to David Tua, who we understand is on his way to Taupo, if not already arrived. We haven't seen him in the auditorium as yet, but we would love to get a chance to have a chat with him, even if it's just for a couple of rounds, Isaac.
Yeah, it'd be great to have him in here.
Oh, it's great to see chaps like him come to the grassroots events like this. Where it all started for many of us. I still remember many years ago when David came to nationals here in Taupo, and that was one of the highlights of many of our little young careers, was David presenting us our awards.
Yeah, and I was actually here for that.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a while ago, isn't it?
Can't think of other Kiwi boxer with such a great highlight reel. I mean, some of his knockouts are phenomenal. Just like that knockout earlier.
So
are we going to see another?
Yeah, these boys are both 92, and we could actually see a similar sort of a result, although you don't see either one of them yet sort of showing the same aggression as we had in our previous bout. Oh, hang on. Did I speak too soon?
Dominic there in the blue. John Pua in the red. I think they heard you, Brett. They said no. We're going to start dishing some out.
Yeah.
Massive shots from both boys.
Yeah, Ina getting in there in between the two big boys.
Keep your head up, she's saying, and these two boys are different styles, aren't they, in the sense of the previous bout to this one. A little bit, but you've got to say it's only going to take one decent punch. And
Whole crowd on their feet, watching tensely, as one shot can really change it all in this division.
Everybody loves watching the big boys because of that just one chance.
Big shot there, Brooke. Dominic almost took John off his feet.
That shot right there, you can just see David Leota in the background supporting his teammate.
And Dominic coming out at 120. John probably the same.
Dominic's exactly 120 kg.
And that's the thing, Lawrence, when you're in the big boys, even just a punch that doesn't look hard, the weight and power behind it still is deceptive.
Very deceptive. It's just a big thud.
Yeah. Clash of the Titans, really, when you see those sort of ones coming over the top, you're thinking, oh, if that just missed by a whisker, but boy, if it connected, you'd feel it here. Hope you're enjoying the coverage we're providing you with Sky Sport Next here at the Great Lakes Centre in Taupo. Enjoying showing you some great angles from our production team. Crowd hasn't moved all day. They basically came in, started watching the juniors, and they're coming right the way through to this, and I think it's going to be exactly the same this evening's route. We have been told it is a 5 o'clock start. We'll just actually double confirm that before we go off the air at this point, simply because it's been a long day. We've been calling since, what, 11 o'clock, Isaac?
We sure have. But it's the waters, the coffees, the teas.
What?
It's keeping us going.
Wow, it's a good effort, boys.
Okay.
Bit of tape hanging
Bit
off
of
there. We'll
tape
pull
hanging
that
off
off.
the tape. Cut it away, get it sorted.
I think what's kept us going, though, too, the calibre of fights. I mean, just when you'd say you may be, I wouldn't say getting sleepy, boom. I mean, that last fight electrified the room. If you weren't here, even if you're watching back home, that was 100% entertaining.
There was half a ton just hitting those ropes, so we know that they hold up.
It's good to see my help putting that ring up and put the good juice.
Might have to tighten the ropes after this round, though, there, Lawrence.
I think so.
Silly question, Lawrence, but, you know, just in case some of our viewers want to know, how long did it take to set up a ring? Roughly.
Oh, depending on how many people you got. Like, if you've got a good army, a couple of hours. Max. That's that, actually.
So these boys are into round number 2. Of course, they're 2-minute rounds. Pretty evenly split at the moment as to which way you would be going. But there is some big, powerful punches. You may not sort of sense it from the lounge suite, or if you're watching it on your phone sitting somewhere in a bar watching the boxing, but boy, you can hear these punches landing.
Big shot again there from Dominic. You can certainly hear it, you can feel it. We're only 20 metres away.
Yeah, it's only going to take, I think, 1 or 2. One of them's going to get a really good punch. Yeah, Dominic just gave him a little tap on the chin to say, hey, come on, come over here.
Interesting thing about this fight is, you know, they have a bit of a rest and then they explode. Rest, explode.
A little bit of clout coming from Dominic's nose.
It's when they launch, literally launch themselves forward. That's the end of round 2. Again, I can't call it. What about you two?
No, I call it pretty even.
I'm liking what I see here from both fighters. I like it how Dominic just explodes, and he's got that power to drop his opponent there, John. But John's, you know, he's taking the heat. Everything that Dominic throws at him, he absorbs.
Well, he was Wellington champ in 2020, Nationals champ in as well, Golden Gloves champ in his weight division back in 2020. So he's in with the Green Gloves Boxing Club in Newtown, Wellington. That's up where the hospital is, of course. I think they need to do a little bit of adjusting on those tapes. I've just noticed both boys have got their gloves. They've got a little bit of loose tape flying around. It's one that hasn't been picked up on, but
Third and final, the money round, as they say. Who wants this more? Is it going to go the distance?
If one puts in a pretty good effort this round, I think they could claim the entire bout.
Like I said, Dominic's doing a great job of exploding, pushing John constantly up against the ropes. Ooh, big shot again there from Dominic.
Oi, some little short, sharp shots there from John. Quite effective.
it's almost when they miss, you can feel the gush of wind coming across the stage and hitting us as these boys. Oof.
Massive shots. I mean, if those connected, someone's going to be a whole lot of hurt.
Just coming up to a minute to go in round number 3. It's anybody's, and I think as you say, once one corner gives them the 30-second call, it'll be all over in the sense of they're just going to come out guns absolutely. Actually, forget the guns, cannons blazing.
Bazookas. I mean, Dominic, he's almost got a David Tour style. Maybe he knows that he's on his way and wants to show him how he rolls, and the way he throws those shots. I can't believe John survived.
Oh, nice little uppercut, and then again, overhand right coming in from Dominic. He didn't seem to sway him too much. John Powell just sort of sit there, okay, fine, is that the best you've got?
Just on 20 seconds.
Who's going to go first? Who's going to launch first and say, this is mine?
John's looking a little bit tired.
Yeah, here we go. Boom.
Walked into that bunch now, throwing him into the corner, chasing him. Huge shots there. Nina jumps in. Just stop it just as they go to the final clapper.
I think Dominic was probably more of the aggressive at...
I thought you were going to say the Dominator. Dominic the Dominator.
I'll be back.
John Paul, I mean, took every shot.
That's the Terminator.
Yeah, well, Terminator, Dominator. What a fight. I mean, this has electrified the room once again. Just when you think the fights can't get any better, they do.
They do. It's great. So the judges have made their decision and have just delivered the scorecards. So we'll wait for the boxers to come to the centre of the ring as you get a chance to have a look at the highlight package. As I say, you definitely don't get a sense on the TV until you see these replays of how big these boys are and the sort of power that they're putting into their punches. When you're sitting here in the auditorium, it's definitely, ooh, ow, well, felt that.
It was frightening to watch those last 10.
All right, let's head down to our ring announcer to get the results.
Ladies and gentlemen, results of this bout by way of split decision, 3-2. A new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 comes from the red corner.
Oh.
John
There you
Pua.
have it, John Pua. He took the damage, dealt it out, and he is now a Golden Glove champ. Did enough in the judges' eyes to take away that win. John Pua out of Phoenix, boxing all the way from Auckland.
As I say, we've had, nearly 20, we're on to our 28th bout. We've got two, these are the women novices, a 64 kg. And then we've got another one straight after that, the 75 kg. Then we will be having a break and getting ourselves a chance to rehydrate. So our two boxers are going to be called up. Shell Moana Jenkins, our ring announcer, has done a wonderful job. So if she'd like to call both next boxers up to the ring. So just getting some more instructions as to where we're going with this bout. Here's our friend, she's back again.
She's jumped back in.
Hey.
Oh, now, yeah, we've got the right one in there now, don't we?
Yeah. Yep. Jay Wang is up against Rachel Milroy in the blue corner. Jai Wang in the red. So we'll head back down to Shale Moana Jenkins to introduce us to our next two boxers.
Hi, welcome back, ladies. So this brings us to about 28 and second to last on the cards. It is a 64 kilo weight division, fought at 3 2-minute rounds. Fighting out of your red corner from Cameron Todd, let's welcome Jay Wang. Her opponent in the blue corner from Shamrock Association, let's welcome Rachel Milroy.
Rachel are being orthodox. In fact, both boxers
The
are
referee
orthodox.
is Tyler Moran.
And Wang pretty much at exactly 64. A little bit more experience with Jay. She's had a total of 5 fights, 3 wins, 2 losses, and was the winner of the Golden Gloves in 2019 in the 60 kilogram novice. And Rachel has only had, again, 5 fights, but 1 win to 4 losses out of the Mayhem Boxing Club at Mount Eden. Auckland, both boxers would probably come across each other. Jay's trained by Cameron Todd at the Cameron Todd gym. As we get into round number 1, again, these are 2-minute rounds, and this will be interesting.
Fast and furious, and just probably worthy to note that Rachel Malloy's out of the same gym as Giovanna Perez, Holly McMath, Troy Garton, so she's in there with some of the best. But her opponent, Jay Wang, is no stranger danger. Like you said, Golden Gloves winner back in 2019, so it's going to be tough work for Rachel here tonight.
These both boxes again weighing in and height almost the same. A slight reach advantage for Jay, standing at 172 centimetres up against Rachel, who's 167. But there's very little in it when you actually sit here viewing both of the boxes. And sometimes that height advantage can be mitigated or reduced because they take a lower stance to sort of, you know, try and get a little bit closer and give away their reach advantage that they have initially.
Thing too is they're not avoiding taking punches to get a punch, so they're kind of risking it for the biscuit. A little bit risky, Lawrence? But you know, someone's going to come out the better of the two.
Well, it is. Sometimes you got to take a risk, and normally the shorter person with the shorter reach has to take that little bit more of a risk to get in. But Jay's working that distance quite well and keeping her at arm's length, keeping her where she needs her.
Yeah, that's the thing. Rachel will try to walk forward, but Jay's always got an answer. It's just that jab straight up the middle. Nice flurry of punches there from Rachel. Jay looking like wasn't too bothered by it though. Pretty busy round for both girls.
Very active round.
So in the Sky Sport, we will be next. I'm sorry, we'll be having a break after this this next bout coming after what we're witnessing at the moment, and we'll be back on at 5 o'clock. So make sure you set your alarm or what you need to do to sort of remind yourself to get back online and witness some fantastic. And as you've said, Lawrence, looking at the card tonight, you start running your eyes down this thing, and it's very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's
Chad Mills,
I mean, you've got Ryan Scaife, Wendell Stan, not in the same bout, but you know, just names that you start looking down the list very quickly. And you're going, Ali Marshall, you know, great, had a good one yesterday.
Yeah.
You know,
Michael Reynolds, Waitane.
Yep.
It's incredible.
Except for Paulie, you know, I mean, it's going to be great. And
Kato Wharido. I mean, the list goes on. If you know boxing New Zealand, it's a bloody good card. I can't wait to see it.
And that's it. Like, I'm looking at Ryan Scaife and his bout yesterday.
Oh.
I haven't seen him that fired up in a long time. Look at these girls in the ring. They have opened another gear.
Well, he almost got a new nickname yesterday, Ryan. I mean, he went by the name Lionheart, but someone said his shots feel like or sound like a shotgun in the gym.
Yeah.
And he throws with bad intentions, doesn't he, Ryan?
Mate, that's all he was trying to do yesterday. Like, from the first shot, I looked at a mate and I just said, damn, he is throwing with intention to hurt someone. I think Ryan's trying to put a bit of a statement out there now, so it's good.
Yeah, well, these boxers want to leave themselves that little bit of fear factor for the next one. If they're fighting, you know, day 2, they don't want to come out here and sort of go, oh yeah, we just scraped through this, we need to do it go better.
Yeah. And Leroy would have had a quick watch of that fight yesterday. So we know he got a bit of a tough job.
Both these girls are really willing to do it. And I'll tell you what I'm enjoying too is that the audience that is sitting out in the stadium at the moment have not moved because it's the ladies coming into fight. There's a great interest across the board.
And the only ones that have moved are the ones that have got fighters on this evening, getting them ready.
Getting them ready.
I mean, people are camping out here for the weekend at the Great Lakes for what's close to coming on 100-odd fights.
And that's it. Like, people are coming in early to book a good seat. You know, we came half an hour early to get our fighter ready earlier on, and we were packed half an hour before we even opened.
Prior to actually having one of your fighters, you're sitting out the back, you've got them sort of getting kitted out. How much work do you put into them to just get them truly warmed up?
Each fight is slightly different. I let them have their own little regime. They've got to work that out for them because different warm-ups work for different people. So they've got to get into their own groove. I can't go out this is my opinion. You can't go out there and do it your way because I'm not the one getting in.
Yeah.
So they've got to get themselves ready, and then we just go over the few basics. Nothing complicated, just keep it simple. Just warm them up like we normally would at the gym, go over things we've talked about, and just sort of reiterate our plan.
And then get up. So you've got to around 15 minutes out the back to get them sort of sorted before they get called up.
Yep.
You have to have a timeline.
Yeah. You want to be standing ready the fight before.
So as we get into the third and final round of our second to last bout for the afternoon session, Rachel Milroy up against Jay Hoonrung, and both orthodox boxers. Similar sort of number of bouts, and we'll see who is going to be crowned the golden champs and champion for the Golden Gloves for North Island for 2021.
Liking the composure from what I've seen from Jay. Rachel's certainly been quite aggressive walking forward, but she's walked into a few punches here from Jay. Maybe Jay's experience is shining through.
Definitely, Rachel's showing a lot of courage to just keep walking forward and try and take a bit of risk. But yes, Jay has kept very composed.
Just the timing too, Jay's great at, moving on the back foot, throwing those punches, letting Rachel come forward into her punches.
Corners are calling out, saying, you've got just on a minute to go, so don't leave anything on the tank, just get it out there.
Yeah, like you said, 2 minutes down, or 1 minute down of 2. And this is where you really got to make it count. Like you said earlier, Sam Rapera talked about heart, mana. Who wants it more? You really got to dig deep.
That's it. This is where you bite down the mouth guard and just go.
Well, Jay's, of course, been a winner of the Golden Gloves before back in 2019 in the 60 kg. So she hasn't sort of, I should never talk about a lady's weight, but she has moved up 3 kg, so she's at the 64.
Well, it's better than 3 weight divisions. 3 kgs is minor.
Yeah.
Last 30 seconds now. Who wants this more? The blue corner's screaming. Red corner's screaming as well. Someone's going to take away the bragging rights here. Who's got it?
Yeah. 10-second buzzer's gone. Rachel just needs to throw a bit of caution to the wind and go for it.
Coming forward now. Looks like she heard you trying to find a home for that shot. What a round. What a fight from both these two warriors.
That was boxing. That was good boxing from Jay. She comes from a good gym. Cameron Todd, great coach.
So with the Sky Sport next, excuse me, just clearing my throat a little bit. We've had Lawrence Teeter up with us this afternoon, of course, along with Isaac Savage and myself, Brent Perry, as we're getting into the last bout coming up very, very shortly. The judges have made their decision of how it goes. The medals are going to be presented for the Golden Gloves champion of 2021. This is North Island champs, of course. We've got boxers from East Coast all the way down to Masterton, Wellington. So as the boxers get brought into the centre of the ring, we'll head down to our ring announcer, Shale Moana Jenkins.
Results of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of unanimous decision, and Golden Gloves champion for 2021 from the red corner, Jay Wang.
Well, Jay's certainly happy with that, and what a well-deserved win over Rachel Milroy. Great performance for both these ladies tonight, but someone's got to walk away the winner.
It must be very, very hard too when you go in there and put every bit of ounce of energy you've got into it, and it's going to be there. So as I say, we will head down into our final fight now. You may see on your screen, of course, we've got one that's been a walkover where Brandon Pepper has been made the winner of that with a walkover. So we have this last one, which is 3 2-minute rounds. Let's head down and to get our last 2 boxers called to the ring. Shale, would you do the honours?
Last bout for session number 3 brings us to another woman novice 75 kilo weight division. Fought at 3 2-minute rounds. Fighting out of the blue corner from Tauranga Boxing, let's welcome Tessa Rutherford. Her opponent in the red corner from Nabby's Boxing, let's welcome Talia Smith. Your referee is Paul McSherry.
So this is the women's novice 75 kg, our last one for this section of boxing, 3 2-minute rounds. Paul McSherry is in charge of it.
Always entertaining too when McSharry jumps in the ring. Does he make the fight entertaining, or does the entertainment follow him? I'm not sure.
I think he enjoys. He's probably one of the most visual referees in the sense that he seems to show his pleasure of boxing.
Is it that or a cheeky grin?
Well, he's not trying to be super serious. You know, I know he's taking the job seriously. We know that because he's exceptionally good. But I think the fact is that he actually seems to really enjoy being in there and watching these young ones go for it. Doesn't matter which category you're in.
Thumbs up. Now he's looking intently as we get ready for the action. Tessa Rutherford in the blue. She put on a great display last night. Or, sorry, yesterday afternoon. And then Taurahere Smith there in the red. This is the final.
Boy, this is all action right from the get-go.
Just throwing down, right? No filling out process. Smith seems to be walking to a few there of Tessa. And Tessa coming out of Nabby's gym. Sorry, out of Tauranga Boxing. Chris, very technical trainer. Trains him well. But take nothing away from Nabby's too. I mean, gee, both these ladies are thrown down in this final fight of the afternoon. Slow down a bit now. Just as I said that though, they start throwing hooks again. 2 minutes down, 1 to go.
Good
Uppercut.
little short uppercut there.
It's funny, you think they're actually listening sometimes when you say pick up the pace, they've just slowed down, then boom, out of nowhere, a punch flies.
You know it's called the commentator's curse. You say something and it'll either prove you right or wrong.
Good 1-2 coming
Nice
through there.
jabs there from Smith. Beautiful shot there, snuck through the guard there from Tessa.
They're just trading combinations.
These girls, of course, not leaving anything behind in the women's novice at 75 kg.
It's quite interesting because sometimes some will be intimidated or walk down, but these ladies are just thrown down. They're not being intimidated by any punches whatsoever.
No, and you might make the presumption or assumption that you know, they're girls, they're not going to hit hard, but as I say, when you're sitting here and watching them live, you can actually hear the punches and what's going on, so the power is there.
If you watch the replay, they're almost mirroring each other. They're almost mirroring each other's combos. Not giving up, trying to throw and one-up each other. I mean, I'm glad I'm not a judge. How would you be scoring that one, Lawrence?
I'm looking pretty closely at the replay, and it's really, really hard. They are just trading blow for blow.
Yeah, the girls, as I say, not necessarily, you know, connecting with everything, but boom, nice little reminder up the cut saying hello.
That was a perfect little short rod uppercut
there from Smith.
Good little left hook, sneaking around the back of that guard.
Seconds are out as we get into round number 2.
Boom, Georiy ready to rock and roll.
Taurahere Smith in the red up against Tessa Rutherford.
Coming out with a good stiff jab.
Once again, mirroring each other. No one's getting the better of one another. They're just throwing and landing. Tessa coming forward now with those beautiful left hooks. Bit of a tap again on the chin. Nice shot from Smith. You know, they're not afraid to punch. They're never staring away from when they get hit, they just keep coming forward.
Eyes locked firmly on the target, just trying to get there.
Gotta love it. It's the seek and destroy style we're seeing right here, and neither one is taking a back step.
Yeah, with Tessa coming forward, she just keeps coming and pushing forward, and because they're in the centre of the ring, she's actually able to land quite a number of punches in between.
Shots. We're all staring at the screen, just going, what is happening here? What is going on? I mean, you're just looking at this war, and they're going back and forth. No one is backing down.
No.
No, not at all. It's, you know, we're almost 30 fights in, and it's just still entertaining.
Little clip round the back of the ears.
bit of a shiner there on Tessa, but this is her second fight of the tourney. Big uppercuts again. I mean, just when I think one's up, I'd slightly call this in favour of Tessa, but it's a pretty close one.
Yeah, well, Smith seems to tiring a little bit, but then again, we've said this numerous times over the course of today's boxing that you just think that somebody's got the upper hand, and next minute, with the blink of an eye, you've got a whole new bout going on. So as they say, leave it for the next 2 minutes. It's going to determine who's going to be the champion for 2021 in the North Island Golden Gloves. I think these guys are pretty evenly matched, but as you say, hard to call. At the moment, I'm going to put them on the block. I'm going to say Tessa Rutherford to me is probably going to get it by a split, by a hair. I mean, this is for all the females watching as well. This is just the first of many female fights. I mean, we've got 2 blockbuster events later on. Cara Wharedo versus Jess Davids, Tasman Benny against Holly McMath.
It's going to be those are going to be a good couple of bouts in itself. Yeah, on this bout, on the first round, that's that old 50-cent piece. We got to flip that and see where it lands.
You still didn't tell us who you're going to take out later and talk to. Isaac.
So what's happening now? I get thrown in the lathe, getting beaten up by champion boxers.
I brought you coffee. All right, this is the third and final round, and enjoy with Sky Sport next. The final of this series, we got Tessa Rutherford in the blue up against Dahalia Smith.
Big shots once again from both these ladies. Lawrence shaking his head because he knows these shots are painful.
These girls are just working hard.
Yeah, they're not stopping. They don't know what the off switch means. They just keep walking forward, meeting each other in the middle.
No one's tying it. Paul hasn't come into this fight at all.
Well, like we said though, Paul brings the entertainment, doesn't he?
That's it.
Truth be known, he said he likes being on telly.
Well, he almost went off telly when he jumped in with the heavyweight boys.
Yeah. If you missed that, go back to the highlight package and see when the our referee that you're seeing on the screen at the moment sort of got a little bit close to the big boys and nearly wore one.
What's he going to do next? He threw the mouth guard, he dived out the way. He's got a hat trick up his sleeve.
I sincerely hope not. I'd like him to sort of stay with us.
I just mean in terms of antics. Speaking of antics, we've only got a minute to go, but this fight, I don't want it to end.
No, not at all.
I'm sure they do, though. I mean, especially Tessa, this is the second time in the ring this weekend.
And to be honest, it doesn't look like it at all. They both are well-conditioned athletes.
Down to the final 30 seconds of round number 3.
And yet, look, Lawrence, you agree, you can't teach toughness. I mean, you've got guys or girls that rock into the gym, and they've just got it. And Tessa Rutherford and Smith, they've both got toughness in their DNA.
That's it, and that's the biggest thing you can't teach. You can't teach heart. You can't teach that ticker tape.
Here we go, the final 10 seconds, and let's see whether or not... I love it when the audience get into it. The bell goes, and then they give themselves a cuddle.
They just look like they wanted to throw a couple more, but they said, oh, the bell's gone.
And look at that, both got massive smiles on their face.
Yeah, they get in there and go buffo, and then let's go over and have a cuddle and see how it all goes.
It's the last thing I say to my fighters before they get in. Just as they're about to jump in and the bell rings, have fun.
Have fun.
Have fun.
Yep, you haven't done all this hard pain to sort of go away going, no.
The unexciting part is in the gym. You know, that's where the grind is done. And that makes this piece inside the office, that makes it fun.
Well, both the boxers will be sort of highly, their blood pressure will be climbing just somewhat to see whether or not they're going to be crowned the champion for 2021 for the North Island Golden Gloves.
Who wants to call it?
I'm going to go blue. There we go. There you go. I've said it. I'm going to go Tessa Rutherford. So let's head down to Shale Moana Jenkins to let's find out who is our winner.
Result of this bout, ladies and gentlemen, by way of split decision, 3-2 And new Golden Gloves champion for 2021 goes to the blue corner, Tessa Rutherford.
Called it, Brett. Called it. Your winner.
Oh, at least you get something right
Tessa
during the day.
Rutherford.
Hey?
What a champ. She fought last night, yesterday, now coming on to take away the strap.
Yeah,
Good
well,
warrior.
they've both received their medals, and of course that's the, as they say, the completion of our first session, if you call that, starting at 11 o'clock. And what are we coming? Just coming up to 4 o'clock. It's been non-stop, and we hope you've been enjoying the coverage here at Sky Sport Next. I'll tell you what, Lawrence, you've been up here. Thanks for your time. I really, really appreciate it. What did you think of the boxing?
The afternoon has been a very good and entertaining afternoon. It's a pleasure and a privilege having you guys having me up here.
Oh, mate, it's fantastic. You bring that knowledge that I, for one, can speak. I don't have it from a technical point of view. And, of course, I have Isaac Savage on my other side. Isaac,
Look, we had it all. And for all those watching back home, how were you not entertained? But don't go away, because we've got some blockbusters coming up. Wendell Stanley against Chad Milnes.
Yeah, we've got 25 bouts. 25! And you'd think this morning was busy. So, and don't go away. Tonight we're starting at 5 o'clock. We're back here on Live Sport Next. I'm Brent Perry. I hope you're enjoying the company, the coverage, because we've got more of it to come.